Thanks, Gary. And we just heard confirmation that the umbilical has retracted. We are currently waiting for all those hooks to open, and that's 2 sets of 6, so 12 total to unhook from the Dragon before we are
Endeavor SpaceX on
called.
Dragon to ground. Repeating calls for TDRS. The umbilicals are demated and the undock sequence has been commanded. Group 1 hooks are driving.
Endeavor copies on the big loop.
And that was confirmation that umbilicals have retracted, and we are waiting for all the hooks to current hooks are driving, and we are waiting for all of them to unhook before we have that full confirmation of separation. You'll hear from the core and Hawthorne as
commentator.
Endeavor
We're about
SpaceX first
halfway
set of
there.
hooks are open.
And that was confirmation from the core to the crew.
We don't regain.
We're about halfway there. Hooks of that first set are done. We're driving the second set now. Hooks are still driving.
Oh, hey, sorry, I dropped a pen under my desk. Yeah, there's... See? I dropped the pen under my desk. That's where I've been. I've been trying to find it.
All hooks are open
And we have confirmation of separation.
Endeavor copies.
There's nice pictures of me. What? What are you talking about?
Dragon has started to push itself away from the station.
Okay. Oh.
And with that, Shane, Megan, Aki,
Nice.
and Toma have completed their journey aboard the International Space Station.
Okay, they should have just undocked, guys.
Station on 2, Dragon separation visually confirmed.
Okay, they got
Houston copies and kickers.
a visual confirmation. I gotta change the title of the stream up.
confirmed physical separation at 1:05 p.m. Central Time as the station was flying 259 statute miles.
Endeavor copies.
As the station in Dragon was...
Hey, there we go. So, all right. I need to step here real quick.
That was confirmed physical separation at 1:05 p.m. Central Time as the station was flying 259 statute miles off the coast of Chile. 2 good undocking burns and a nominal impulsive retreat burn. Next will be a brief hold at waypoint 1 before the fly-around sequence is executed. We'll be monitoring Crew Dragon throughout the departure sequence as it makes its way from the International Space Station. Godspeed to Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas.
Okay, so they
To take you through the rest of the
Okay.
departure sequence, we'll
Shaniqua's
send you
got it.
back over to
Dragon
Hawthorne.
Eyes have converged, and Dragon is navigating on Dragon Eye 2. We will time out of Impulsive
Indeed.
Retreat 1 point and into Go to 1.
you have your depends on too.
Endeavor
No, my toilet works. Just saying. Me about yesterday's F1 race. Red Bull botched the strategy with Checo to keep
Dragon
Max
SpaceX,
up in
we see
front,
the onboard
man.
warnings
I
for
wanted
Dragon Eye
Checo
1.
to win.
No correction is required. Dragon is navigating on Dragon Eye 2.
Copy
Okay.
good, Dragon Eye 2.
It's 100 meters, Cajun.
And we're following along as the Crew Dragon
Shane
Endeavor
Megan waving
is
there for a
backing
second.
away from the International
Endeavor,
Space
we're going to
Station.
go to waypoint. MSs are docking suits.
All right, so let me bring you guys up to speed. This is the screen, the left and right screens that Megan and Shane are looking through. So Shane's on the left, Megan's on the right. It's basically this view right here. And then if you pay attention to the center screen, they have it open to like a map view, and that map view is kind of like third person view in Kerbal, kind of. But if you look at the top of the screen, it'll tell you their estimated, see right there's their estimated landing time, orbital velocity, right? And then you have inclination over here, and these are just different parts of the different variables for the orbit here. Altitude mostly. So they have apogee, perigee, and then current altitude, I think is what that says. It's hard to say. Shane is opening up a checklist right here, and then I'm not sure what Megan's changing the view. See, there's the view. Is this the fastest splashdown time for undocking for a Crew Dragon? Yeah, these guys are coming down at 11, I think. Yeah. So, as they undock from the space station, because they're on... Actually, there's the exact picture that I was just about to explain. As they undock, because the station's going around at a lower altitude, right? This fly-around burn is actually just more a station-keeping burn. Because if you think about it, there's a differential altitude here. And if there's a differential altitude here, that's a 100-meter difference in what's called the semi-major axis of an orbit. And if you have a 100-meter difference, 100-meter delta SMA right there, the orbital velocity is going to change. So what Dragon is going to appear to do is fly circles around the ISS. Why do they do it this way? It's better with orbital mechanics to do it this way, to rotate clockwise around the station. So the station is basically, they're going to separate. The station is basically going to keep going, and because it's lower, it's going faster. But it's a slight difference in speed. But it's enough to be able to make the Dragon go around like this. Now, why is it doing that? Well, it's doing that to basically get lined up into the proper area, but this is in an eccentric orbit. You could see that it'll eventually go underneath the space station. So it'll eventually speed up, catch up to the station, go out in front, and then come around. This is because they changed Dragon's orbit. Now, on top of having a slight differential semi-major axis, they also changed the eccentricity. And the cool thing is that you can see the eccentric change on that screen. That's what I'm getting at here. You can see the change. there's a difference between apogee and perigee on their screens, on the orbital mechanics there. That makes sense. And like, the cool thing is that you can do this in KSP. You could make this happen in KSP. That's not that hard. They're going to take pictures of the ISS. That's cool. Does the Soyuz do it this way too? Yeah. Not. It doesn't do it as much, Sile, but yeah, pretty basically. It's just orbital mechanics. Yeah, fastest one is Crew-1. Crew-2 will do 8 hours. There you go. Yeah, I got you, Forge. Okay. Shane screen, brain lagged. Interesting. Hey, Gordo, what's up? Yeah, they can once over the station, and the station can once over the capsule, too, Tessa. Mm-hmm. Nobody beats Speedy Soyuz. Soyuz is a little turbo Lada. Bye-bye. Who's the blonde? That's Kate Tice. She's a engineer at SpaceX. By the way, the Crew-2 have no toilets. They have Apollo bags. Yep. For the next 8 hours, I hope you use the head on the space station. Jeez. So, in Hawthorne Mission Control, you have Kate Tice and Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan is a NASA Public Affairs officer. Gary's cool. He knows his stuff. I mean, Kate's cool too. She knows her stuff too. But also, look, new mission control tables at SpaceX. They went away from the, 1990 or early 2000s classroom look to the land center look now. I wouldn't go to the bathroom. I would have, if I was up on the ISS, I would have found whatever has the most fiber in it 2 days ago and just eaten all of that. just eat all of that. And then, do your thing before you left. Just drink coffee, get that espresso machine going, get the plants, get the fiber. Just like a road trip, pretty much. Hey, Banana. Wow, it's been 6 months. Hope everything's been cool. Bien trabajo, amigo. Aha, gracias, amigo. Dad, I need the toilet. No! Can we get nuggies? No, there's no nuggies. I like this. This is sharp, Hell Hydra. But yeah, I can see how you like the old one. So check it out. Look at 424, 404. Not found. See? Slightly eccentric. So their apogee is higher than the ISS, and the perigee is lower than the ISS. So they're going to appear to fly around it. They're just kind of chilling next to the ISS. Think about it like if you had a buoy that was floating around in space and you separated something and it's just kind of floating next to it before it powers up and leaves. That's basically what's going on here. They're using orbital mechanics to just fly around the space station, that's pretty freaking cool because we're going to get some baller freaking views like this. How exposed are they to cosmic radiation, and do they get a warning if there's radiation spikes? They do, Sky Pilot. How exposed? Couple of chest x-rays at this altitude. They're inside of the magnetic field still, even at 270 miles up, 400 kilometers up. They're still inside the magnetic field, so it's not too bad. Oh, wait, hold on. Tomas is doing something. Oh, he's taking pictures. Yeah, good call.
Been following along on his Twitter account. There have been absolute golden photos that he's really captured.
Tomas.
This mission.
Tomas like, no, I need to take the
I'm
pictures.
excited to
Come
see,
on. That's a really nice camera, by the way.
To here as he continues to survey the station during.
No, Flykin, I haven't played anything. Yesterday I was busy. I didn't have time to go and get the truck.
Before the fly around, now that they have, they're only about 140 meters away at this point, but you can see an absolutely gorgeous.
They have a warning for it, Tessa. So Sky Pilot, they have a warning when they fly through the South Atlantic Anomaly, the SAA for short. If they ever show ISS Mission Control, so it's the room that looks kind of like this, right? I used NASA's ISS Mission Control to make my splash screen, right? If you see that room, they'll show the SAA will be indicated on the map. So they do have indicators, and they can detect the spike. But the magnetic field, just even up there, soaks up most of the radiation on the that comes through to this planet. There is coronal mass injections. Well, basically when the sun farts in our general direction, that's pretty much what's going on. Like, the sun's like, ha ha, I blow my nose at you, so-called Earth planet. That's the right way to say that, I think. CMEs and solar flares do get caught in the magnetic field, and if anything, we get an extra boreal effect, but that's about it. Yeah, well, we're all planets, and I am your king. No, you're not the king. I am the sun. Why do you think I have this outrageous accent? Ha ha ha. Why is the sun French? I don't know. Because it farted in our general direction. Not injections, ejections. Sorry, yeah, I always Freudian slip on that one. I know it's an ejection. I don't think the sun would fart in itself. That would be kind of strange.
To the side of us, like I mentioned before,
hey,
it
Gino.
is a
Ciao.
bustling Monday morning.
Come stai?
Here we are a live manufacturing environment, so there is some background noise as we're literally building rockets and spacecraft.
Yeah, there's a fairing behind them. Look, there's a Falcon 9 fairing back there. Oh, hello.
So you're looking at the control room right now because we are sort of in between the video coverage that we're getting from the international
half
space
tube.
Some of the views are absolutely gorgeous. There is a data link between the space station and the Dragon.
Yeah. Did you see the landing leg in the background? I've touched that landing leg, TJ. I've walked right there.
From the Dragon side,
got a tour once upon a time. There was an octaweb sitting right here during that tour. That was pretty cool.
We're tracking and data relay satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit about 23,000 miles.
That's not a normal Falcon 9 fairing? Looks pretty normal to me.
Dragon crew and the International Space Station crew is about 250 miles. So
the leg?
But they provide
no, it was there. It's folded up. They fold the landing. They can fold the landing leg up against the wall, dude.
Period of handover between the satellites that we'll see throughout the flyover maneuver. There's a couple of dips that we may see from video as they're making that their way around.
Yeah, that landing leg in the Dragon 1 capsule, those been there for a while, dude.
Video coverage from the station camera, so we may be able to see the station side looking out at. There we go. We're already getting some of that. Fantastic.
There's Dragon.
So you can see
it's just doing some slight maneuvers here, just to stay pointed at the
we can actually
ISS.
see some of the Draco engines firing those thrusters
not
to
sure,
stabilize Dragon. And
I'm not sure when they're going to fly the bigger fairing on Falcon Heavy. I know they have to fly the bigger fairing on Falcon Heavy by the end of 2022 because the Air Force is paying them to do that. But, yeah, not sure when.
Sunset, you can see the views a little bit even dark at this point. It might be because of the overexposure. Just to
there
see
is a
some
mission
of those,
control there, Jack.
Draco engines firing.
Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe launch.
And high definition views as well. Fantastic.
Jack,
hopefully we get a lot of these, Kate, as we make our way around the station. Again, we're in some of the longer handover periods now, but we may see it. The cameras themselves should be getting some good views of the Dragon as it makes its way around. Some of the views from Dragon looking down at the International Space Station that we were seeing towards very shortly after undocking. We'll maybe get some of those as well. So this will be a very fun hour and a half.
Yeah, I want to point out real quick while we still have this view that the tiny light there in the center of the dark circle, that is the window in which Thomas is utilizing to take photos during the fly around. So right now, Thomas is looking back at us as we're looking at him. Once again, you can see that nose cone is open. It will remain open for the duration of the fly around. And of course, prior to re-entry, it'll close once we are completely done utilizing the Draco thrusters located there at the forward hatch.
You can sort of see them too, the outline of the four forward bulkhead Dracos. Those will be used for a lot of the more important maneuvers. I think the most important of which is the deorbit burn. Very, very important maneuver. That is essentially
Sorry, I zoned
committing
out.
Dragon to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and splashing down. Right now, we're still tracking weather, and we will continue to do so over the next 8 hours as we make our way
see it
down
outgassing
closer
up there
towards
when they change the
splashdown
exposure.
time,
Oh, hello.
7:33 p.m. Pacific, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard. But those four bulkhead Dracos were fired for
slight
16
slight
and
flutter
a half
on the camera
minutes.
up here.
Super critical time, and that will put the Dragon in a position to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
This shot is also great because not only can we see the forward hatch, so that's the hatch that's utilized to get in and out of Crew Dragon while it's on station, but we can also slightly see the side hatch, which is on the left-hand side of the vehicle. It's a square shape, which doesn't look like a square from this angle. However, it's that panel there on the left-hand side of the vehicle. That, of course, is the hatch in which the crew uses to ingress or get on board Dragon on day of launch, and of course it will be the hatch that they use later this evening to egress or exit the vehicle once the crew splashes down and is recovered by the SpaceX recovery team on one of our recovery vessels.
And that'll be open for the first time in 199 days. By the time that they splash down at 10:33 p.m. Eastern time, they're only about 7 hours shy of making it to that 200-day mark. But it will be 199 by the time they actually open up that hatch. It's been closed the entire time that it's been on station. Very important section of the Dragon, right towards us, where we're looking at from this camera view, towards essentially what is the top of that side hatch. That's where the drogue parachutes are. Shortly after re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, mortars will fire to release those two drogue chutes.
Endeavour SpaceX for fly around.
They're floating around, Sirius, yeah. Pilot and commander are seated.
All right, Endeavour, you are go to command ISS fly around once hold 1 is reached. It is a required urgent command as soon as we enter hold 1 to limit prop consumption.
Yep.
So repeating, you are go to command fly around once Dragon enters hold 1.
Endeavour copies. Go to initiate ISS fly around at hold 1 with no delay.
That is a very critical time. Megan MacArthur, the pilot of the Crew-2 mission, by the time they actually get to what they're talking about, hold 1, that's waypoint 1. Right now they're at about 185 meters from the International Space Station. They're heading out to approximately 220. At that point, Dragon will transition to hold mode, or hold 1, where it's holding at that waypoint. To limit the prop consumption, as was mentioned over the Dragon ground loops, the big loop actually right now, as even the station team is listening in, the station crew, Mark Vandehei namely, who's monitoring this sequence right now. That will be about a minute that they have from the time that they enter hold 1 to the time that the first fly around burn is initiated. That burn being the first of 4. It'll be a zenith to aft burn. It's about a 50-second burn that maneuvers station.
The fact that you see no stars is proof that the stars and galaxies don't exist. The fact that you made that comment is proof your intelligence doesn't exist.
So again,
you're
seeing, we were getting fantastic views of the Dragon looking right up at it. And Kate, you were perfectly describing that tiny little hole that Thomas is going to be taking photos out of. You can see even after that first burn is executed, those burns will actually keep Dragon in a position where that forward hatch, what we're looking at right now with that bright circle at the very dead center, that's where Thomas Pesquet will be taking some of the digital photographs. That forward hatch will be pointing towards the International Space Station at all times as it makes its way around the International Space Station, with again all 4 fly around burns.
Guys, I know Kaflis is joking. He watches a lot. It's funny. He's just kidding. But I'm sorry, Kaflis. I had to keep going with it. I know he's messing around. It was too easy, man.
The maneuver itself is basically a photographic survey of the station. Yeah, so there you can see kind of big picture.
hold on.
Dragon is going to be making one big loop around station, and Thomas Pesquet will be taking photographs through the port window, essentially there on the forward hatch of the station, which will hopefully fill in some gaps that currently exist in terms of the photographs that have taken of station. So even though there are many cameras on station, unfortunately there are certain spots, certain angles that can't be photographed just due to physical location. So Thomas will be taking pictures, and essentially Dragon will be making one big loop around station to perform this photographic survey.
This was a normal.
So why are they trying to do the Mars thing when they haven't been to the moon in 53 years? Okay, good question. Hey, come here. They are, dude. NASA's stated goal is to go back to the moon, dude. Right now. They want to go back to the moon so they can learn to go how to go back to Mars. In terms of why we haven't been there, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to incompetence. There's no overarching conspiracy why we haven't been to the moon. It's just idiots. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
Undocked from the International Space Station. It did the same thing, did a photographic survey as it flew around, and so those are from 2018. So this will be brand new, 2021, and we'll get to see some of those new modules, like the NanoRacks airlock module, as well as a couple of other things, the Bartolomeo external platform that's on the European Space Agency side. So this will be very important to see.
So there on your screen, that is once again a live view of Crew Dragon Endeavour departing the International Space Station with the Crew-2 crew on board. And those pulses that you see are actually pulses coming from the Draco thrusters on board Dragon.
Dasher, the real question is, why the hell are you getting your scientific information from a goddamn YouTube channel? Stop, man. You're making yourself look pretty stupid. I mean...
Hold course.
It looks very bright because the cameras themselves on the International Space Station are right now overexposed. By doing so, it allows us to see some of those Draco maneuvering thrusters. There, it's becoming clearer now. We're in an orbital. We're about to enter into an orbital sunset. So you were getting some glimpses from the Dragon. We just got a second of it. It looked like looking down at the space station, still a little bit illuminated by the sun. That will not last very long. About 2 more minutes is when we're expected to hit that hold 1 point at about 220 meters. We're at about 217 at this point, so we're slowing down, getting ready to get to that hold point. Again, Megan MacArthur, the pilot, who from this camera view is on the right.
Has initiated fly around.
There we go.
All right, here we go.
Copy, Endeavour. Fly around is initiated. We are tracking.
So a little bit earlier than expected, but it seems like we did hit that hold point, and it was not long at all before Megan MacArthur initiated that burn. Right now we're in a 50-second burn, the first of 4 to fly around the International Space Station.
You just said NASA is all lies. And then you said right after that, I'm not embarrassing myself. All right. Oh, okay. Keep on trucking, brother. Keep on trucking.
Say again, you are not readable.
So you can see Tomas taking pictures out the front.
We see the onboard alerts for Dragon I-1.
Megan's over here, Shane's
and
over,
Dragon I-2
over
geometric filters. The time of flight filters are still converged.
It's a good fact to know, Chief.
Go and throttle up.
Hang on a second, fellas.
And SpaceX still very difficult to hear. Copy, you see the messages. I believe these are expected in this quadrant. Is that correct?
Dragon Eye is the docking system.
That's affirmative endeavor.
The remote docking
The geometric filters were lost, but the time of flight filters are still.
Hang on a second, fellas. All right,
converged.
hold on. Trolls
Dragon
aside.
is still in a good configuration for fly around.
No, Toma has his suit floating right there.
For fly around.
Oh no, that's Aki. Aki, okay, that suit's not just floating, that's Aki. Aki's taking pictures. So, what Aki Hoshide is doing over here, he's documenting pictures of the mission, just in case they need to go back and look at different states. Like, think about it like if you were taking, like a Lego kit apart. After you take every Lego off, you'd take a picture, so you can document it. They're documenting each phase of the mission. That's what Aki is doing. Toma is taking pictures for his Twitter account, I'm pretty damn sure. No, he's probably doing the same thing with the DSLR, and then some of those pictures end up on his Twitter.
Kane, thanks for being such a great example of what putting others first looks like. And Megan, thanks for becoming a sister to me up here in space. I'll miss hearing your laughter in adjacent modules.
That's Mark Van Hee right there. He's still on the station.
Hey, Mark, we're really going to miss you. Had such a great time with you. Learned a lot from you, and I know you're going to treat Crew-3 really well, and let us know if we can do anything for you. Take care. Fly safe.
Yeah, get home safely. It's been a great part it's been great being part of your team.
Likewise, my friend. Take care of Anton and Piotr for us.
I'll do that right now.
You were hearing NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, the sole NASA astronaut now on board the International Space Station, relieved of his duties to monitor the retreat of Dragon out to the hold point. Now he can stand down from monitoring the fly around. Some wonderful words from Mark Vande Hei, who got to spend the entire 197 days that the Crew-2 astronauts spent on board the International Space Station. Vande Hei being a crew member that's staying on board for almost a year as part of the Soyuz rotation crew. A shout out to the Crew-3 astronauts who are set to launch just a few days from now, no earlier than November 10th. To make their way to the International Space Station. It'll be Mark Vande Hei's job to brief them on everything that the space station, everything about the space station, where things are, about emergency procedures. So he'll do the handover as Crew-2 is returning home now.
Yeah, Dream Keys, I got it.
As we mentioned previously, we prefer to do direct handovers from crew to crew, but the weather off the Space Coast and just around Florida in general has been incredibly tricky the last week, really. So the teams at NASA and SpaceX did reviews and jointly made the decision that the best thing to do for both Crew-3 and Crew-2 would to be bring the Crew-2 crew home before launching Crew-3, purely because of weather restrictions. We've been monitoring splashdown conditions on both sides of Florida, including wave height and wind speed, and those are really...
My moderators are like the NROL 67 patch. You guys remember that patch? Loopy, you remember that patch? Or no, not 67. It's 47, I think. Or 44. $37? No, 39. 39. There it is. There it is. There it is. Octopus. 21, 69, 32. Hike! 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 Hut! 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 That was an actual mission patch or mission.
The space-facing side of the International Space Station. We're heading to aft. That's the Russian segment of the International Space Station. We'll be getting some great views the whole way. We're in an orbital nighttime, so we're relying on some of the external floodlights on the outside of the space station to illuminate those views. And Thomas Pesquet has his camera ready, taking some of those surveys. We're getting some views as we're going in and out of that connection from between Dragon and station, but it looks like we have some Dragon views now. You can see
So if the
a lot
station
of,
is like
particularly
this,
the habitable volume
Dragon went
of
up,
the space
and it's kinda
station is
looking at it
illuminated.
from the back,
We'll
but it's
be in
looking at
this
it upside down
position
from the back.
for at least this
See,
one
there's a
from
city
the
right there.
zenith or the space facing to the aft or the back for about 20 minutes. It's about a 20-minute transit
You got older
to
yesterday?
get to that next
Happy
point,
birthday,
which
man.
is essentially right on the V bar or the velocity bar that's directly behind the International Space Station. There are no hold points throughout this maneuver, so right at about that time, they'll execute another 50-second burn. That'll do essentially the same thing, maneuver from the aft section or the back to the very underside of the International Space Station. We did hear Mark Vande Hei actually mention that even though he's not in a monitoring phase for watching the fly-around maneuver, he's been relieved of those duties. Right on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station is a 7-bay window called the cupola. Provides fantastic views of the Earth, and it's used very frequently for capture operations for some of the cargo craft that come to and from the International Space Station. But it'll also provide a very good view of his crewmates who will be flying around the International Space Station at that time on the underside or on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station. So we'll hopefully get a couple of fantastic shots from Mark Vande Hei taking some of those photos. By about that time, when the Dragon is directly underneath the International Space Station, we should even be in an orbital sunrise. So we should get some sunrise photos as well.
Yeah. The shot that we had a little earlier with that nighttime view and all the exterior lighting of station, something about it so black and white, kind of looked like it could be in a Kubrick film.
Right.
Yeah. As we saw before, oh, right there it is actually.
Why would you say that, Kate?
It's we have some shots there inside the Crew Dragon capsule. You could, when we get that back, you might notice that Thomas Pesquet has taken off his spacesuit to allow him to have better mobility while taking some photos. Once again, this fly-around maneuver is essentially a photographic survey of station, and this is super helpful because, as Gary mentioned before, the last time this was performed was 2018, I think you said?
That's right.
And there have been lots of new additions on station since then, so this is a new capability for Crew Dragon.
Was that Candy Crush?
We're executing it today, and so Thomas Pesquet will be taking photos there in night mode inside Crew Dragon.
It's likely to limit the glare from the lit cabin inside the Dragon, likely reflecting off of the single window that Thomas Pesquet is using to take.
Shane loaded up the
there
iPad.
Have been
Watch.
lots of new additions on
What's
station.
that Candy Crush?
So this is a
What
new capability
man?
for Crew Dragon. This will be the first time we're executing it today, and on station. This is super helpful because, as Gary mentioned before,
that man is playing. That man's playing Candy Crush.
I think you said.
That's right.
And there have been lots of new additions on.
No. All right.
Your cabin lights are reflecting off of your window, so you turn the lights off and enable night mode on your camera and take some pictures.
I bet you they do the same thing during crew sleep as well. The Crew-2 astronauts had about a 24-hour transit to the International Space Station. Almost. It was very just shy of 24 hours. So as part of that was an 8-hour sleep period. So everybody found a place inside Dragon, either bunking up in the seats, which I think is more common, or just finding a random spot to strap yourself and float. But they get an 8-hour rest period.
Well, that's a pretty
Not on this flight because it is a very short transit, and so we're going to be doing this for about an hour and a half, circling around the International Space Station, and then from there,
the toilet is not
really only at about 6.5 hours, maybe 6 hours, from the time that you execute that first departure burn.
So Crew-2 Dragon's toilet is SpaceX found some things with the toilet where the seals don't seal. If you're wondering how toilets work in space, and this is a little bit strange to talk about, but bear with me. It's important to understand. The vacuum cleaner, very, very, very light vacuum cleaner. That's how the toilet works. And if you have a vacuum leak in your toilet, yeah, it leaks everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, the toilet is not working on Crew-2. Toilet's out of order. Crapper's clogged. Merry Christmas. So they don't have a bathroom, so they've adopted the Apollo method of going to the bathroom. The Apollo capsule, the one that took people to the moon, yeah, that didn't have a toilet on board. But they did have a bunch of Ziploc bags. Yeah, so yeah, they don't have the. Do they have an out of service sign? I wish. Yeah. I'm good, Forge. We don't need to talk too much more about it. So not even a Home Depot bucket. Is it just me, or does the new mission control look out of place? I like it. I think it looks sleek. I want my streaming setup to look like this. Anyway, so yeah, yeah, that's a pretty crappy situation. Even in the future, nothing works. Yep, exactly. So they don't have a toilet, but it's only for 8 hours. So I would have made sure I used the head on the ISS before you. Yep. Okay. That's just Eclipse paper from SpaceX. So, Crew-2 is the only toilet that's up there. SpaceX has already figured out a fix for it. So Crew-3, the Crew-3 capsule that will fly this week, already has the upgraded Mark II toilet on board that they're fixing. So, yeah, it's just this one. They got to bring this one down to fix it. I mean, that's not the reason that they're coming back. The reason they're coming back is because it's the end of the mission. But
space station, you can see
yeah,
it there. It's
fun facts.
Directly to the back or to the aft of the International Space Station. Right there, they'll execute another 50-second burn to enter into another cruise
toilet
phase.
1.1,
it limits
full
the prop,
thrust.
right? They need to
Block
save a lot of
5
that prop
toilet.
for some of the departure burns, and you can see 2 of them are part of this fly around to actually break out from it. But this is essentially where we are right now.
Full.
In fact,
Merry
we're
Christmas.
about halfway through the maneuver. This position that you're seeing right now in this graphic is pretty much where they are, about halfway.
It's mega toilet. It's gone from suck to blow. Out of order. Frick. Even in the future, nothing works. Toilet 2.
And again, a
Electric
50-second maneuver. It's just to limit prop. After these 50-second burns, they enter into a cruise phase. So the next maneuver will be just about another 20 minutes.
I'm going to go ahead and bet that the toilet for Dragon is probably borrowed from NASA in some way, shape, or form. I'll bet you it's an upgraded version of the head that was on the space shuttle. I'll bet you it is. It probably is. SpaceX, NASA had a lot of input on this capsule with SpaceX, and what I find that SpaceX does, and this is not a bad thing, a lot of NASA's designs are public resource because they have to, because NASA's beholden to taxpayers, so they have to release the designs and stuff. So I'll bet you that the toilet is like a modified version of the shuttle's toilet or a similar design. It might not be all up, but then again, if it was a modified design, they probably wouldn't have had leaks in the first place. So it might be. Who knows? But I don't know for sure.
OS side, we'll be getting to see some of the US modules, some of the commercial modules that I was talking about, as well as the international modules. Right about here, you'll get some great views of the nadir, the underside, as well as...
You don't want a bidet in space. That would get messy. That would get messy. Now what they're doing here, they're flying Dragon around the space station. They're flying it around the space station to inspect the space station. They're getting just a full flyby of the sucker. Serious question. How do they wipe? Toilet paper? Toilet paper. Why would that be? Why would that part change? Sand? You guys don't smell burnt toast, do you? Sand? Bro, what are you doing down there? Halsey, what the hell, man? Wait, sand? Why? No! Do not want! Sandpaper? That's even worse! Stop it! Stop that! Stop it! Stop it! No! Oh, that's horrible. No, why would someone do that? You're worse than the trolls, damn it!
In SpaceX, our temperature is adequate at this time.
Anti-gravity toilet paper.
Copy that, Deborah. Thank you.
Why would you? Oh.
All right, no need to adjust the thermostat for the inside of Endeavour. All the crew feeling pretty good.
Laserman, I'm
we
psycho.
are seeing Commander Shane Kimbrough and
yes.
pilot Megan MacArthur inside, stationed in their same...
All right, well, check this out. They're talking about a view that we can't see. Here, I'll give you some cool stuff that you can see. How about the Falcon 9 thrust structure right there? The Octaweb. This is the thrust structure for Falcon 9 called the Octaweb. The reason it's called an Octaweb is because it's got 8 radial compartments and then a center compartment for the 9 engines on Falcon 9's first stage. You can see an empty one. There's an empty Octaweb right there, and then there's one that they're installing Merlins on for a future Falcon 9. They use a big rig lift. Literally, it's a lift that's designed to lift up like semi-trucks. And they bolt the Octaweb on its hold down points to the side of the big rig lift, and then they lift the thing up and they install the engines underneath. How about that? That's almost a finished thrust structure. But you can see that it only has like 4 or 5 of the Merlin 1D engines installed, because this side doesn't have any installed on it. See that? How's that? Right behind that is Merlin 1D assembly. Over here, behind that, see this equipment back there? Behind that is the fairing assembly. That's where they make Falcon 9 fairings. It's behind them. And then way down the end on the left is where they make Falcon 9 barrels. Hey, Kyron gifted a couple of subs there. Thank you. What about New Glenn's thrust structure?
Discovery,
yeah.
go and throttle up.
I'd like to see it someday, Smirks.
Integrated.
Kyron, thank you, buddy.
Dragon teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne.
They have a control room in their factory? Yep. When can we expect re-entry? Enroy, you guys switched your time last week. I switched my time last week, so I have no idea what the actual time would be. I'll tell you that it is... What is it, guys? About 6 hours. 6 hours from now, dude. So it'll be early in the morning for you. 10:33 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, about 5 hour 45 from right now. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. How you doing? Did they leave Checo out to dry yesterday or what? What the heck? What the heck, bro? You freaking fricks! Yeah, we're on. I'm on EST now. Yep. Anyway, what the heck? Why? I want to Checo to win, man. But Christian would have never let that happen.
A view of mission control.
We should all just use UTC for everything. No, I don't want to do that, fellas. You know, everybody wonders, oh, why daylight savings time such a pain in the butt? Dude, if we didn't have daylight savings time, the sun in Boston would go down at like 2 p.m. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I don't want that. Yeah. How about those cowboys? That's, yeah. Yeah, I know, Shaw. I wanted, but at least he got on the podium too, which is cool. Why did Bottas move over to let Max by? He defended against Lewis, Charlie. He defended against Lewis, and Max is like, ha, all right. God, I like Savage Valtteri. That just makes me happy. Yeah, I know, roundabout. Typical colonialism. Oh, why don't you use our time zone? Oh, why don't you use our form of measurement? Oh, why don't you use that? No, we ain't like you, boy. Get out of here.
To perform.
It's typical. They tried doing that. They tried doing that before roundabout. We got a little pissed off. It's about 240 years ago and change. Yeah. Yeah, you keep your time, boy. That's right. America.
Still in their suits as well, in their seats.
And they'll be in this position for quite some time.
Yeah, Tessa,
so again, they're going to just remain really in a monitoring position.
Wait a minute, Tessa. Hold on. Flykin, what's that? Because Kimmy doesn't care, Flykin. Kimmy doesn't care about that. He just drives the car. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Also useless, but whatever. Equilla Star, 7-1-3-7.
There's no holding. It's just the fly around happens around the space.
Wow, Cloney, you took a long time to think that one out. Bye-bye? No, don't time him out. Don't time him out. No, I'm not going to time you out. I'm going to let your monument to stupidity sit in my chat as a monument to your stupidity. No, mods, don't time out Cloney. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You see fly-around
Man,
burns
trolls are
2, 3,
outforced
and
today.
4 will be 50-second burns.
Cloney, you're
It's
not the same
maneuver.
person that was in here before, are you? Oh, it's the same guy, drummer? Bro, go outside. Go do something. They're like, go outside. Like, come on, man. Go outside. That's just sad. You're making a fool of yourself. I love it. Oh, man.
Burn, the 50-second burn to get from the aftermost position to the nadermost position.
I admire the effort. I really do. I admire the effort. I do. Good for you. I'd prefer the poop talk floating, to be honest with you.
So if you've just joined us, Crew Dragon Endeavour has departed the space station with an undocking, undocking separation.
Like, and that stuff happens. Space is not a perfect place by any means, dude. There's a lot of crap up there. There's dust, meteorites, ice. There's there's like solid oxygen and stuff up there that's left over from spacecraft outgassing, solid nitrogen. There's all kinds of stuff up there. It's a dirty place, dude. It's like driving down a road and, like, you know, hoping that the road surface is completely clean. You know, there's always going to be pebbles and stuff on the road, you know? Yeah, it looks like they fixed the issue. Tesla Roadsters, yep. There's poop. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff up there. Lots of things floating around in space, like EJ's ego. I'm not in space, you dope.
International Space.
Serious, I hope your football team gets relegated. Boom. There it is.
As we've mentioned before, the blackout on the video feed is expected. We knew that this was going to happen a number of times throughout the fly around, partially due to ground station coverage.
Oh, it was the same guy. I TLDR'd it. I didn't bother reading. It was the same dude. Oh. The real question is, why the hell do you think your opinion matters?
Very sporadic through this maneuver, which is anticipated. There are some handovers. It's a very long maneuver, about an hour and a half to get from the very top of the station and make essentially what is a full loop. It's a whole hour and a half. So through that time, we'll be
because it's a good copy pasta. Wait. I need to copy pasta back. What do I say? You're dead, kiddo. I'll have you know I graduated at the top of my class in the Navy SEALs. You're done, kiddo.
Starting with our commander, Shane Kimbrough. He is the commander of Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Crew-2 mission.
No,
Kimbrough
you can't
is
do that.
responsible for
You can't
all
just crap
phases
post
of
in my
flight
chat.
from launch to re-entry.
Crap posts
Selected
go
as a NASA
brrr.
astronaut in 2004, Kimbrough first launched aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour for a visit to the station on the STS-126 mission in 2008, and then aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for his first long-duration mission for Expedition 4950
back to professional
in
mode,
2016.
guys. Let's pull it back
After
in, okay?
199 days in space during Expeditions 65 and 66, he has spent a total of 388 career days in space, the fourth highest for any U.S. astronaut, and performed 9 career spacewalks. Kimbrough is also a retired U.S. Army colonel and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York, and a master's degree in operations research from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta.
Come on, boy, get.
Megan MacArthur is the pilot of Crew
no
Dragon
more
spacecraft,
copy pastas.
and she's the second in command for the mission.
Maybe later.
MacArthur is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Expedition 65 and 66 was her very first trip to the International Space Station. She was selected as an astronaut in 2000, and MacArthur launched on the Space Shuttle Atlantis as a mission specialist on STS-125, which was the final Hubble Space Telescope surfacing mission in 2009. MacArthur operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of the 12 days, 21 hours that she spent in space on shuttle, capturing the telescope and moving the crew members during the 5 spacewalks needed to repair and upgrade the telescope. She holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a doctorate in oceanography from the University of California, San Diego. She now has a career of 212 days in space.
Akihiko Hoshide is a mission specialist for Crew-2. As a mission specialist, he works closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASDA, which is currently JAXA, in 1992 and was selected as an astronaut candidate in February 1999. Hoshide is a veteran of 2 space flights in addition to Expedition 65-66. In June 2008, he flew to the International Space Station on the STS-124 mission to deliver the Japanese experiment module Kibo to the station. From July to November 2012, he stayed on the space station for 124 days as a flight engineer for the Expedition 32-33 mission. The Crew Dragon will be the 3rd spacecraft that he has flown to the orbiting laboratory. He commanded the station for Expedition 65 and performed 1 spacewalk, bringing his career total to 4. He spent a total of 340 days in space on his 3 flights, 8 days short of Koichi Wakata's record-setting mark of 348 days in space by a Japanese astronaut.
Thomas Pesquet is also a mission specialist for Crew-2, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by ESA in May of 2009 and worked as a Eurocom, communicating with astronauts during space flights from the Mission Control Center. He previously flew as part of Expeditions 50 and 51, launching aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft in October 2016, and he spent 196 days in space, returning to Earth in June of 2017. His mission also included 2 spacewalks to maintain the station, 1 to replace batteries on an electrical channel, and 1 to detect a cooling leak and service the robotic arm. He performed an additional 4 spacewalks for Expeditions 65 and 66 to outfit the station with new solar arrays, bringing his career total spacewalk to 6. He commanded the station for a part of Expedition 66 and has a career total of 395 days in space, the most amount of time in space by any European Space Agency astronaut.
Matthias is going to bust on that in a second.
So if you just joined, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so we are now still in a fly-around position. We just passed the first quad.
You can tell that Gary really loves what he does because he'll go on these epic freaking information rants about like anything that has to do with the spacecraft. Did you hear him? He's like on a roll, and Kate's like, well, and he's like, no, I'm not done. He just freaking keeps going. I love Gary. Gary's the best, man. I learn a lot from him, believe it or not.
Station cameras themselves getting views of the Crew Dragon as we are still in an orbital nighttime, seeing the navigation lights as well as the little tiny hole in the middle where Thomas Pesquet is with a digital camera surveying the International Space Station, and we should be seeing sunrise soon, so hopefully we'll be getting some more illuminated views of Dragon as it continues this maneuver.
Yeah, so that small light that we saw is actually a small window located on the forward hatch. And like Gary said, that is the window that Thomas is utilizing in order to take the photographs for this survey of the station.
Dragon SpaceX, we see the onboard alert for Dragon Eye. No crew response at this time. We are still in the cruise state.
Endeavour copies.
So as I was saying, that's essentially a
nice
shot
four
of
lights there,
the top of Dragon.
No,
and
there
that
are four
small
lights.
window is what the crew is using in order to perform this photographic survey that we're doing today on the fly-around maneuver.
That's right, and we got 15 minutes, just about.
The reason why there's a lot of alerts for Dragon Eye on this flight is because they're doing the overfly of the ISS. So what does that mean, Boring? Basically, they're doing an ISS inspection. They're going to pull Dragon out and away from the ISS, and they're flying it around so they can get images of the ISS. Thomas and Aki are in the capsule taking pictures out the front window of the ISS so they could get like a full 360-degree view of the station. They do that to make sure that everything is just visual inspection, basically. Visual inspection of the station. Just like how, you do like a visual inspection of a house, right? Like, let's do a walk around, right? That's basically what they're doing. They haven't done this since a Soyuz did it in 2018. Now, when I first saw them undocking, I thought that this was just what they were doing to undock it from the station and get a line on the V-bar for a deorbit burn. But that's actually not. They're actually doing a full loop around the ISS. And then once they get back up and aligned with the R-bar on the station, so the radial axis, radial out on the station, that's when they'll do the deorbit burn. But this is actually an ISS fly-around. This has been done before. It harkens back to actually the shuttle Mir missions. Eileen Collins did this with the space shuttle on one of the shuttle Mir missions. A fly-around to inspect the station. Where you do loops around the station. You basically buzz the station. Yeah, they've been doing this for a while. Not even with the ISS. It's pre-ISS. This maneuver. It predates that. Basically, they're just checking up on everything. They're just getting some pictures. That's it. No, that queue is not for the toilet. The toilet's over there. This is for the mez. Gary and Kate are on the mezzanine. That's where the SpaceX's cafeteria is. It's 2 levels, though. They're up on top of the mezzanine up here. And that's the line for lunch, because it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime in Los Angeles. It's noontime.
There's no need to. In fact, for nominal departure from the International Space Station, at this point, all the crew will have doffed their suits. But because we're inside the keep out.
There's no weird stuff going on here. They're just using Dragon Eye to maneuver around the station. Dragon Eye is to Dragon what Kurs is to Soyuz. It's their docking system. So Dragon Eye is the thing that looks for the station and sees it and docks to it. It's part of the automated docking system.
After the hour-and-a-half fly-around is done and they perform the 2 depart burns to break out of the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, at that time they'll be able to doff or take off their suits for a couple of hours, and they'll make sure that they're dry, and they'll put them in a temporary stowed position before they have to put them right back on again, because they have to get ready right before the trunk separation and cloth separation, put them right back on, because there's very fast sequence of events that's going to happen. You're starting to see views of the Dragon now, and in the back is the trunk. The trunk will separate and then orient it.
They changed around the desk in Mission Control, Gold Falcon. And they'd also observed, well, that's a different type of maneuver, Squishchin. That's called a rendezvous pitch maneuver. Basically, that's where the shuttle would stay aligned 100 meters to the station's V-bar, and then it would do a flip so the station could look at the tiles. Yeah, that's a different maneuver. That's more of a localized spin rather than flying around the station, but they did do that with the shuttle and with Soyuz. The last one, Gary was saying the last one that they did with Soyuz was in 2018. Hey, Space Dive, what's going on? Why don't they just have a couple of CubeSats circling the ISS? Why would you want more debris and more... What if one of them malfunctions, Entropy? It's easier to just do it with the capsule. It's automatic right now, Dennis. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Those forward bulkhead Dracos will perform some of the more
McDocker.
important deorbit maneuvers, or departing and deorbit maneuvers, namely the deorbit burn, which is a 16.5-minute burn. Very, very essential that those forward bulkhead Dracos execute that maneuver. It commits them to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, aiming for what is the prime location now of Pensacola, Florida. Very shortly after that 16.5-minute burn, it will only take a couple of minutes for the nose cone, which you're seeing opened up here from this view at the very top portion of your screen. That will only take a couple of minutes to close and protect some of those critical components, including the docking mechanism, the forward bulkhead Dracos, some of the guidance and navigation equipment. But for the most part,
it
during
burns
this
up,
flight,
Anderson. Yeah,
the nose cone
the trunk is the
remain
non-reusable
open.
part.
And
The entirety of Falcon 9 and Dragon 2 is based out of partial reuse. You reuse as much as you can. So, if you guys look at Dragon, so like Anderson, you look at Dragon, it kind of looks like a regular capsule, but it also kind of doesn't. Dragon is a very oblong cone. So it's not like a cone like this, like an Apollo capsule. It's more like this, right? The reason why is because they took... Dragon is basically has a reusable service module. So like if you look at a picture of the Apollo CSM, right? You look at the Apollo CSM, it's very straightforward stuff. You have the part where the people are, the cone section, then you have the heat shield, and then you have your service module. Service module has the reaction control systems, your maneuvering thrusters on it, and then you have your service propulsion system, or SPS. You have your antennas. From this kind of white panel back, that's not reused. This stuff burns up in the atmosphere, and you get the capsule back, right? Dragon basically has this part integrated into the capsule, which is why the capsule doesn't look like this. It's more lengthened, because what SpaceX did is, I mean, Dragon doesn't have a service propulsion system, so just forget that part. You don't need the fuel for that, so your service module can be smaller, and it also can be integrated into the capsule, right? So what they ended up doing is they had that kind of extra space left over, so they put a cargo hold back there called the trunk. And on Dragon 2, the trunk is where the solar panels and the radiators are. The radiators are there to keep onboard systems cool, because you have to do that in the vacuum. Stuff gets actually really hot up there, especially when it's in the sun. And solar panels for electrical power. That's the part that gets jettisoned. You knew that, and they don't get that part back. But even though it's still partially reusable, right? Most of the important stuff, like the service module and obviously the part where the people are, that is behind the heat shield, so you get those parts back. It's all partial reuse, just like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 reuses the first stage, right? But they don't reuse the second stage. There's just some parts that get a little bit too crazy to reuse, like trying to bring down solar panels and radiators and stuff. That would be very difficult, unless you had some kind of like tile thermal protection system. I mean, heck, Starship could have solar panels in the future, but the shuttle didn't. The shuttle didn't have solar panels. It had radiators. And even then, the radiators were on the inside of the payload bay doors, so they could close them up and prevent the radiators from being exposed to the reentry heating. There are just some things with a capsule design that are just, that's the part that has to be reusable. Or non-reusable. That's the part that has to burn up. Basically, Falcon 9 and Dragon 2 are it's partially reusable, but it's reusable up until when like certain parts get too complicated to reuse, like a second stage, like the trunk, solar panels, the radiators. It comes to a point where it just doesn't make sense with how rocket science works to try and reuse those components, because the things that you need to do to reuse those components would make the thing too heavy, would make it underperform. Too heavy is the big one. I mean, mass is a big deal in space. You really have to worry about that stuff. So it's reusable about as much as it could be with kind of conventional capsule and rocket design, which is still pretty dang impressive. It's possible. Yeah, guys, the thing about spaceflight is that you could do anything. You could launch a battleship into space if you really wanted to. Sure, why not? What's saying you can't do that? Nothing. In practical physics, there's nothing saying you couldn't do that. You would need a buttload of thrust, and most of the battleship would need to be fuel tank, but you could do it. Sure, why not? Space Battleship Yamato. It's totally possible. Sure, why not? Money is stopping you from doing that, and it wouldn't be very efficient. That would be about as efficient as trying to do a cross-country road trip in a steamroller. It could do it, sure. I don't see why it couldn't. It would take a while. You'd be going pretty slow. There's better ways to do that. I mean, it's possible. And I'm not going to sit, in the same breath, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't want a battleship in space. That would be kind of cool. Speaking of cool, look at that. Oh, is there a contingency plan for Dragon to redock to the ISS if anything goes wrong? I'm sure there is, Swishio. Sure, yeah. Swishio, won't Orion be reusable for up to 3 flights? Orion is a much more kind of generic capsule, but Squishin, you got to understand why it's generic. Orion has a jettisonable service module, mostly because Orion is heavy. Why is it heavy? It's heavy because Orion is heavy in the same way that an RV would be heavier than a car. Okay? Orion is designed for deep space capability by itself. It's designed to be in space by itself. It doesn't need to be docked to anything. It can. And if you dock it to something, it'll extend its life up on the station, just like what Dragon 2 will do, just like Dragon 2 when it docks to the station. They basically put this thing in sleep mode when it docks to the station. It's just sitting there, and the ISS is actually, the ISS is tapping into, or Dragon is tapping into the ISS life support systems. They basically shut the capsule off. Hello. Oh, that's a pretty cool picture. Orion's heavy. It's heavy because it's designed to go further into space, just like you would use an RV on a further road trip. Like if you were driving a couple hours away, you could just use your car. That's fine. But if you're going to do a cross-country road trip or something, you would use something with a little more cargo capacity, like a pickup truck. When something burns up in the atmosphere, does it just disappear? It gets not vaporized, it basically melts. Raised? Yeah, phase change. It's phase changes of matter. The heat gets so hot, it usually just melts and it turns to gas. Yeah. Vaporized. Blown out to sea. A body can do that? A body can vaporize? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So the reason why they had to go with a jettisonable service module is because trying to get that truck to come back down through space would require a much more intricate thermal protection system. Because Dragon's designed to come back down from the ISS. It probably could come down from a higher orbit if it needed to, right? But you're going to need a bigger heat shield the further you're coming back from space. If Orion's coming back from the moon, right? It's going to hit the atmosphere going 25,000 miles an hour. This thing hits the atmosphere going 20,000 miles an hour because it's not falling from, it's not falling from such a height as like an Orion capsule would be falling from. Plasma knife. That's right, mate. That's right, mate. So basically, you have to make those same compromises that they did with this. With this, because you're just going up to the ISS, you don't need as big of a heat shield as you would coming back from the moon. So SpaceX can afford to take more stuff down because the heat shield, you're not re-entering from the moon. When you're re-entering from the moon, you'd need a much bigger heat shield because the capsule's going to carry a lot of momentum. It's really hard to not sink too far into the atmosphere because if you're coming back from the moon, There's a reason why Apollo bounced off the atmosphere. They skipped off the atmosphere on purpose. The reason why they did that is to mitigate heat on the heat shield, because the capsule would have sunk too fast into the atmosphere, and the heat shield wouldn't have been able to withstand that type of heat, and you would have liquefied the people inside. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Hey, human, what's going on? Apatoxin 64-month resub. And then Lunchbox, I had a 19er in there. 19-month, let's go! And then, just like trying to make the solar panels or the radiators reusable, it's a diminishing return. And eventually, it's just easier and more efficient to just dump the service module. Just like it's easier for Dragon to just dump the radiators and the trunk. Yeah, right, Hashi? All right. That's a pretty good view, huh? I don't hate that.
Right below the Dragon spacecraft, you were seeing some of the coastline of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean.
Cool. I was going to say, that looked like Quaj. I'm not sure, Squishin. It's going to need a new heat shield, yeah.
Once again, the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft is basically directly below the station at this point in time.
I don't know off the top of my head.
We are executing a fly-around maneuver, which is essentially one big loop around the space station. And the reason for doing this is we're doing a photographic survey of the station, thanks to the several new installations on station over the last few years. The last fly-around maneuver was performed in 2018, and unfortunately, just because of positioning of some of those onboard cameras on station, they can't quite see everything. So this photographic survey will help fill in some of those blanks of the exterior of the station. So we're about halfway through the maneuver. Once again, we are directly below the station. And Thomas Pesquet, the designated photographer on board today, is taking photos actually right through that small white hole there in the center of the hatch. So what we saw there is the forward hatch, and that small white light is a little window there in the forward hatch, and Thomas Pesquet is taking photos out of that hatch of the station to complete this photographic survey.
On board the International Space Station, Mark Vande Hei, the sole NASA astronaut on board the orbiting laboratory, has been relieved of the duties to monitor the undocking and retreat of the SpaceX Dragon and the Endeavour crew inside.
Yeah, the mission control is updated, Bandit.
Is in a position
looks pretty slick.
Inside the cupola. He mentioned he was going to go over with a digital camera from his side and take some wonderful photographs of the crew during their fly-around maneuver. The cupola faces towards the Earth and provides some fantastic views of the planet as they orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. It's also used for some operational reasons, like capturing space.
There's something very hypnotic about this. And this harkens to back when I used to watch the shuttle do maneuvers like this, back in the day. Like, it's something strange, just like with the parallax going on here. It's just like, huh. Like, okay, this one's gonna sound weird. You guys ever stop and watch a construction site and watch like stuff get put together? Like, we do that with Boca Chica, but have you ever like sat there and watched it? It's something weird about it. You're just like, huh, that's nice. I like this. It's very strange. Yeah, Swishy. Yeah, Ivo. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, look at those atolls down there.
Some Pacific island chains that we're seeing as we head on a southeasterly course down the Pacific Ocean.
Right, Tech? Okay, cool. That's not just
Pacific.
Me. Dude,
we'll make our way up.
That's some leftover missing link stuff, man. I don't know what the heck that's about. It's like the same kind of weird ASMR stuff. You're just like, huh. I don't hate that. It's very strange. Dragon, come here. Come here. Come here. Hey. 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 No. Oh. Sorry. No touching. Shh. Stop it. Shh. Dragon, his arms wide.
If you've just recently joined us, the Crew-2 crew is
Whoa!
on board Crew Dragon Endeavour,
the exposed pallet on the
which
Japanese
we just had a
module
view
right
of
there.
moments ago.
That's an awesome
They have
picture.
departed the space station. They had an on-time separation at...
That's the vacuum exposure facility on the ISS. It's attached to the Kibo module. They put experiments that need to be exposed to vacuum up here. See, there's a bunch of grapple points for the arm here. So they can take these things, pick them up, and they can attach them to the side of Kibo. And they have an exposure facility. That's what it's called. It's called the EF.
On a trajectory back
That's cool,
home.
man. I like that picture.
We are anticipating a splashdown
Yeah,
at
Mutter, I'm with you on that one,
7:33
too. I can do that.
p.m. Pacific time this evening, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
We're getting high-definition views from the International Space Station.
Yeah, right, Cave? It's very
These
strange.
cameras on a camera assembly, which includes high-definition and standard-definition views,
Kibo means hope in Japanese.
as well as the ability to manually
Arigato.
control each of the individual cameras that are positioned
You
on
have
the
a warm hi
station's
from Space
truss.
Explorer. Oh,
There is a
merci,
single
Adendo.
position inside Mission Control
What's
Houston
Whitney
now.
up to? She's Whitney's watching
The
this.
Cronus
She's watching
position,
this. I know
a
she-
person who is literally
I
on
know
the ground
someone
in
that's space
Houston,
nuts.
manually
She's
controlling
definitely
each of
watching.
these views.
Tell her I said hi back.
The Cronus has full autonomy to position the cameras wherever is needed to get views of the action. In this case is the fly around of Crew-2 and Dragon Endeavour around the International Space Station.
You're moderating the chat right now, Adendo?
Earlier you were seeing that same console position adjust the exposure or the aperture of some of the cameras, which allows the some of the plumes coming from the Draco thrusters to be seen as the image is overexposed. But in this
There's the
scenario
exposure
with
facility again here.
the daylight, we can very clearly see the Dragon making
Yeah,
its way
Badger.
to the
Same
forward end of the
weird
station.
thing going on. I don't know.
And we're
like,
seeing some features of the space station itself right now.
It feels like in Ghostbusters 2 when Ray is staring at the painting, and the thing's like, and he's like just some weird leftover missing link stuff. It's like the appendix of freaking. It's just like I don't know what's that about. Don't know.
He's using some of the truss cameras, they're high definition, to check out some of these views. This is the Japanese module. You can see on the very right the flag of Japan clearly marked on that module. Right above that, towards the space-facing side, is the logistics module, essentially a storage area. And then the Japanese module has its own airlock to put out experiments. It's too small to fit humans. We have bigger airlocks for that. But this airlock is small enough to fit some of the payloads or experiments, many of which you see on this external platform, each with their own grappling fixture to allow the robot.
Well, the modules, the Kibo module, the exposure facility, and the Japanese experiment module, those all came up inside of a shuttle's payload bay. The interior width of a shuttle's payload bay is about 15 feet, so 5 meter, a little under 5 meters wide. So you see this little peg right there? That thing right there with that little shield thing going on, that's actually not a grapple fixture. That view also, by the way, that's not a grapple fixture. That's the shuttle. That's the space shuttle payload bay active passive latching system. That's how they loaded payloads into the space shuttle. Anything you see with those pegs sticking out the side on the ISS was delivered by a shuttle. Fun fact, some of the Russian modules that are up there were delivered by the space shuttle. See this thing right here? That's an active latching port, right? And look at the width between the pegs. The width between the pegs is about 15 feet. Because the space shuttle was engineered in America units. I know it's going to piss off the metric people. Yeah, that's what we do. So it's a little under 5 meters. 5 meter width on these modules. They're big. They're big modules. Bigger than you think. It's hard to catch the scale because you don't see, you don't have people around. But yeah, they're big modules. See the peg right there? That's one of the guide pegs for the latching system.
And
any idea on the current or notable examples of experiments they have on that crate? On the crate, I don't know. Beam is still on the space station.
Yeah, I can see it a little bit there, pretty much directly in the center of the screen now.
Yeah, swishing someday. Hey, what up, Dragon?
Gary, a lot of what you just mentioned about all the different modules and components of the space station really highlight the first and possibly the most important thing about the space station is that it is international.
It's messed up,
it is the International Space Station, and all of these experiments and modules are a really great representation of teamwork. Also represented by our crew members on board today. We have JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, and of course, 2 NASA astronauts, Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur. So it's a great demonstration of international effort.
I don't think the gyros on the ISS could take that kind of mass, Hellfish, but I'm not going to say no to that either. I agree with you.
Owned and operated by different space agencies. We even have commercial modules as we're transitioning to enable commercial activities in low Earth orbit, all enabled by this.
I've been to the Yodobashi camera in Akihabara, and it's amazing. So cool. And big camera. Yodobashi, I think is what it's called. I forget. It's like a Best Buy on drugs. Okay, so another thing is if you're wondering why there's splotches on the screen, guys, like on some of the cameras, it looks like they have dead pixels. No, that's not your monitor. Trust me. It's radiation. The radiation will screw the digital lenses on these things over time. Because, yeah, radiation is a little bit higher up there. See all this? Dead pixels from radiation. The radiation screws with the lenses. They have to replace the cameras every once in a while.
Platform on the Japanese side, but from this view, now that the Dragon is approaching the very
it's out over the Pacific Ocean right
end
now,
of the International Space Station, which it should be getting to here momentarily, about 10 minutes. This is approximately the position where the Dragon is now, a little more than halfway to the very forward position, but right about that
it could have been bugs on the
position, they should be getting some very good views of some of those new modules, including and platforms, including Bartolomeo. And this will be the first time that we've had views like this of Bartolomeo as part of an external survey, part of the ever-evolving International Space Station.
So they're a great shot looking top down from the station at Dragon. As what appears to us as the bottom part of Crew Dragon comes into view, you can actually see the side hatch door.
You guys know that scene in The Waterboy where Bobby Boucher is like, yep, I really appreciate what you're showing me right now. Yep, this is also a first time for this. I really appreciate what you show. Yeah, I really appreciate what you're showing me right now. Oh, what a shot.
Fresh air since launching almost 200 days ago.
I'm going to let Kate talk for a little while.
I bet they are very excited to see their families once again. It won't be long until they are recovered by the SpaceX recovery teams. They're joint with NASA and as well as some European doctors. It truly is an international effort, even out in the middle of the Gulf, to recover some of these crew. But it won't be long until they're flown back to shore. They'll have planes stationed for them, ready to get them back home to see their respective families.
No, splashdown is in about 5 hours, give or take. 10:33 splashdown time in Florida, near Pensacola. So they are going with the Gulf Coast.
That is an incredible shot there of the earthly horizon with Crew Dragon rising above.
Holy jeez,
bonus points to Cronus.
Look at what we have here. That silly Dragon is
Somebody
back
at Houston,
again.
Please give him a gold star.
No, Mr. Madison, you got too much sun today. There's no Dragon. It's too damn cold for a Dragon to be just flying around up here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I gotta send him back to deorbit and landing. No! Sorry. See, I would play some, like, interstellar music right now, but, you know, I don't want to get DMCA, so we'll just do it with the automaton, right? No. Not setting the mood very well, huh? All right. Here, how about this?
It's a very slow and calculated maneuver you can see all along the way. Now that we have the view of the Dragon against the blackness of space with the overexposed camera views from the station cameras,
it's a synthesizer.
You can see that all along the way, the Draco thrusters have been firing to continue to keep Dragon in the intended position. All along the way, we've been seeing essentially the same view, much like we see the moon, right? We always see the same face of the moon anywhere it is in the sky. We are seeing the same face of the forward end of the Dragon, as it is critical that we have that same...
Ian, I think as a longtime space follower, you'll understand this, dude. You know what blows my mind? If SpaceX wasn't working on Starship, if they were just doing Dragon stuff right now, like Dragon and Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, and push that architecture to the limit, it would still be amazing. Like, I think people, like, you know, a lot of people got into space in, like, during Falcon 9's, like, heyday, when they were just figuring out how to reuse stuff, right? But what Dragon does right now is pretty damn impressive. Like, Starship notwithstanding, if like Starship didn't exist and Boca Chica was still just a field, right? This would still be really freaking cool. Like, it's crazy that they're firing on all cylinders like that. Dragon is flat, confirmed. Yeah, right? Open the pond bay door. I'm sorry, Kev. I'm afraid I can't do that. Imagine if SpaceX developed the Falcon 9 upper stage they proposed. Yep. Oh, yeah. Could definitely do a Constellation-style lunar mission with evolved Falcon Heavy and Dragon hardware. Yeah, totally possible. I would want 2 Falcon Heavy pads, Ian, or 2 strongbacks. 2 strongbacks so you could double stage like mobile launchers. And can you imagine if there was like 2 HIFs at 39A and there's just a switch track? Oh, you can't tempt me with a good time, bro. Shoot. That would be really good. They should do, you know what? They should do that. You should do that. Yeah, do that. Teach me that.
Meet up with the docking axis of the forward port of the space station and move.
It's frankly fascinating, man.
After that 50-second burn, that is the last cruise phase.
Dragon and Falcon 9 is this generation's Gemini program. Starship and SLS, that's the Apollo program, man. It's freaking nuts. It's freaking nuts, man. Oh, this is so cool. It makes me so happy.
You can see on the graphic there,
you mean like ITO? Yeah, Luffy. How cool would that be, having like 3 or 4 HIFs next to each other? Just roll it through. That would be pretty awesome. Yeah, ITL, but with Falcon 9s.
Joint operations between the station and Dragon mission control teams. And from there on,
it's
really Mission Control Hawthorne.
Like Falcon 9 and Dragon and Falcon Heavy is flexible enough.
Back to
you could go back to the moon. I mean, SpaceX would need there would need to be 2 major things. All right, SpaceX would need a service propulsion system for Dragon. They'd need an SPS for Dragon so it could get out to the moon, right? And actually, that's it. And a lander. They would need a lander. But a Dragon-derived lander could, like, I don't see why that's not possible. Like, just use the capsule to land. Like, that's way easier said than done. Let me be real with you. That's way easier said than done. But, dude, you could totally go ham with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and it would still be good. Like, let alone what's coming down the pipe, you know? Like, wait, this is Gemini. They're using Falcon and Dragon to figure out how... figure out for work with astronauts reusability before going for the gold with Starship. Yeah, man. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. It's pretty nuts, right? Like, when you think about it, it's like, holy crap. Holy crap. What's going on here? This is great. I love how SpaceX has reignited space and rocket interest. Oh, Kev, it makes me happy. I've been a space nutcase for a really long time, dude. And I'll tell you, 10 years ago at this time, nobody cared. Nobody cared. No one cared. Yeah, and it was tough. It was tough to deal with. It hurts. It hurt. But we've kind of done a total 180 there. Can you define more of the keep-out sphere? Restricted airspace. Shadowman, think about the ISS like an airport. Yeah, it's like an airport. Airports have restricted airspace around them. Well, not restricted, but they're... like a plane isn't going to fly over the airport at low altitude unless it was landing, right? So the keep-out sphere, think of the commander of the ISS is kind of like an ATC. In the keep-out sphere, you're only permitted to go into the keep-out sphere if you're going to land. Like, it's not like Flight Simulator where you can just fly over an airport, right? There's restricted airspace for landing and takeoff operations. There's restricted airspace, big quotes there, around the ISS to make sure that no spacecraft get close unless they're docking and undocking. Yeah. Controlled airspace. Yeah, that's the right way to say it. Thank you. See last, does this fit with your analogy? I don't know. So, New Shepard is our Mercury and Spaceship 2 is our X-15. I mean, I guess.
My view there on your screen now.
Does the ISS have a
coming from
duty-free?
the International Space Station.
In between international
Dragon,
segments,
it
yes.
has departed and is in the
Blue.
final phases of completing the fly-around maneuver,
Controlled
which is basically a photographic
space.
survey of the exterior of the space station. And like I said, we're coming close to the end of that maneuver. And we had some great views there. We do expect the video feed to come in and out occasionally just due to ground station coverage. However, we'll bring those views back to you now that we're in daylight once
vacuum.
again.
I'm sure
as
they
we
have a
just
name
saw
for it,
moments ago.
guys.
We have some pretty incredible shots.
But I think they might just call it airspace.
We're in the final minutes of that third cruise phase between the nadir
Controlled
side, or
void
the
space. I
bottom
like
portion,
that,
to the
though.
very forward end
that what
of the
it's called?
International Space Station. It's really a matter of moments at this point before we hear that the Dragon and the crew, here we go.
We'll get back
Endeavour
to
SpaceX on the big loop. The forward waypoint has been reached.
Endeavour copies forward waypoint.
Every space program has individual nomenclature.
And with
Chris,
that
so it's
forward
kind of
waypoint reached, the
tough to-
Dragon is automatically executing a 50-second burn, now in progress. It's the final fly-around burn for today.
All right, we're going to depart the ISS now.
It should be a matter of moments
Yeah, Tech, I'm
until
with
it's
you.
complete, and there it is. Looks
have a
like the
contract.
fly-around burn, the 50-second burn, is complete. So that's it. That is the final
Fly-around is done.
You still have that cruise phase of the final quadrant. That's at the forward end to the zenith end, so they'll be able to survey the very forward end of the space station. They'll get a good look at the forward docking port where Crew 3 is going to be docking to in a couple of days here. They'll be able to see the Japanese module, the European module, and they'll see a lot of the United States orbiting segment, which includes a lot of the U.S. modules as well. And they'll, of course, see the back of the Russian modules, but they were already surveyed as part of burns 1 through 3. That's the final burn. So they're now in the cruise phase, and they'll continue to drift for the next about 20, 25 minutes until they reach that depart burn 0. It'll be essentially at the same point where that first fly-around burn was executed.
The module, duh.
Right in that same position.
Oh, I
The
like that
difference
picture.
here
Can we go back
is
to
it'll
that
be
picture?
executing a
Director
departure
man,
burn,
please?
which means it'll break away from
Hello?
the keep-out sphere, which it's been pretty much hugging through this whole fly-around maneuver, about 200 meters from the International Space Station, and then execute another one to exit the
Director
approach
man.
ellipsoid, which is an imaginary marker that
Oh,
will
look at that.
effectively end joint operations between
that's so
Mission Control
cool.
Houston and Mission Control Hawthorne.
look
Although
at the
Houston will be
outgassing.
monitoring along the way, it's really up to the Dragon teams here in Hawthorne to carry the crew home.
There on your screen, while the shot was still overexposed, and just a little bit now as well, you can actually see the Draco thrusters firing, which of course are allowing Dragon to hold its position
I really appreciate what
during
you're showing me
this
right now.
very carefully choreographed maneuver around the station.
NASA can hear you. Okay, cut back to a shot of Kate and Gary now.
Again, it's about 20 to 25 minutes that the Dragon will be in this drifting phase. And like Kate said, we'll see the Draco engines firing along the way, just to keep it in that same orientation, making sure that forward end, the open hatch that you can see there, that's where the Dragon was docked to the station for 197 days. And it's also at the very center of which you can see sort of a light at the very center of that docking port, or the hatch. That's where Thomas Pesquet is taking some of those photos. He's got about 20 to 25 minutes left of this before the Dragon automatically executes a departure burn 0. The entire way should be in daylight, so we should be seeing great views as long as we have coverage, right? We need the geosynchronous satellites, the TDRS satellites, to provide some of those
high bandwidth
views, to provide these high-definition camera views from the station looking at Dragon. We may even see some of the similar views from Dragon looking at station. But it's about 20-25 minutes until we get to that point. Dragon will automatically execute depart burn 0 and 1. And all crew members, including Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, who I believe are still in their SpaceX launch and entry suits in the commander and pilot seat monitoring this entire maneuver, they'll be able to take a short break, doff their suits for just a little bit, just a couple of hours, until they have to put them back on again, getting ready for the final phase of flight, which is the dynamic part of the flight. It is the deorbit burn and the entry into Earth's atmosphere, slowing down Dragon from 17,000 miles per hour to a mere 350 miles an hour.
Wouldn't Starlink coverage be better than TDRS? NASA doesn't use Starlink, Fuzz. They like talking to the forward port on initial arrival. The top port is usually reserved for Cargo Dragon because Canadarm can't reach into a forward-mounted docking trunk. That makes sense. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that that Endurance is heading to the front port. So, you see, if you see this inner light circle inside of there, that's the docking port. That's the actual, that's the hatch, right? The port is actually these 3 petals. That is part of a NASA-derived design called the International Docking System Standard. Starliner and Dragon have the same docking ports up at the front. They're both using IDSS. So this is the part that actually latches to the space station, and then that inner white circle is actually the hatch that opens. That's where the astronauts ingress and egress in and out of Dragon when it's docked to the space station. Kate was talking about this a little bit earlier, but there's a hatch right here on the side that's square. That's a square hatch. That's for ingress and egress out in and out of the Dragon capsule when it's down back on the ground. You can't really see it. It's a little overexposed in that shot. Do you think SpaceX will eventually switch from TDRS to Starlink? I don't know. Oh, thank you, Director Man. You can just barely see the, yeah, there you go. There's a picture of that. That's a real picture. All right. Axiom progress photos. Let me take a look. Oh, man. Dude, they're actually making it. That's... I'll have to check that out later. Yeah, this picture doesn't suck. Wow. So, that shot that you saw is that camera. See it right there? I'm pretty sure that's the camera mount. That shot of the ISS was that camera. These cameras are looking at each other. These right here are the forward RCS. The forward RCS are called reaction control systems. The RCS are the little tiny thrusters that it uses to move around in space. But coincidentally, these 4 thrusters are also used for deorbit burns. They actually kind of, they're flying this way and they shoot the thrusters forward to slow down. They got to hit the brakes. That's the brakes in space. Is that an advanced TIE fighter? Yes. Question about the toilet issues. Has there been an issue on all previous Dragon missions, but not known until the Inspiration mission? Jerry, if I had to guess that the toilet issues on Dragon are from reusing the toilets, because they clearly weren't a thing, we didn't hear about them during the initial Dragon missions. Maybe it's because they didn't use the toilet a lot. I'm guessing it's something that SpaceX figured out over the course of like reusing the capsule a couple of times. So yeah, that's where I think that's coming from, because I mean we didn't really hear about it on DM2 or Crew-1, but but just because we didn't hear about it also doesn't mean that it didn't happen either. SpaceX could have just been, why would they report that? Oh yep, guys, our crapper broke. Just thought I'd let you know. Like, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't tell people unless they really had to. They didn't know how many duty cycles the toilet would go through. Nice, chat. But this is a picture that exists. Okay. So you could see on their PFDs right here on the capsule, Shane and Megan have basically that view from that camera for the most part. And then in the center here, this is the one I actually like showing off. This, if director, if you could hear me, could you go to interior view, please? Tomas is still taking pictures. He's documenting the ISS survey. What this Dragon capsule did is it undocked from the station and then did basically a loop. It basically buzzed the ISS. It's time to buzz the Tower Goose. What they did was they made sure that the forward-facing window on the hatch was looking at the station the entire time, and Toma Piskei and Aki Hoshide are out of their seats and they were taking pictures. They're basically getting a 360-degree survey of the space station, so, you know, just to look through and make sure that everything is okay. They're basically circling right now. But that primary flight display, right? Yeah, see? The this flight display right here in the center, this is the one I actually like. That's the one that shows the orbital it shows the orbital parameters for the type of orbit that Dragon is in. If you look at it, what they're basically doing is they're using it they put Dragon into a slightly eccentric orbit relative to the ISS. So the ISS orbit is a perfect circle, and Dragon's orbit is a slightly more eccentric, so it's more elliptical, right? And you could see that from the orbital parameters that's on the flight display on Dragon. You could see that they're in a slightly eccentric orbit because of the numbers. You could tell it's an eccentric orbit because of the way it is. And that's pretty neat. Now, having that slight differential eccentricity in the orbit makes Dragon seem like it's doing loops around the ISS, when in reality it's just in a slightly different orbit than the ISS, and orbital mechanics are making it fly around. The thruster firings and outgassing that you see from Dragon is basically their orientation. They're using the thrusters for orientation to make sure that Dragon stays pointed at the ISS, like this. Because if they just undocked, it would have done this around the space station. It would just be still pointing down towards the space station. So like if they undock, if the ISS is pointing this way and they separated like this and they started doing that same thing, Dragon would look like this. But since they got to keep that window towards the ISS, right? They use the maneuvering thrusters to do this. But it's just straight orbital mechanics, straight orbital mechanics with what's called the slight differential eccentricity in the orbit to get the Dragon to basically do loops around the ISS. It's not the first time that NASA's done this before. They did it in 2018 with a Soyuz. And then this type of maneuver harkens all the way back to Shuttle Mir. They did this with Shuttle Mir. Eileen Collins on one of the first Shuttle Mir missions, because they wanted to survey the space station. So, you know, obviously you would want pictures from the outside of your space station. It's not like you get to see that every day. So Eileen Collins in the space shuttle did loops around Mir in the 90s. This maneuver goes all the way back to then. Because, you know, you want to get some outside pictures of the space station from basically every angle to make sure like a micrometeorite didn't hit something or whatever. Whose gas are they outgassing? Well, yes. Hey, can I use your name as an inscription on the base plate of my project pod? Go ahead. Sure. So right now, Dragon is just using some straight orbital mechanics to do loops around the stations. The thruster firings are what keep it pointed at the station so they can take pictures. Also, that's a really nice shot. They're looking at the front of the ISS. And now, there's no up, down, left, right in space, but there's only local orientation. What the ISS does is it's basically oriented to the ground. So if you think about the ISS flying through space, it's like an airplane, right? The solar panels are where the wings would be. It's borrowing that orientation. Now, don't get me wrong. Once again, there's no up, down, left, right in space. It's a microgravity environment. There's no orientation. You can orient to the planet, or which is what the ISS is doing, and they borrow that orientation. Or you could orient to the poles of the planet. You could orient to the sun. It doesn't really, like, pick whatever one you want. Now, once again, the ISS is flying in the same orientation that an airplane would fly. So this is the front right here. This is where the wings would be, and that's the back of the station over there. And then, so you have forward, you have aft, so you have port side, starboard, and then, because we're in 3 dimensions here, you have zenith, which is up, and then you have nadir, which is down, or nadir. Tomato, tomato. Why not use regular drones flying around the station? Well, moonwalking, you ideally want to minimize the amount of stuff you have flying around the space station. It's literally the same reason why you wouldn't want somebody with a drone taking pictures of planes close up when they're coming into land. When you're coming into land, not a good idea. Don't do that. Think of this like an airport. It's a spaceport. All right. You have ships coming and going all the time, literally all the time. There's one leaving now. In 2 days, there's going to be another one coming. And then that's just crew stuff. That's not even including all the cargo vessels that find their way up there, right? So you want to minimize the amount of traffic around the ISS. So, you know, the capsule's already leaving. It doesn't cost much extra propellant, just propellant to keep the capsule turned to do an orbit like this. So that's what they'll use whatever's already coming and going. You don't want to add something to it. That adds mission complexity. Spaceflight is about taking a complicated task and reducing it to as simple as you can possibly make it. And even that simple as you could possibly make it thing is still complicated. So introducing steps on top of that already complicated subset of systems, it increases what's called mission risk. So long story short, you have more moving parts, more things are likely to go wrong. Because in space, it will go wrong. It's easy for the poop to hit the fan and then leak. Jokes. In space. NASA basically does not want to get to an oh crap moment. Oh, another one. I mean, sometimes it does happen. But basically, you want to try to keep it as simple as you possibly can when you're up there. So the idea is don't engineer a drone that flies around the space station, right? Use the capsule, because the capsule can already do that. It already has that capability, implemented into it, because it needs to fly up here and dock to it, right? Goose, but just because something is single fault redundant doesn't mean it's not going to work, you know? That's not the camera view. That's too high res of a picture. It's a LiDAR sensor with a camera hatch. What is this thing then? It could be an umbilical attachment point for the IDSS. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, Goose, like I said, a door is technically single fault redundant. The door to your front door, it's one moving part. It's single fault redundant. Does that mean it's going to break? No. So just because stuff, like a lot of people got to understand that. Just because something is single fault redundant, meaning there's no backup to the system, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to work.
You've just joined us recently. The Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft has departed the space station, had an on-time separation at 11:05 a.m. Pacific. It is nearly done with the fly-around maneuver around the space station as a photographic survey, and we are one step closer.
Has there been a greater tragedy in rocket science than what happened on Baikonur on October 24th, 1960? Guy, no, that one was bad. Fellas, for people that don't know what happened at Baikonur, a rocket exploded on the pad when crews were near it. Yeah, a lot of people got killed. I think that's probably the worst one. In terms of impact, I think that Challenger or Columbia or Soyuz 11 or Soyuz 1 probably have a little bit more of an impact. But yeah, that one was still pretty bad. Mm-hmm. And Goose, once again, going back to just because something you know, like they talk about single fault redundancy in it. It's single fault redundant because it doesn't need a backup because it's foolproof, right? Yeah, that one was probably bad, Laserman. But yeah. Yeah, Ian. Yeah, the rocket popped on the pad. It did something similar to when we lost Pad 40 a couple of years ago. Yeah. Yes, it did that. It did that. Yeah, with people near it. Yeah, it was not ideal. But guys, I don't want to talk about that. I know I try to not be morbid when there's an active spaceflight mission going on. That's bad juju, man. that's just bad karma. I don't like doing that. So let's flip the page, you know? Flip the page. No, Gyno, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's still something to acknowledge, you know. Gyno, what I often say is that spaceflight nowadays is very, very safe. It's pretty dang safe. I mean, don't get me wrong. Stuff can still go wrong, like the toilet issue. Stuff can still go wrong, and you have to be able to be there and mitigate it. But also, you know, the reason why it's so safe is because the safety rules were written in blood. Just like the commercial aviation industry. Airplanes are super safe nowadays because a lot of people got hurt doing dumb things in airplanes. I mean, that's the reality of that situation. What was the best launch ever? Oh, I don't know. Famous. I would say Apollo 8. Apollo 8, which I wasn't around for, was probably one of the ballsiest missions ever devised by man. You're going out to the moon. That was the first time humans went outside of low Earth orbit. That's a ballsy mission. Either that or STS-1, the first space shuttle flight. Here, get in this space shuttle and launch it into space. Tested? No. Just fly. Apollo 8, man. Apollo 8. Would a commercial private space station aid in the transport of cargo people to Mars and to the point that you see one being built in the next 30 years? I see one being built in the next 5, Jaeger. NASA is working on a program called Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations. Basically, NASA's trying to jumpstart an LEO economy. So commercial stations are coming. As opposed, you know, to being used to get to Mars, no, you're going to need something bigger than that. And what does the station do? Like, I'll be honest with you. The ISS is a space station. But for building spaceships, it's pretty damn useless. It's a scientific research station. A specialized space station that's designed for building bigger craft would probably be something more preferential. But who knows? Maybe somebody is proposing that for commercial low Earth orbit destinations. We don't know for sure. When is splashdown? 10:33 Eastern Standard Time. A fuel depot is probably what we need for Mars. It depends, Nexus. It depends on the type of architecture that you're trying to use. Now, with that being said, we just don't really have the capacity to be able to launch a ship that goes all the way to Mars in one shot. So whatever architecture we decide to use is either going to be A, refueling ships, so a la depot, like what you're saying, or something where you assemble a much bigger ship over time. So think about something like the Hermes from The Martian, something like that. That's what we need to do eventually. But, see, the thing about it is that you don't really need a space station to do that unless you have a depot, right? If you're not doing the depot stuff and you're just assembling a space station or a ship in orbit, the ship is the station. You don't need a dry dock for that. You just assemble the components together and then just go, like what they did with the ISS. The ISS didn't need to be docked to anything else to build it. They just put, the Russians put Zarya up there, and then we sent up a shuttle and put Node 1, Unity, we attached it to it, came back down. Then the Russians launched Zvezda, and then we put the Destiny lab up. You could just keep building. You have tons of space. It's not like you're limited. Hey, doctors, 3-month resub. Don't forget Apollo 10, the crew could land on the moon if they wanted. They actually didn't put enough fuel in the spacecraft on purpose because John Young said that if he had enough fuel, he would have landed.
It's also just in time ended. It's only a 15-second burn, very short, to allow the Dragon to exit the keep out sphere, which we'll be hearing confirmation of here momentarily.
As I've mentioned before, Hawthorne here is an active production facility, so we've got some...
SpaceX, departure burn 0 was nominal.
Give her a push. Boop. Boop,
Copy, nominal burn.
Okay. Dragon's really going to start moving out now.
All right, good call out there, indicating that the first of the 5 burns that we're going to execute today was nominal. Again, that was a 15-second burn, known as departure burn 0. Again, that is the first of 5.
It's about 5 minutes from the next departure burn 1, the second in a series of 5 that brings the Crew Dragon Endeavour back home to Earth right before that deorbit burn. It's a very critical burn that'll be that final 16.5-minute burn of the forward Dracos that'll slow Dragon down enough so that it enters the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere doing most of the legwork to slow Dragon down to a reasonable speed. Right now, traveling at about 6...
Suit docking procedure and audio config complete.
SpaceX copies on Dragon to ground. Suit doffing and audio configuration procedure is complete.
All right, so good call out there. Suit doffing, that simply means taking the suit off. So Aki, Shane, and Megan will now be, or have taken their suits off. Thomas already had his removed because he removed it prior to beginning the fly-around maneuver.
They kept the suits on, guys.
So they should be
when they left the space station, because when you leave the space station, you have the pressure inside of Dragon and you have the pressure inside of the ISS, and then between the hatch on the ISS and the Dragon, it's called the vestibules. That's a pressurized area. They have to depress that, and then when they depress that, the hatch on the ISS and the hatch on the Dragon seal when they depressurize that. They use the vacuum to seal it, right? So just in case that doesn't seal and you start leaking into the vacuum of space, they have their spacesuits on. Once Dragon is away from the space station, you can take the spacesuits off. They'll put the spacesuits back on when they go for reentry. Right now, is a Dragon free flying up on orbit near the space station post undocking is pretty safe. You don't need the suit, but just in case there's some kind of bad, I don't want to say it, just in case there's something bad happens, they'll put their suits on for entry, descent, and landing. But right now, they're just kind of floating around until they get into the right position to deorbit, so they don't need to put the suits on. That's why they're talking about taking them off.
These teams will be the one to carry the crew home for the next few hours until we splash down 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, now, like we said before, these departure burns that we're executing,
they do put them on before
5,
landing bars. Yep.
It's all a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers in order to safely move Dragon away from station and essentially put it on a trajectory back home to Earth. Like we said before, we're going to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. But if you're familiar with how long it takes to get to station, you might have noticed by now that it's a lot faster to leave station than it is to approach it. So at this point in our journey today, we're kind of back into what you might consider like a regular departure from station. That fly-around maneuver was a special one, like we said before, just a photo documentation of the exterior of the station. So at this point in time, we have kind of moved back into those maneuvers that we have seen previously on Crew Dragon departures from station. And like I said before, total of 5, and it's a lot faster to leave than it is to arrive.
There are some trajectories that take about 18 or 19 hours. That would have been approximately what we would have looked at if we were to depart yesterday. But again, we are constantly monitoring weather. We were looking at some of the splashdown zones. There are 7 identified splashdown zones around the coast of Florida that we were looking at, and weather just wasn't cooperating for us. Some of the wind speeds were a little on the high end. So we deferred to today, did the same exact thing, did a brief of the weather, making sure that everything was good. good. And then prior to undocking today, did a final weather brief to say, are we good to undock and splash down off the coast of Florida? The answer was yes. That is not the final decision, right? There is a scenario where we could use some of these departure
Endeavour,
burns.
SpaceX on the big loop. Depart 1 burn is complete and nominal.
They did, TJ.
Reminder that the ground will be deactivating the big loop following exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Yep.
Endeavour copies all.
There you go. A good depart burn 1. That is a critical burn, and you can see a lot's happening after that burn. Now that that burn has been executed, it really increases the distance between the Crew Dragon and the space station, a 21-second burn. You heard that the crew themselves have already doffed their suits, so they don't need it anymore for this phase of flight. But once we are outside the approach ellipsoid, which is a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer oval shape, we'll be outside of joint operations, which we're currently in now. So you have this Houston teams, you have the International Space Station, Dragon, and Hawthorne all on the same communication loop called the Big Loop. Once we're outside that approach ellipsoid, which we should be very shortly now that we've executed Depart Burn 1, we'll take down that loop and we'll just be hearing Dragon grounds from here on out.
Yeah. So as Gary said, we're now waiting for Dragon to exit that approach ellipsoid, or AE, as you might hear it referred to as. And like we said, that's another imaginary shape. This time a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. And it's in the same family as the Keep Out sphere. But one of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. So that basically means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for for at least 24 hours. And again, even if it lost all maneuvering, even if it lost all that maneuvering. So listen in for that call out once we hear confirmation that Dragon is outside of the approach ellipsoid, which we're expecting any moment.
Hey, Rocket Guy, thanks for the raid.
This is a very choreographed, we'll call it a dance, right? Every moment counts. You heard, even as we were undocking from the space station and getting towards that hold point, waypoint 1, which is on the edge of the Keep Out sphere, and was really important to make sure that we were ready to execute that fly around maneuver. It was really moments. We have to execute it in a series of moments because we're timed perfectly. Where all we have to do is just a couple second bursts here and there, right? We heard departure burn 0, which is a 15-second burst. Departure burn 1, which is a 21-second burst. All of these are very carefully choreographed to maximize fuel efficiency, making sure that we're not burning like crazy. But as Kate, as you said, in the scenario now that we've done this Depart Burn 1, in the scenario, if we were to, for whatever reason, lose all control of those Draco thrusters, we know that the trajectory, now that that burn is complete, would take the Dragon outside of the approach ellipsoid, and we can pause there for at least 24 hours. Like, that was the safe trajectory, was 24 hours. We can pause there for a while to assess the problem, figure out how to recover Draco's thrusters, and then, of course, we could stay there for a couple of days. The crew on Dragon has meals for at least 3 days to find different landing opportunities, assess weather, all part of the backup plans that are necessary for taking a crew home from the International Space Station.
Yeah, and like we mentioned before, we are expecting to bring the crew home today. We're anticipating a splashdown of 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, and they'll be splashing down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. So as we've said a couple of times, weather has been the primary watch item, forcing us to wave off an attempt yesterday. Like Gary mentioned earlier, that would have been an 18-hour journey home. Today, it's really only about 8 hours. So
yeah, they could.
I imagine that the crew themselves are excited that they have more time on station with their pals on station, and now they have a shorter journey to head home and splash down in the Gulf Coast.
Now, you say shorter, Kate, but it is a number of hours, and we're going to be here with you the entire time until they splash down at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, which is a little bit more than 6 hours from now. So that's a lot, and we'll be here with you the entire way. So during that journey, we'll be giving you periodic updates of the crew. Now that the fly-around maneuver has been completed, that was pretty dynamic. We were getting some pretty fantastic views. But now things are going to be a little bit more spaced out. Again, conserving those departure burns, making sure that we're maximizing the fuel efficiency and staying right on target. So in the meantime, over the next 6 hours or so, we'll answer as many questions as we can from you. We want to make this an interactive program. So if you want to ask a question to us, use the hashtag #AskNASA, and we'll do our very best to answer as many of them as we can in between some of these very important phases of flight. Of course, the next one coming up is the exit of the approach ellipsoid. So while we wait for a confirmation of that exit, let's go ahead and take a couple of questions. The first one that I see is coming from Netta, who's asking the very existential question of what is space weather? What is weather? Space weather, funny enough, you think about weather, you think rain, you think thunder, you think wind, a lot of the things that we see on the ground. There is such a thing as space weather. It's not quite as or what you would think of as weather here on Earth, but the main thing you have to look out for space weather is cosmic rays. Cosmic particles are coming from the sun at all times, and there are, of course, solar events that can happen. In fact, we had one just, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, where there...
Impy, just because you understand the technical explanation doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't, dude. The way I see it, dude, is that, like, if someone's going to ask about it, when somebody asks a question for me with spaceflight, I always give two answers. The first answer I give is the very straightforward stuff. I don't call it dumbed down because it's not dumbed down. I give a straightforward answer that's kind of a little more plain Jane. I just speak. I don't try to use big words with my explanation. And then the second answer I give is the technical one. So, like rain in space? Yeah. I mean, that was a normie question, man, Like, they got to worry about galactic cosmic rays, all right? You got to worry about GCW, you got to worry about solar flares, you got to worry about the sun. Now, the straightforward answer of that would be how I describe it to people, if you want my explanation, is that the sun is a huge power plant. It is a fusion power plant that's we're floating around, right? And just like any other power plant, it has an exhaust cloud. It has exhaust. Like if you picture a power plant in your mind, the coolant towers are going to, that avatar, dude, I want to see. Oh my God. Guys, Jesus Christ. All right. So the sun has an exhaust cloud. Jesus Christ. Why did you pick that tweet? What the frick, guys? What are you doing? And that... If the exhaust cloud sometimes comes near Earth, all right? I mean, don't get me wrong. The exhaust cloud is the light from the sun, which we get pretty much every day, right? But there's other byproducts. Just like a power plant would have other byproducts than just steam. Same thing. Hey, Tasmaya, thank you. Elon running the Q&A, right, Scary? How did you not laugh at that? There's Planet Noob.
Science, and even more exciting, commercialization. We're seeing a lot of unique activities on board the International Space Station. Very good question.
One more question coming to us from
How did you answer
Oliver.
that with a straight face?
How long will it take for this Dragon unit to be reusable? That is a great question. As you noted, reusability is super important. Actually, this Dragon capsule was previously used on the Demo 2 mission, for which flew, of course, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on basically the initial crew flight for Crew Dragon. And so this capsule was actually reused. I believe it was in August of 2020 that mission splashed down. And then this mission launched just a couple months ago. So kind of get a feel for how long it took to reuse this capsule. However, this was the first time that we did go through the reuse process on a Crew Dragon capsule. To a lot of our learnings from the cargo program and the reusability there. So each time we reuse a capsule, it gets more efficient and takes less time.
Either that or they're
so I'm not sure which capsule this one will be assigned to in the future. I can't remember off the top of my head. But it will certainly only be a matter of a couple of months for the team to actually ready the hardware. And then after that, it's just a mission timeline. But fun fact about this capsule, as we mentioned before, Megan MacArthur is the pilot
different
of
people
this
have different
capsule
ways of
for
explaining
Crew-2,
it,
which we mentioned earlier is named Endeavour. Her husband, Bob Behnken, was also the pilot, sitting in the same position seat for the Demo 2 mission. So I'm sure Bob is super excited to get Megan back home.
SpaceX Endeavour on Dragon to ground for cameras.
Speaking of Megan, that's her voice now.
Endeavour, this is SpaceX MD standing in for Core. Go ahead.
Hey, MD, just like to ask you to step outside for a few minutes while we take care of hygiene.
Copy that. We'll put that in work.
All right, so just a call there asking to turn off the internal cameras on board Crew Dragon, just as the crew takes their suits off.
Pretty much cooking.
And prepares for a little bit of a rest period. As I was saying, I'm sure Bob is super excited to have Megan home.
Back.
He knows exactly what she has gone through, also being the pilot for the Demo 2 mission that this capsule specifically was reused on. So,
pretty much, Cammy.
Like we mentioned before, we want to get through
use the bathroom
as many questions as we can, so be sure to use the hashtag #AskNASA.
No response required. Cameras are external.
Simba, you can't make this up.
All right. And they're just a confirmation of that request coming from Dragon. As we mentioned before, when the ground teams are communicating with the capsule, there is a procedure of calling out. So we hear that Quindar tone first, and then the destination of the call. So in that case, Megan was calling the teams here in Hawthorne, calling out ground or SpaceX. They called out SpaceX to basically call here, Mission Control Hawthorne, and make that request.
All right, as we await the exit of the approach ellipsoid, let's take one more question from hashtag #AskNASA. This comes from the launch pad. How long before splashdown do we normally see deorbit burn? A very good question. We've been talking about how each of these burns are very carefully choreographed, so the burn itself has to be executed at the precise moment before the splashdown is predicted. So when we say 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern time, that's what we mean. So it'll be precisely 53 minutes before that time, before that splashdown time, that will execute the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn varies based on the trajectory that is predicted. So for this very short transit from the undocking port of from the docking port of the space station down to the coast of Florida off the Gulf, that will be about a 16.5-minute burn. So not only is the timing have to be precise, but the burn itself has to burn for that long to make sure that the maneuver is very carefully executed. Very good questions, and we'll continue to answer them as much as we can throughout our continuous coverage as we get towards that point, just about 6 hours from now. So stay.
So, fellas, check this out. So, if you want to know why there's different phasing, Gary actually pretty much said it. He said it pretty well, but here, check this out. This is a site that I use called stuffin.space. Stuffin.space is, kind of an approximation of all tracked debris around Earth right now. It's pretty cool. It's one of those things like when you're looking on Google Earth, you can kind of get lost in. So sometimes the reason why sometimes the Dragon coming back home takes like 3 days, and why it sometimes takes like 8 hours, is basically because of the type of orbit that the ISS is in. So the ISS is in a non-eccentric, inclined posigrade or prograde orbit. So what does that mean? Okay, those were words, EJ. I understand some of that, I guess. All right, what does that mean? So it's inclined. If you look over here at orbital inclination, 51.65 degrees. What does that mean? Well, that's a defining variable for how an orbit is set up. Think about, orbits have 6 different types of variables. So if you think about like plotting points on a graph, right? You know, if you harken back to like basic math class, right? You have X and Y. X and Y will denote where a point is on a graph, right? There's X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and D for orbital mechanics. There's 6 variables so not D. There's 6 variables that define an orbit. Inclination is one of them. So what is inclination in plain English? If you drew a line where the equator was, and you drew a line where this thing's orbit was, it's literally the angle between the equator and this. So how much is it in degrees? And those degrees are correlative to a compass, right? So a compass has 360 degrees on it. But the compass is oriented north-south. The equator is oriented east-west. So it's the angle right there relative to the equator. Okay, so if you were in a 20-degree inclined orbit, if you drew a line on the equator and then drew a line that was 20 degrees off of the equator, it would look something like this, right? The ISS is 51.6 degrees inclined. And because the Earth is spinning underneath that, sometimes Dragon takes a little bit longer to get to the type of orbit that it's trying to get to the type, not to get to the type of orbit. It takes a little bit longer to get over Florida. Because we're inclined, you're not flying over Florida all the time, but Earth is still spinning underneath it as this orbit is going, and because it's spinning, Florida eventually it'll eventually fly over it. It's just going to take some time. That amount of time from when they undock the capsule to when the orbit goes over Florida, because the Earth is spinning underneath you when you're in space, is the amount of time it takes to undock. Now, keep in mind, there's also times when the orbit flies over Florida and they don't bring it back down. The Dragon will keep going because it also is correlated to weather conditions. The capsule's coming down in either the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic Ocean. This one's coming down in the Gulf of Mexico, right where my mouse cursor is, right? It could be too windy. It could be too much the seas could be too high. The winds could be too much. It also depends on tides and stuff, tidal conditions. If you have the tide going out and the wind blowing in, you're going to have huge waves. You're going to have huge swells, right? It really is dependent on the weather down there too. So you ideally want cool, calm waters when the orbit is going over Florida, right? But you also need to be over Florida, because if they tried to deorbit right now, it would end up in New Guinea somewhere. You don't want to do that. There's no recovery vessel there. And also, getting that capsule all the way back over here would be a big pain in the butt. Does that website update every minute? It's an approximation. I don't know how often it updates. It's pretty close. But if the angle is down, would the inclination be negative? No. No, Flankin, no. Orbital inclination is measured from 0 to 180 degrees. Because we're using the equator as a datum, you don't go over the equator twice, right? So orbital inclination is 0 to really 180. I mean, you can go further than that. You can, for a retrograde orbit, you can go down here, but it generally is 0 to 180. But then again, once again, it really depends. I mean, you can, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you can go over 180 degrees, but that is more correlative to flight ascent azimuth. But on orbit really only goes 0 to 180. Anyway, let me pop back over here. If I'm remembering right. Sorry, I have to recalling this stuff off the cuff gets tough at times because it does get complicated. There are other parameters. Inclination is the one that you really need to understand why sometimes a burn takes longer or sometimes it takes them longer to come back. It's really dependent on when the orbit flies over Florida and the weather conditions for recovery. Same deal for launch. You can only launch when the ISS is near Florida because you ideally want to launch when it's the closest, right? Space flight's all about efficiency. It would pay to launch it when the ISS is close to you, right? Yeah, Badger, it's been done before. So this would still be a 45-degree inclination. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's a 45-degree inclination, but with a different longitude of ascending node. You're altering... That right there is altering that's not altering inclination. That's altering your LAN, which is another variable. It's basically the point at which you pass the equator. Longitude of your ascending node. So... that variable is correlative to longitude, right? So longitude and latitude, like on a map, right? Where it passes the equator. That's a 45-degree inclined orbit with a 180-degree differential on the longitude of ascending node. Yeah, you're not changing inclination there. That's still a 45-degree inclined orbit, but it has a different LAAN. One splashdown. About 6 hours. No. Yeah, actually well, it's 10:33. So yeah, it's 4:30. So yeah, about 6 hours from now. Mm-hmm. That's right, Kongler. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let me pop back over here. Yeah, they took a break. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the orbital inclination is what you really need to understand why the phasing burns are different. But that's just one of 6 variables. There's SMA, which is correlative to your altitude, which picks up off of Earth's radius. It's a single. So SMA is orbits use the center of the Earth as a datum for measuring altitude. They don't use altitude relative to ground because when you're orbiting, ground doesn't matter. You use the center of the planet that you're orbiting around, and that's how you get your semi-major axis. Semi-major axis is a nice way to say radius. It's the radius of your orbit relative to the center of the planet. Now the major axis is the diameter. So your distance, but you only need to pick up off one to get the orbit right. There's semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, longitude of ascending node, argument of perigee, and right angle of ascension node, I think, is the last one, if I'm remembering right. It's been a while. That's right, Impy. Because you're leaving and burning at specific times to splash down where you want. Yeah, it's subject to weather. Yeah, capsule's landing in the water. You don't want to land in a freaking typhoon or a hurricane or something, right? So that and the inclination are the two big correlations that they use to figure out where to land the capsule and when. That's why sometimes it takes longer. Hey, Whitney, thank you for the raid. When is the next MSC episode? Probably on Wednesday? Merci. Hi from France. Bonjour. How are you guys doing? How do they figure out the center of the Earth from space? Do they use pre-calculated information instead of calculating it on the spot? Yeah. You have... Yeah, no, pre-calculated, Flykin, of course. We're fine. We were waiting for Thomas. Yeah, Thomas, did you see him taking pictures? I want to see those pictures. Those pictures are probably really cool. He'll probably post a couple. Was cool hearing the inspiration for Sonic Boom in Florida. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just have some issues with some terms the PR people use. If If I'm a space tourist, for example, I want to hear a plan scheduled, not predictions. I'm with you. KSP later? I don't know, man. Maybe. It's my day off, dude. I kind of want to play what I want, Ismic. Hey, Arfas, how are you? It's more exciting to calculate it on the way. Hammer, let me put it to you this way. NASA doesn't shoot from the hip like that. If anything, NASA probably has real-time calculations and then planned calculations, and they're probably correlating them to one another as the mission goes. Modeling later? I don't know. Shooting from the hip, Hammer, only really works if you absolutely have to. So like Apollo 13. Like, if something bad happens, you kind of have to improvise a little bit, and that's the only time you're ever going to see that. NASA tries to safeguard against going into improv mode as much as possible. And the way they safeguard against that is having basically a good plan of attack. Best defense is a good offense. You don't ever want to play defense in space. You don't ever want something like Apollo 13 happening. I mean, sometimes that does happen, so you got to figure it out. But you want to basically have a good plan of attack. No, Ryan, not yet. Yeah, Trojan. That's good. I'm just looking around. I wonder when... Let's see, I gotta wait for the header to pop up. Did they say when they'll be back, guys? Yeah, Loopy, that's what I was kind of thinking about playing, to be honest with you. Your link. Yep, okay. Oh, that's cool. Was like, what are you up to? And they did not. Yeah, okay. Here, Lundbrod linked this Elon tweet a little bit earlier. Let's see what he's up to. So it's a reply to a tweet from Michael Sheets. China led Q3 in both the number and payload mass of orbital rocket launches, according to Bryce Space Tech report. Number of kilograms launched: China 45, SpaceX 32, Ariane 25, Roscosmos 20, Northrop Grumman 53, ULA 288, or 2,888. Actually, 41 tons for SpaceX in Q3. Wait, is this year? In Q3, okay. Elon says, actually 41 tons for SpaceX in Q3, aiming for 80 tons in Q4. That said, China launch mass to orbit is extremely impressive, okay. What's perhaps the most crazy single Starship Super Heavy launch? What's perhaps most crazy is a single Starship Super Heavy launch could put everything launched in that quarter into orbit in a single launch. Now that's impressive. Okay. True. And Elon says the Starship fleet is designed to achieve over 1,000 times more payload to orbit than any other rockets on Earth combined. Almost no one understands this. I do. I understand that. I get it. I am very smart. There's a reply to that. Let's see. Somebody did the math. They did the math. Let's see what we got. If my math is right, this is basically the equivalent of porting over 350,000 Model 3s into low Earth orbit, or over 1,500 ISSs per year. Starship, man. It's gonna vindicate my space shuttle. Have you seen the SRB that China tested 18 days ago? I haven't. Article says the motor has a diameter of 11.48 feet, 3.5 meters, and a maximum thrust of 500 tons, and is powered by... Oh, that's almost SLS SRB big. That's actually really close to the diameter of it. Interesting. Yeah, Entropy, dude. I hope it works. I'll be cheering him on every step of the way. Well, I already do. This just popped into my feed here, fellas. Huh. Is that? Those are not F-18s, Scorthinos. Those are not American. Unless they're F-111s. But the landing gear suggests otherwise. I need to know more. You saw them on Friday. Nope. Bro, what are those doing there? What are those doing there? I mean, I'm not upset about that. What are those doing? Are you not into planes? Those are they're not MiG-23s, or are they? I don't know. I'm blanking on it for some reason. Here, hold on. Let's check. Let's go MiG. Is it a MiG-25 maybe? No. MiG-27? Yes. How did those get in the U.S.? Dude, people, yeah, see the landing gear, man. That's the dead giveaway. That's, there you go. They're 27s. What are those doing? I mean, don't get me wrong, that's cool. Fly them. Yeah, look at that. I think the NATO reporting name is Flogger, yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. That's Menino, I think. How did those get into defection, Gagan? No, not in this day and age. The US probably just bought them, or somebody probably bought them. Surplus. Defection? Cold War's over, man. We don't do that anymore. We just buy it. Just buy the damn thing. Well, that was pretty cool. Anyway. You said Frogger? Frogger is fine. It's okay. Turn them into mobile homes? Well, it looks like from what that article was saying that they're going to fix them and fly them. I'm okay with that. That's cool. Yeah, MP, right? Yeah. I mean, Jared Isaacman owns a MiG-29. A MiG-29. That's not exactly a, inexpensive piece of equipment to operate. Some of the stuff they don't sell, TJ. Like they don't sell Tu-95s. No, they want that. Keep that for yourself. I don't blame them on that one. And Tu-160s, I don't think they sell those either. Just like we don't sell B2s. Same idea. MiG-29 is a good plane, Jaeger. It's a good fighter aircraft. Yep. They were their F-14s, kind of, yep. Would it be more closely compared to the B-1? F-14 would probably be its counterpart over here, if I'm remembering right. They also don't make B-2s anymore. Sure. You're right, we don't make B-2s anymore, but, sure. We'd be watching Crew-2 returning. I think it would be cool to watch. Nah, I'm not really interested in spaceflight, Revril. I want to become a kayaker, and I want to, do some, like, ocean kayaking. Space doesn't really do it for me anymore. I don't know if you noticed. Like, I'm very, very not about spaceflight anymore. One could say that, sailing takes me away to get copyright struck. Sure? Dude, of course. What do you think? Like, look at the title of the stream. What do you think we've been doing this whole time? We watched it undock. It was fantastic. I thought you were going to be a chess streamer. Chess is cool, man. Yeah, I've been on a little bit of a chess kick lately. Because that's normal. It's a normal thing for people to do, right? If VJ stops being into space, the world ends. Space is just one of those things that I just never get tired of, ever. New viewer here. Is this a space stream? No, this is a interpretive basket weaving stream now. Don't judge. Ciao. Hey, ci sono. Come stai? No, this is Patrick. Anyway, I think we're kind of in a holding pattern here for the Crew-2 stuff. The deorbit and splashdown is not for another 6 hours. So, I think we're just kind of gonna chill. You mean underwater basket weaving? No, I didn't. Did you just assume what type of basket weaving I like? You just don't know, I'm fine. Bene. $6 hours? Oh, I can leave my seat as much as I want then. Yeah. Would you guys be interested in some Satisfactory? Or something? I mean, we could play some Far Cry. Play some Satisfactory. You come second. You come third. You come fourth. Heck, you could even be fifth. I don't know, Crafter. I'm not familiar. That'd be very Satisfactory. Absolutely down for Satisfactory. I mean, Loopy, you only want it because you like trains. And you know what? That's okay. Because I do too. So let's play. I don't have Flight Sim updated, Leroy. That'd be fun. On-orbit basket? Well, that has something to do with Space Blue, so... There's a launch in a few hours. Okay. I'm not talking about a few hours from now. I'm talking about right now. What are you, dumb? I don't know what Raise is, and I don't know if it's going to be streamed. I'd have to go learn. All right, we'll switch over to some Satisfactory. I'll keep that up, so in case there's an update or anything, we can split screen it. So how about we do something like this? I won't keep this up like the entire time, but we could, for instance, do a side-by-side like that, where I have my main screen. Sonoda, what are you doing? And then we have the coverage here. We could do the side-by-side stuff. Yeah, Ernock, I'm with you. Ernock, you see the new DeBoss? The new DeBoss made me very happy. Oh, Yuki. When are you becoming a COD streamer? Nah. The new DeBoss was sick. Anybody that likes engineering pornography will really like that video. There's a video of them taking apart an injector pump on a Caterpillar. It was a 304B, I think. They took apart the mechanical and fuel injection system, which is just... God, that thing is cool. They made me so happy. Camper dealer. How about that Kyle Larson? Yeah. Chase was not happy. And Denny was salty as per usual, which is funny. It's a 3406. Yep. Dude, it's honestly seeing what was his name? Billy take that thing apart and demonstrate, show how it worked. Oh my goodness. That thing is so freaking cool. Man, that thing is neat. All right, so let's go over to Satisfactory and we'll go from there. Trains and stuff. Satisfactory fun. Link? Oh, yeah, here, let me get it for you. Seriously, they disassemble an injector pump because they're fixing it. Oh, man, it is... seeing it all taken apart. So, Leroy, what they do is... what they do in that video is... you know, like in Summer Car where I lay all the parts out on the table? They do that with the injector pump, which is really, really cool. Here, I'll link you guys up the video. They just announced the departure burn.
Crew Dragon Endeavour is continuing along in its journey back home to Earth. We had an on-time separation from the space station at 11:05 a.m. Pacific time earlier this morning. Seems like so long ago. It has completed the fly-around maneuver, and we are now coming up to the third departure burn, also known as departure burn 2. Just moments ago, we heard the call out to the capsule, to the crew on board, indicating that they are go for depart burn 2.
It's going to be a 44-second firing of Dragon's service section Dracos as well as the forward bulkhead Dracos. It's going to be a combination of those. You just heard over the loops that it's about 5 minutes until we go ahead and execute that 44-second maneuver. It's going to continue to bring Dragon and Station even further apart, setting them on a course really for Dragon to move in front of the International Space Station as it drops its altitude and get in position for departure burn 3. Well. That'll keep it in a phasing about 10 kilometers immediately below the International Space Station, and of course in front, going a little bit faster.
All right, so we got double box action going.
With the International Space Station really on the same orbital plane. There's one more burn that happens after that fourth departure burn called departure burn 3. Remember, there was a departure burn 0, and it's called a departure phase burn. And that departure phase burn will change the plane, and so it will no longer be co-elliptic with the International Space Station.
They're changing the plane.
It will set course to line up with the landing zone, the prime of which is Pensacola, Florida.
They're changing the orbital plane,
keeping our eye on weather,
which would be what, Chad? We talked about that a little bit earlier. What do they do? If what variable?
The last couple of days.
What variable of orbital mechanics are they changing when they change the orbital plane? Who knows? We talked about it a second ago. Bruh. Ours a good day when the double box happens means a lot. They're changing inclination, Numbed. You got it. They're changing inclination, so they have a slight... So it's... The orbit is slightly tilted relative to the ISS. The reason why they're doing that on-orbit plane change is because, well, they're aiming for Pensacola. Right? They're not aiming for KSC. Pensacola is slightly northwest of KSC, so it requires a slight tilt in its orbit. Pretty cool, huh? They're actually changing the inclination. Yep, inclination is correct, dudes. That's right. Hang on, I gotta load up Synergy here. Alright, cool. So, where did we last leave off? I think we just got the oil pumping figured out. And we were going to work on building out our refineries here. But we also got to build out the rest of the train tracks as well. How much until the next event? It should be happening soon.
Of work on experiments and a number of spacewalks by the crew, and yeah, so it's been...
No, I haven't, Plums. So why Pensacola, not Pensacola? Pensacola is a city in Florida. It's probably more favorable recovery conditions, Alex. I.e., the waters are calmer in the Gulf of Mexico than they are in the Atlantic. It's Pensacola, yeah. Pensacola sounds like the devil's soda pop or something. So here, I'll show you guys what I have ready with the train line. Ready? Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola. I got my road right there. Brusicola. Bruh. Sorry for this. It's never seen the name. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all. Pepe's Cola? Peepo Cola. Peepo's Cola. Happy Peepo Cola. Shiny Happy People Cola. How's anybody going to be able to read closed captioning in the single box like that, Tim? I don't think you guys would be able to read it up there. Oh, and it doesn't even have it. It doesn't have closed captioning on it. How long can you make the trains? Well, as long as you want, I'm pretty sure.
Has started. Again, this is a combination of the forward bulkhead Dracos and the service section Dracos. We're in the middle of a 44-second burn. Just standing by for that burn to wrap up, and we can confirm if it has been a nominal burn. That's a good call from us.
Yeah, for SpaceX, nominal burn.
Okay, we have a nominal departure burn there. Train superior to trucks? Depends on where you're going and what you're doing, 95. So this is an oil train line. Have you unlocked drones yet? I have not. That's what I'm trying to set up. I'm trying to hit the next milestone here.
It's been super fun. We got to see amazing views of Dragon at the International Space Station, and thank you for joining me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay here through all of the action, through the splashdown and the recovery. Sit tight, and our coverage will continue momentarily as we swap out our hosts.
Alright. Swapping over to Andy here, so let's flip us back over to the main gaming screen here. Trains are awesome, so delivering the crude oil back over here. This train line that I set up is designed to be, it's moving oil to the factory, to my main factory area. What I'm trying to do is build everything in one factory. And since Satisfactory is, well, it's not Factorio, we're in 3 dimensions, I'm going to use 3 dimensions. So instead of building out my factory, we're going to build up. At least that's the plan. Are the trains fueled powered by the rails or the locomotive? We have an electric locomotive. It's an electro-pneumatic locomotive. It has pneumatic systems for the brakes because it made a noise. Can it be automated? Yes, but we would need to do a couple of things to automate it a little bit more. So we load up the crude oil in here, and the crude oil goes into these fluid buffers, and it should start pumping into here. That number should start to go up. Yep, there it goes. Plugs into my holding tanks here, and then we're gonna put refinery stuff right here. Yeah, that's America juice right there. Nominal burn on the Dragon. It's Coca-Cola? Oh, well. I thought it was Beppis. Didn't you guys say Beppis before? Go. Gotta paint the handrail safety yellow. Can you make rockets in this game? I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, pretty much serious. They're like, yeah, you deal with it. So I'm gonna build another holding tank here because I eventually want to extend the train station. There we go. Let me go into the paint, the customizer paint tool. We need swatch 12 for the ladders. Can you zoop the handrails? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can zoop those. There we go. Gotta paint it. Has to look right. I haven't tested dedicated, no. So, this system has a lot of flexibility to be able to pump more, fuel out of these holding tanks, because we have 2 tanks coming out here. See that? So we could do more pumping. But I think that's what we were working on last. Yeah, that's the SpaceX music in the background. Okay. You have to hold left control, Sirius, I'm pretty sure. Out of here. There we go. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do our refinery here, but we'll figure it out. I have plenty of expansion space this way if we want to build more infrastructure, but right now I have the holding tanks here ready to pump the oil in case we need to. So
Endeavor SpaceX for upcoming scheduled PMC.
Alright, so I think...
SpaceX, say again, please.
Oh, Megan missed the call.
We had a call concerning the upcoming scheduled PMC.
I don't know what PMC is.
And go ahead regarding PMC.
And Megan, just wondering if anyone on board would like to take advantage of the PMC, otherwise we will forego it occurring.
And you can waive the PMC. Thanks for checking.
I don't know what PMC is.
Copy that, Megan. Thank you.
Personal mission time? I don't know.
We're continuing our live coverage as Crew-2
hey, Andy's there.
Has undocked from the International Space Station and is on its way home. We conducted a successful departure burn 2. It's the 3 of 5 departure burns that's going to line us up, getting ready for that deorbit burn. And we just heard that the crew had the opportunity to take place of a PMC, Private Medical Conference. They did this pretty regularly when they were on board the International Space Station. They're going to go ahead and waive that. That's a good sign. That means all 4 crew members are pretty good. This is really their down period in between some of these burns. All 4 of them have doffed or taken off their suits. They have a chance to have a meal, and they're going to forego that private medical conference before they get ready in the next couple of hours to return home.
Yeah, it's great news. For those just joining,
Andy!
I am replacing Kate. I know, Gary, you've been here for a couple of hours.
That,
yeah, my name is Andy Tran. I'm a quality engineer here at SpaceX. Gary, you had just mentioned that the astronauts, they're going to forego the PMC. Again, great news. That means that they're all feeling great.
Yeah, everybody's healthy.
Dragon has performed 3 of its 5 departure burns from the International Space Station. The 4th one's coming up at 2:40 p.m. Pacific time. And again, this will be
mod frames.
What is necessary for the Dragon vehicle to slowly decrease its altitude and make its way back to
Earth.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for racing with us,
at this
dude.
moment, NASA
good to see a new
Shane
face when we
Kimbrough
race
and Megan
every
MacArthur,
once in a while.
JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide,
racing is
and
not as
ESA
easy as it
astronaut
looks,
Tomas
is it?
Pesquet are flying through space at about 17,500 miles an hour in Crew Dragon Endeavor, and they are they're coming up on their 3rd departure burn, or 4th departure burn rather.
Love that guy.
About to wrap up a 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station. There they are. They've been on station for 197 days. If you include the transit time to and from the International Space Station, they're coming up on 199 days. It'll be 7 hours shy by the time they actually splash down tonight at 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be 7 hours shy of 200 days in space. Darn.
So close. I'm sure most of them are eager to return home.
We're going to need a lot of room for
super busy
the
on the space station. A lot of their day is jam-packed with science experiments, things, maintenance and repairs on the International Space Station. So I'm sure they've worked very hard and are excited to breathe the fresh Earth air again.
That's right. They were very busy with science on board the International Space Station. And now, as we're in between some of these very important burns, we'll go back to those social questions that we were answering a little bit earlier
down
our
into a
broadcast.
splashdown?
Keep
Does
using
the Pope
hashtag
poop in the
Ask
woods,
NASA.
Strachan?
This one comes from Des, who's asking, what science did Dragon do this time on the International Space Station? I'm going to go ahead and assume you mean the Dragon crew, the 4 crew members. They did quite a bit of science. Most recently, and I think which was a big headline, at least in terms of the science world, they grew chili peppers. They grew hatch green chili
grew peppers in space,
and they got
which is
to
pretty cool.
not only grow them, but they got to harvest them and eat them.
I'm not familiar with the
hear
pooping habits
that
of the Pope.
onboard Dragon right now actually is one of the chili peppers that's coming back with them,
Yes.
so that's pretty cool. Also on board Dragon are a couple of other science experiments.
Yes, I will be on. I will be on until
some of them are part of a study called Standard Measures, which is a pretty regular study that's going from crew to crew. It's a massive data gathering study to gather saliva, blood samples, all kinds of human biological samples that are returned to Earth for analysis. And this is one of those things that the more samples you get, the better. And it's between all of the different astronauts that are on board. They did a number of other fantastic experiments as well. It'd be really impossible to go into all of them. But I think one of the highlights from their mission as well, and I covered this a little bit earlier, was they installed new solar arrays on board the International Space Station. Those will continue to provide power to the International Space Station for the next decade at least, if not more, so that we can keep doing some of this fantastic science. It's really, truly incredible. Keep sending in these questions. They are absolutely fantastic. The next one, Andy, I think you would be able to answer this one.
Yeah, next one comes from @Fernando Valner. How strong is the G-force that the astronauts experience at re-entry? So it's typically somewhere between 3.5 to 4 Gs on re-entry. It's about the same that they feel during ascent. So that's 3.5 or 4x of your normal body weight.
Yeah, serious.
That's pretty much in line with what they experience after launch, right?
So saying Hoshide-san is like saying Mr. Hoshide.
Is about after second stage separation. It's pretty brief. It's not a very long
showing respect.
experience of those G-forces.
Like how you'd say, excuse me, Mr. Watt.
All right, one more that's coming from Kelvin. He's asking, is
Dragon
the oxygen
Crew-2
in the
return
space station
operations
supplied
inappropriate?
from Earth? The answer is yes, kind of. As part of the regular resupply missions of cargo that goes to and from the International Space Station, there are these tanks called NORS tanks. They can be used for either nitrogen, which has to be constantly resupplied to the International Space Station, as the station itself is a mix of nitrogen, oxygen, atmosphere, just like we have here on Earth. But there is a little bit of oxygen that gets resupplied every once in a while in these tanks. So the answer is yes, that it does get resupplied on the cargo vehicles. However, on board the International Space Station, they also have something called an oxygen generation system. And it's part of a partially closed-loop environmental control and life support system that's working with the same stuff as the that's recycling water and all of this. And so what's happening is some of the water that's on board the space station that's being recycled gets fed into this oxygen generation system and goes through something called electrolysis, where they separate the oxygen and hydrogen atoms. And so some of the oxygen actually gets put back into the atmosphere as breathable air, and some of the hydrogen gets put back into the system that gets reformed with some oxygen to make fresh water.
Gary dropping knowledge.
The water itself is actually, that's called the Sabatier system, but the water itself is so fresh that they actually need to add some minerals to it because of the way that the science actually works. Very
because of the way it is.
System, and actually it's one of those things
that
we are working on aboard the space station to improve. Because some of these, the more we learn about operating these systems for long periods of time in low Earth orbit,
that's Gary Jordan.
We can improve these systems for when
Gary
we
Jordan
go
is
further into space.
NASA public affairs officer.
Better.
He's
in fact,
really
we're
smart,
working on
dude.
carbon dioxide
Learn from Gary. He knows his stuff better than I do, dude.
Which are fantastic.
Like way better than me.
A vacuum environment.
It's not very often that somebody can just spout NASA facts.
On the moon, essentially,
like
it's
me,
capturing the
better
carbon
at it than
and dumping it out into the the vacuum of space, and that again works in low Earth orbit and the moon. It's not going to work for Mars. Mars does have an atmosphere, so you can't really dump it into Mars atmosphere. But all of these technologies are super important. We'll probably use something very similar to thermoamine on the moon
pure
to
water
continue to improve that, because that'll be necessary for the journey to Mars as well, because you still have 9 months out, 9 months back.
You gotta season it a little bit.
Something interesting too, as we get closer and closer to Crew-3, one of the first things that happens when the Dragon vehicle docks with the International Space Station is they'll store their lithium hydroxide compounds or cartridges away for the return flight home. So lithium hydroxide is a compound that will remove carbon dioxide from the cabin. So in Dragon, like the Crew is in right now, it is a closed environment. So we want to make sure that the air remains breathable, and so that is one of the components that helps with that as well.
Let me put
if you've been following along with our coverage, even before we undocked from the space station, we did cover the hatch closure, and right around that time, as soon as the Dragon crew ingressed into their Dragon to get ready for the ride home, one of the very first things that they did was they swapped out those LiO cartridges, making sure that they had fresh ones for the ride home. That'll be plenty for them to use for this 8.5-hour journey from the undocking to splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. But if necessary, if they needed to stay in orbit for longer for whatever reason, they do have enough LiO cartridges to carry them all along the way.
Yeah, so please keep sending us questions. Use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will try to answer as much as we can on air. So once it's time for the 4 Crew-2 astronauts to deorbit and splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of 7 targeted sites supported by SpaceX and NASA. Now, all of these sites are located off the coast of Florida.
For SpaceX for cargo pallet packing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Shane, we noticed on undocking that the front strap, that's the side hatch side strap on cargo pallet C6, was starting to fall off that front bag in location C64, C63. We suspect that you may be accessing this bag on the downhill, but we'd like to discuss a potential repack of that bag in order to ensure that that strap can be properly securing the bag to the cargo pallet.
Loose cargo.
How copy?
Okay, what you got?
Copy. So on that bag, if you have not accessed it yet, we do observe the inner side of that strap going in the Y direction. Was starting to fall off the front corner of the bag. So we would ask that you open up that bag and shuffle contents in the top. We know that some soft goods were added, but to make the front top, so side hatch side of that corner more rigid if possible, and when re-strapping, try to move that strap towards the displays side of the vehicle, so farther away from the side hatch to ensure that it does not fall off the front of the bag.
Copy all.
Thanks, Shane. And then no rush at this time, but when you're ready for us to come on board, we will ensure that we have that cargo camera configured, and then I will have our cargo specialist check out the images and let you know if any other repacking is required.
Okay, sounds good. We're working on it now. We'll let you know here in a minute.
So basically, there's a bit of loose cargo that the flight controllers noticed floating around, or just kind of loose. You don't want to have loose cargo.
So that was.
It's the same kind of thing like with an airplane. You got to stow everything during landing and takeoff. Literally the same thing.
Carry-on items.
You don't want stuff kind of bouncing around during re-entry.
So we had just talked about the amount of G-forces that the astronauts will experience upon re-entry. The entire vehicle and everything inside also experience the same thing. So we don't want any type of material floating around or potentially damaging the vehicle. And so the crews check in and make sure that everything is properly secured.
And they'll do so with a cargo specialist right there, looking over their shoulder. Coming aboard really means that the teams teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne are going to turn on the cameras and they'll get those same feeds. So a cargo specialist will literally be able to see what the crew is doing to make sure that all of the directions that you heard on board that Dragon to ground, that they are strapping everything in exactly that, Andy. They want to make sure that items are secured before landing.
So before that, we were talking about the 7 sites. These are selected by SpaceX and NASA, and we monitor things such as weather and sea states to make sure that when the vehicle does come back down, it is in the best possible condition, and we have the highest chance of successful recovery, not just for the vehicle, but the crew inside, and also for the recovery operations teams.
That's right, and one of the things we're really looking at is weather. So in the lead up to today, NASA and SpaceX jointly selected splashdown opportunities at the locations off of Pensacola, Florida, which is the primary site, and then Tallahassee as the alternate. This selection process works with a lot of different variables, Andy, as you were mentioning, including the space station's
they have a controller there for it, Buck.
what landing sites are available, and have favorable weather.
That controller just earned their pay.
You're welcome on board the cargo camera.
Okay, welcome on board. We should be seeing some...
Copy, Endeavor. We'll let you know when we're on board.
Sounds like the crew is configuring that cargo camera, as we were talking about, Andy, to make sure that that cargo specialist is able to look over their shoulder and ensure that everything's strapped and secured nice and tightly. We were talking about some of the landing parameters and what is needed to assess before giving the Dragon to go to undock, and we'll see the same thing again when the Dragon's coming home before committing to that deorbit burn, making sure the weather out there and everything else about Dragon. We were talking about free flight capabilities the Dragon has, making sure that it has enough prop and everything for the trip home, and of course the sleep schedule for returning crew members, which in this case, because of the short transit, they don't need a sleep period.
Yeah, so we'll start with calculating daily return options based off of the space station's current orbit and the Dragon vehicle's capabilities to maneuver and line up for re-entry.
Endeavor with a few questions.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Shane.
Hey, we're just trying to figure out the fluid loading protocol based on the timing, and it looks like we're not done with that yet before we get suited, so that doesn't make a lot of sense to us because we can't put our bottles appropriately away. So can you tell us what time the leak check, you guys anticipate the leak check being, and maybe we can work back from that?
Copy that, Shane. I did circle up with flight surgeon prior to this, and we are okay with you beginning your fluid loadings, that's the salt tablets and the liquid, at the time that your crew meal is scheduled on your tablet timeline. That should allow you to be complete with suit donning start. I'll copy.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks. We might go a little bit over that, just 10 minutes or so putting everything away, but yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Thanks.
Loop. The thing is 1.5 wide. It's 1.5 of the plates wide. So what I'm trying to do here.
So the crew and support members.
I'm trying to keep everything spaced out because I have a feeling it's going to turn into spaghetti. So I'm giving everything a wide berth, kind of on purpose.
For re-entry,
especially with those things.
Today. The time from
that's what I'm trying
to landing at the primary site can vary a little bit, from again less than 6 hours to more than 39 hours today.
How much time are you budgeting for the?
How many years was it between the last shuttle launch and Crew-1? About a decade, hypersonic.
And Endeavor, SpaceX, can you repeat that call? It was cut off.
I'm sorry, yeah. How long are you guys budgeting for suit donning? Is it 30 minutes or 40 minutes, or what are you planning on? How long does it take?
And Shane, we budget 20 minutes for the donning of these suits, as well as the orthostatic protection garments. And that would be 50 minutes total for 4 crew to don in pairs of 2. And then we have 10 minutes for the stowing of the suit stowage bags and other clothing, as well as the comm checks before we allow for time for the suit leak checks with potential backup suit leak checks if any were to fail.
Okay, copy. So what time now are you targeting for the first leak check?
We are targeting the first suit leak check at 0130 UTC. That's 0130.
Copy. Then we got plenty of time for fluid loading in. Okay, thanks.
Copy, and we concur.
Shane, talking with SpaceX Control just to make sure they have enough little bit of a berth to get all the operations done.
Fluid loading is exactly what it sounds like. The crew members are going to drink a lot of water, and that really helps them to deal with being in microgravity for 6 months, experiencing no G's, to all of a sudden experiencing 4. So they are just looking at their timeline because now they have this cargo activity that they have to do to strap everything down. If you add in that and plus the time that it's taking to for them to allow a meal period, it's about that meal period time that they'll do some of the fluid loading. The time in UTC, about I think it was 1:30 UTC, that lines up with when all of the departure burns that we were talking about, all 5 departure burns have been completed. So there's a couple of hours in between that last phasing burn and the time that we start getting ready for that deorbit burn, and it's in that time that the crew is scheduled to don their spacesuits and get ready for landing. And Andy, it was landing that we were talking about just earlier.
Yeah, so we were talking about how long it could potentially take for the crew and vehicle to undock from the International Space Station and make their way back to Earth.
Bark?
Anywhere from 6
That's
to
interesting
39
that
hours today.
they get them
our primary landing site gets the crew home
hydrated, like overhydrated for re-entry.
Getting home
very
the
interesting.
quickest comes with some
that
obvious
must be one
benefits,
heck of a
but we
pee-pee
always
when
have
you
to
get
make sure
back
that
down.
the crew is properly rested for these dynamic operations, preventing us from scheduling 20-plus hour days for them. Trajectory and ballistics experts provide the daily opportunities that would line up Dragon with the 7 landing zones and then split them into what we call ascending and descending opportunities.
So Dragon uses its Draco thrusters after leaving station.
Drake uses the Dragon thrusters, man.
Altitude lowering maneuvers and to line up with the selected primary site. It can also change to a different alternate site while in free flight if sudden weather moves in, and we'll need to avoid that. And weather is something that we are constantly looking at.
It would be south, Blue. Maybe.
Just about 2.5 hours before the crew
look south.
undocks,
Look over the
and
Gulf.
we saw today that weather at Pensacola looks good.
I would go down to like
For the
San
crew to return,
Jacinto
we'll
or
be
something,
looking at a number of
and then
weather
look
items.
south
Some
from
of the
there.
obvious
Place where
ones
you don't
are
have well,
no rain or no chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside the capsule when they splash down.
That's
SpaceX
correct, Leroy.
For awareness, we are now on board with a ground station pass, and we are having our cargo specialist review the strapping.
Endeavor copies.
JPJ, you're new to space, and I saw a capsule land on land.
Wonderful.
It looks
so
like
it looked
rough. It looked like rough water is better. Depends.
Have access to them as well as they're doing that cargo assessment, all to make sure that all the items are securely fastened as they get ready to splash down. We were talking about some of the weather conditions at the splashdown site. We were looking at rain, lightning, and that's for both the safety of the crew inside the capsule, but it is also for the recovery teams that are out in the water. Okay. We're looking at wind speeds less than.
Jay, what? Okay. Think about it like this. Capsules can land on water, they can land on land. Dragon can land on land. It's a little bumpy, but it could do it. Soyuz is probably the capsule, the Russian capsule. That's probably the one you saw land on land, right? Now, why would the Russians engineer a capsule to land on land? Well, think about where Russia is geographically. Is it near any oceans? What's Russia got of? What does Russia have? Russia has a whole lot of land, and a whole lot of land that nobody's around in, right? Now, don't get me wrong. The Soyuz capsule lands near Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. But still, Kazakhstan has a lot of land too. There's nothing out there. So the Russians, it's more preferable for them to land those capsules near the space center, right? Just like we land our capsules near our space center, right? So what's near our space center? Well, Florida has a lot of ocean around it. And there's not a lot of things in that. Well, there is things in the ocean, but it's not like landing on land. There's a lot less people out in the oceans around Florida than there is just out on Florida itself. So it really depends. With that being said, Dragon can land on land. It absolutely can. Soyuz can land in the water too, for what it's worth. It's just not really ideal. It really just depends on where you want that capsule to come down. But Dragon and Soyuz can do either one. Gators? Nah, not in the ocean. Serious. Gators are freshwater. So you would, I mean, it's probably happened before, but I'm pretty sure gators like the freshwater. You don't really find them in the ocean, but then again, I'm not a full Florida man, so I'm sure somebody knows more about this in chat than me. Or I mean, personally, Jay, I like the space shuttle. I don't like choosing to plop down on land or plop down on water. I like a runway, personally. That's just personal taste, though. I mean, just saying, you know. I like the runway, man. I don't know about you.
All along the way, not just now in space, but once they.
But yeah, if you have any more questions, I can answer
through the Earth's atmosphere. The outside of Dragon is going to heat up to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So we want to make sure the cabin temperature inside is pretty good. Again, we're aiming for Pensacola as the prime splashdown location after that deorbit burn. Tallahassee right now is the current backup location for splashdown. As a reminder, Dragon does have the ability to change alternate locations after undocking from station if bad weather continues to move in. But it looks like the weather out at Pensacola is still pretty good. Again, we're going to monitor it along the way, but we'll still aim for that prime landing site.
Would it be feasible to land stuff in lakes like the Great Lakes?
To monitor the situation,
sure, why not?
We are looking forward to the
Soyuz had a contingency plan to land in the Great Lakes, if I'm remembering correctly, for certain missions. Yeah, if something absolutely hit the poop hit the fan, yeah, they can do that.
In a position ready for that deorbit burn. Let's go ahead and head over to the Johnson Space Center for an update.
All right.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the International Space Station
I got my
Flight Control
refineries all
Room.
figured out
Just
here.
to recap some of what's happened so far today, Crew-2 began suit donning around 10:30 a.m. Central Time. They had final ingress around 10:50 a.m. Central Time.
I'm going to leave a lot of space out here for the pipes.
Hatch closure was around 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We had vestibule depressurization starting and
what I'm trying to say is landing on water is softer than landing on land. Nah, it's what the capsule is engineered for, dude.
Around 12:10.
So, no single one is more or less bumpy than the other. Water probably gives you a little bit of a softer cushion, but Soyuz... So the Soyuz capsule, when it hits the ground... So listen to this, Jay. You want to hear something ridiculous? Soyuz has actually retro-firing rockets. They have little like solid rocket boosters in that Soyuz capsule, and when it gets near the ground, it fires those rockets. And don't get me wrong, the rockets are more like a shotgun blast than anything. It's just a poof for like a quick second, and that actually temporarily gives a nice cushion of air underneath Soyuz, just for like a split second, and that's enough to slow it down, so the bump down onto the ground isn't as bad. They're about. I would say that the water's probably a little bit less violent, because I've listened to astronaut testimonials and cosmonaut testimonials about landing in Soyuz versus landing in Dragon, etc., etc. I would guess that water's probably a little bit softer, but it really comes down to what the capsule's engineered to do. Soyuz basically exploding at the ground right before it lands, basically cushions the landing. It's about the same, but yeah. Still prefer the runway. The runway is by far the smoothest. You know? Jay, tag me if you want me to answer a question. I can see your questions better in the chat if you just tag it. Hey Whitney, I tried Soyuz landing simulator at the ESA Center Museum. It was painful. What's up? Thank you for the raid earlier, Whitney. How are you? Did you see Thomas taking those pictures? I hope some of those find their way on the internet, you know? Alright, so, I'm working on my fueling infrastructure here. And I'm kind of... I'm not 100% sure if that's what we need to do here. Good news. Sorry, I did a quick break after the stream. No problem. Don't worry about it. Starship landing will be crazy when that happens. I hope we get those pictures. I want a GIF of the ISS fly around. Just I want someone needs to put that in like a looping GIF or something, you know. That would be pretty cool. Hey, Chris, welcome back. All right. Okay, so what are the components that we need? I'm going to set my refineries here. So, with oil, we can make... Okay. We can make fuel. Half the mods are grouping up on you. You did this to yourself. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Alright. What is this? Polymer resin. Used for crafting. A byproduct of oil refinement into fuel commonly used to manufacture plastics. Make sure you manage your byproducts so that your plastic and rubber don't stop production. Yeah, Benno, that's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to build the tree for this in my head. But I do have these. I do have the alternative recipes. I'm pretty sure these are the alt recipes. These are standard? Okay.
Megan MacArthur is the pilot of Crew Dragon spacecraft and second in command for the mission. MacArthur is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Expedition 65 and 66 was her first trip to the space station. Selected as an astronaut in 2000, MacArthur launched on Space Shuttle Atlantis as a mission specialist on STS-125. The final Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission in 2009, MacArthur operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of the 12 days, 21 hours she spent in space, capturing the telescope and moving crew members during the 5 spacewalks needed to repair and upgrade it. She holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a doctorate in oceanography from the University of California, San Diego. She now has a career of 212 days in space.
Commentator break.
Well, we need... Here, let's go figure out what we need. What we should start up with. I'm not sure we're necessarily going to need biofuel. I'm still running this thing off coal. Let's go take a look. What do we need here? We're primarily gearing up for heavy modular frames, right? So the heavy mod frames... Oh. Those just need steel. Okay. So we need heavy mod frames and we need computers. That's what we really want to tool up for in the upper levels of the factory. Now this one, though... yeah, Andy.
Endeavour SpaceX, no response required, but for awareness, we are go for the upcoming depart burn 3 per your display's forward view burn tool.
Copy, go.
Yeah, Jack, maybe.
Aki Hoshide is a mission specialist for Crew-2. As a mission specialist, he works closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASDA, currently JAXA, in 1992 and was selected as an astronaut candidate in February 1999. Hoshide is a veteran of 2 space flights in addition to Expedition 65 and 66. In June 2008, he flew to the International Space Station on STS-124 mission to deliver the Japanese experiment module Kibo to the station. From July to November 2012, he stayed on the space station for 124 days as a flight engineer for the Expedition 32 and 33 mission. The Crew Dragon will be the 3rd spacecraft that Hoshide has flown on to the orbiting laboratory. Hoshide commanded the station for Expedition 65 and performed 1 spacewalk during his career, totaling to 4. He has spent a total of 340 days in space on his 3 flights, 8 days short of Koichi Wakata's record-setting mark of 348 days in space by a Japanese astronaut.
Water.
Thomas Pesquet is also a mission specialist for Crew-2, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of the flight. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by ESA in May 2009 and worked as a Eurocom, communicating with astronauts during spaceflight from the Mission Control Center. He previously flew as part of the Expedition 50 and 51, launching aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft in October 2016 and spending 196 days in space, returning to Earth in June 2017. His mission also included 2 spacewalks to maintain the station, 1 to replace batteries on an electrical channel, and 1 to detect a cooling leak and service the robotic arm. He performed an additional 4 spacewalks for Expedition 65 and 66 to outfit the station with new solar arrays, bringing his career total to 6. He commanded the station for part of Expedition 66 and has a career total of 395 days in space, the most amount of time in space by any ESA astronaut. And that's your Crew-2 astronauts. And this will be my goodbye for today. We will have continuous coverage at Johnson Space Center as well. My colleague Sandra Jones will pick up from here.
How are astronauts picked on any given mission? Do they volunteer? No, it's the commander of the astronaut corps picks people for the mission that you're assigned to mission.
Departure burn 3, it's the 4th departure burn. This is a burn that's just a little bit more than a minute, 62 seconds to be precise. And it'll be the firing of a combination of the service section Dracos as well as the forward bulkhead Dracos, and will make the Dragon roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That's the last of the departure burns until we get to the departure phase burn. And that will put it in a different plane from the International Space Station, lining up with the ultimate target of Crew-2 off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, and really lining up for that deorbit burn. That deorbit burn is 16.5-minute firing of the forward bulkhead Dracos, as well as some of the service section Dracos to keep it in the same attitude. But that is a very critical burn and really commits Dragon to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and splashing down off the coast of Florida.
Yeah, we are just a few minutes away from beginning that 4th burn known as Departure Burn 3. It is quite interesting. Today, specifically, we did a 360 fly around of the International Space Station, and then we started doing these departure burns. So the goal here is to slowly and methodically increase the distance from the International Space Station and get closer and closer to Earth. It's very similar to what we do on liftoff. So we start very, very close to Earth, and then we have a couple of burns that get closer and closer to the International Space Station.
This is a shorter journey home and is really just based on the trajectory that was needed for this particular day. If the undocking today, November 8th, allows us to splash down later today, November 8th, U.S. time, for an 8.5-hour transit. If we were to undock yesterday, it would have been a little bit longer and the crew would have been able to squeeze in a sleep period, but orbital mechanics are what they are, so we just have to work with the opportunities that are given to us. The reason that we're targeting reasoning that we have targeted this day as undocking and splashdown is mainly due to weather. The weather off the coast of Pensacola, Florida looks good, continues to look good, and we'll continue to track it to make sure it's still solid before we commit to that 16.5-minute deorbit burn. We're still in the preparation part for departure burn 3.
Yeah, I was going to say this past week and a half, weather has been something that all teams have been closely monitoring. It is a great chance that we get to, attempt to return home today. I'm sure the Crew-2 teams, again, are looking forward to meeting up with their friends and family and being back on Earth. But again, we are going to be watching weather and the sea states all the way until we begin that deorbit burn. Because again, once we start that deorbit burn, that is sort of a one-way path. We are committing to Earth, whether it's at the primary site or the alternate site.
Family.
That's right. So we're waiting for that departure burn 3 to execute, and in the meantime, we're continuing to monitor the weather and the health of the crew. We've been hearing some of their tasks on board throughout the flight. For the most part, during that fly-around maneuver, Andy, like you were saying, Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur were in the pilot and commander seat. Shane Kimbrough in commander seat, Megan MacArthur in the pilot seat, in their suits, really monitoring the entire procedure. They didn't really have a chance to doff or take off their suits during that time. But Thomas Pesquet did in a pretty quick amount of time. His job was to go to the very forward hatch of the Dragon, where the Dragon was pointing towards the International Space Station. There's a tiny little window, and he was able to take photographs of the station for about an hour and a half. They got a full 360-degree, like you said, Andy, coverage of the outside of the station. They were able to document its exterior.
SpaceX Depart Burn 3 is complete and nominal.
Copy, nominal burn.
All right, fantastic. That was a great call. Depart burn 3, the 4th departure burn, was complete and is nominal. It was a 62-second burn that allows the Dragon to be co-elliptic with the International Space Station using a combination of the service section and the forward bulkhead Dracos. So now Dragon is hovering just about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station and is again co-elliptic, which means it's pretty much in the same orbital plane. So with that, it'll be a couple of hours, I believe, I'll have to check, until we get to the phase burn. And the phase burn takes it out of that co-elliptic orbit and puts it on a plane to meet up with its target today, which is off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Even after that, they do have the ability to switch to alternate sites if necessary, but everything is continuing to be on track, Andy.
Yeah, we have, I believe, 2 more burns left. So we have the departure phasing burn,
right,
and then that
to line up for the deorbit burn, right?
And then we are home free.
That's right.
So again, thank you for staying with us. Again, we have a couple more hours to go before things really get exciting. In about 20 minutes here, the crew will be having their
5 hours
final meal in space as part of this mission. And then a few hours after that, or about an hour after that, they'll start to don their spacesuits again, do some leak checks, and then get ready for re-entry.
In the meantime, we are going to provide continuous coverage the entire way. We're not going to stop. We're going to follow the crew and provide you periodic updates, just like these burns that are executing, to make sure the crew is safe. And we'll provide weather updates as we get them as well. But so far, everything's looking good. In the meantime, as our coverage continues, we're answering questions from online using the hashtag AskNASA.
Just for now.
This next one comes from Investopedia, who's asking how communication between the crew and Earth is established. What technology is it used for? There is a series, a communication network called the Space Network. That is a series of ground stations that are all around the planet Earth. You have ground stations in the United States. You have ground stations in Australia, you have all over, and they connect with a series of geosynchronous satellites called TDRS. TDRS are tracking and data relay satellites that are about 23,000 miles from Earth and provide data links that go to the International Space Station and to Dragon. Dragon has a TDRS link as well. There are a couple of other ways to get communication with the Dragon directly through the ground stations. When it's close to the International Space Station, they have a connection called a C2V2, called the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles. And so you can have a connection between the two vehicles and rely on the station's very powerful TDRS network and communications array that it has on board. So there's a number of different ways that we can get communication from the crew. You've been hearing, we've been having pretty solid voice communication for a while, and we'll even be able to provide, as we pass over ground stations, video from on board.
Yeah, and I want to add on that if you guys are tuning in for the first time, you hear a couple of beeps prior to the communication between folks here at the ground and the crew in space. Those are known as Quindar tones, and really those are used to help clear the air to make sure that the message can be relayed as quickly as or as clearly as possible. And Gary and I are doing our best to make sure that we don't step over those communications, but that is super important that as long as we have good connectivity, that the messages and important information are being relayed to the astronauts.
That's right, and they take precedent over us every time. Yes. So we'll continue to let those pass through, and we'll add context as much as we can. And in the meantime, we'll continue to select some of your questions. You're using the hashtag #AskNASA right now. This next one is about ships and the recovery teams. How many ships will be waiting for the crew? There's a lot of different recovery assets.
Yeah, so especially as we get closer to re-entry and splashdown, you see a couple of different ships out here. There are fast boats that will approach the vehicle first after splashdown. Its job is to grab the main chutes that have been cut from the Dragon vehicle and also do some inspections around the air to make sure that the final approach for the recovery team is good. Then we have our larger recovery vessel. A helicopter can land on it and also has all the other inventories and a hoist to get the Dragon vehicle out of the water.
How do you feel about the auto-create maneuver?
So there are a couple of boats in varying sizes with a bunch of different purposes, but they're all part of the launch and recovery team.
And we do have that prime boat called the Go Navigator that has the helipad. It has the A-frame that's actually going to, like you said, hoist the Dragon really right from the water and put it onto something called the Dragon Nest. They have that one that's stationed to cover all of the different 4 landing sites in the Gulf. And there's another one called the Go Searcher that's out on the Atlantic side, able to cover the 3 recovery sites, prime recovery sites that are out there. In this case, we'll be using Go Navigator, so we should be hopefully be getting some fantastic views. It's going to be nighttime, so we'll see what we get, but hopefully we'll be getting some stuff from Go Navigator. We'll take one more question. This one comes from Robbie, who's asking what the maximum speed of Dragon capsule is on re-entry. So the maximum speed actually happens before re-entry, and the re-entry is really, the job is to use the atmosphere, use the heat shield. There's a lot of plasma that builds up because there's a lot of energy that in that moment as it slows down rather from about 17,000 miles per hour, which is orbital velocity.
For ground shift handover.
Go ahead.
All right, Shane, for your awareness, we are doing our shift handover to the deorbit shift, so you will next be hearing from KY, who will be taking over as core. It's been a pleasure getting you guys off station and bringing you home today. Otherwise, I'll see you back when you're on the ground.
All right, thanks so much for working with us and your whole team. We really appreciate it, getting it set up and teed up for KY's team. Looking forward to working with them and getting us back home safely, and look forward to seeing you guys hopefully in the next few months when we get back out there. Take care.
All right, we're going to get a fresh team in Mission Control Hawthorne to take us through the next series of burns. Now, after a successful departure burn 3, we got that phase burn, we got the deorbit burn, we got the splashdown and recovery operations. The new team going into Hawthorne will carry us through the entire way. We were talking about the social questions about the velocity.
I already started building them the other way,
re-entry,
dude.
About 17,000 miles an hour, which is about orbital velocity. And the atmosphere does really a lot of the work to shave that speed down as much as possible to below supersonic. So right about that time from entry, there's about a 7-minute period that we're going to have a loss of signal from the time that it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and you have that plasma buildup. So there's not a lot of communication that's going to get through that. But in between that time that we lose the signal, they'll be going from 17,000 miles per hour to roughly 350 miles an hour. With the speed of sound being somewhere on the order of, I think it's higher than 760 miles per hour, so just shy of the speed of sound. We have confirmed that as it goes through that, we do hear a sonic boom, which is pretty cool from the capsule as it enters through, because it's slowing down quite a bit, but it's still going very, very fast.
Oh. Yeah, that's 17,500 miles an hour. It's about the same speed as the International Space Station, and really that's the velocity that's needed to keep an object in orbit. And so, as Gary mentioned, the atmosphere does a lot of the work. Again, going from 17,500 miles an hour to 350 miles an hour in a few minutes, just by drag alone.
That's a lot. So we're in between some of the critical burns here. We have the departure burn 3, which happened just moments ago. The next burn will be the departure phase burn, which will happen about just roughly 2:40 p.m. Central Time. So we got some time.
It's not too late for that,
until we get to here. Actually, I think I'm messing up on that. Yes, it's 4:40. 4:40 p.m. Central Time. So there is a decent amount of time. It's about this time where the crew is able to just take a break. They are going to enter into a period where they are able to eat a meal. This is about the time where they'll do a lot of their fluid loading as well. So there's a lot of water on board Dragon.
Yes, Scully.
Even at the time of launch, there's about 64 liters or about 17 gallons of water. So they have a lot of drinking water to use, a lot of spare drinking water as well, just in case they need to be in orbit for a couple of extra days. So there's plenty to go around, but they'll be drinking quite a bit of water, fluid loading, as it helps them to go from no G's to 4 G's.
I didn't know that.
We were
That's
talking
cool.
about that entry period where they are entering through the Earth's atmosphere and slowing down quite a bit. You can imagine the forces that are necessary to slow the capsule down that much. And so they'll experience 3, maybe 4, maybe a little more than 4 G's. And so having that extra fluid inside is really critical to help them to withstand that.
Got to get them extra squishy for the re-entry.
So again, we are providing continuous coverage. We have a couple minutes, a couple more moments before the next major activities will happen
is on Saturday,
in terms of the operations for re-entry. So we are going to take a quick little break.
It will be Saturday afternoon
back here
for
shortly.
you. Service ladders, man. And I know what people are saying, like, dude, do you really like to do all this? Yeah. So why I'm building everything raised up off the ground, well, I have a second to explain it. Why I'm building everything...
Dragon, SpaceX, com check.
They're swapping cores.
Endeavor has you loud and clear.
Shane,
Never
good evening.
fails.
You got Chris here for the remainder of your flight. Looking forward to bringing you folks home. We're just getting settled in, but in the meantime, is there anything I can do for you folks?
It could do 36, Anth, but I really only need it to be 20.
Not right now, thanks. I'm glad you guys are with us and look forward to getting back here soon. Take care.
I'm building everything up off the ground so I can future-proof it. You never know if I'm going to need a conveyor belt or another pipe to go down under here, or I need to edit it and change something. So I build this stuff, I build it raised to kind of future-proof the design. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna need more tanks. I don't know how many more tanks I'm going to need. So I just gave myself space for a bunch more tanks if I need them. And we'll add them as we see fit. See? Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess making them more squishy helps. Sancho has been trying to ask your permission to build a building in Minecraft. It has the location inspiration in the general MC on Discord. Discord is on my second screen, guys, which is being used right now. It would be better to link it in chat. Check the map. Are you on right now? I can't open. All right, here. I have synergy. Like, it's tough to do this with the way I have this configured right now because we're going double box. Yeah, this is our survival city build in Minecraft right now. It's, yeah. Here. If that plot's free, marked red, and I want to build something like this. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Do it. Do it. Build away. I have to reconfigure all this again now. Do you think that the electromagnetic launch system could be feasible? Not on this planet. Sorry for stopping the stream. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, yeah, okay. What was I doing? Okay, oil. I was explaining why I wanted to build it extended out so we could build a huge tank reservoir here with a bunch of fluid buffers just in case. And the reason why I raised everything up off the ground is so if I can route electricity or something down here, we could. There's a bunch of things that we can do this way that to make this a little bit easier. But you You're a fluid buffer. Ow. Why? I'm trying to think whether we should manifold this up. Do you want to know how tall the towers are? Which towers? Oh, in Minecraft. I don't know. Maybe go about 100 meters up. For these towers, not anything crazy right now. Yeah, this is the Minecraft project that we work on, guys. Yeah, we're building a city in survival. I play this on Saturdays if you want to check it out. But the server's open most of the time. The most recent addition was the airplanes. We started adding we started putting in a small airport and stuff, and started getting the highway figured out, and then we dug out a tunnel, an underground tunnel highway that goes over or underneath the bay over to there. Yeah, Yuki. I like doing things the crazy way. It's much more fun. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I like doing stuff this way. It's more fun. You get so much more gratification out of this if you actually go and mine the resources and stuff. It's so much cooler. Yeah, Killer, I see you down in there. Cool. But yeah, Zanchai, you want to build on that plot right there and build a building? Yeah, make sure it's not too much taller than these guys, but yeah, you can. It's fine. I'm pretty lax about how I zone stuff. I do that on purpose. Yeah, I know. It looks like old school SimCity, Yuki, doesn't it? That's why I think it's cool. Are you streaming the rest of the day? Totally fine if you are. I'm just asking. The undocking's at 10:33, Brimo, so yes. Pretty much. I'll go till Splashdown and then a little bit after that, and then, yeah. Hey, found this open source game that's kind of like Cities, but focused on transportation. Oh, I know all about OpenTTD, Cornbread. Yeah, that's a cool game. All right, fellas, I thought I had a good plan out here, but I'm trying to future-proof this. So what I did was each train oil train transfer station has 2 pipe outputs. I'm thinking, I originally put in to be able to have 2 outputs, right? And I twisted them, and then I made it so the pipe outputs could run through here like this if I needed it to do that. But then, like I said, we have fluid buffers here, right? I put the fluid buffers in to be able to basically stockpile the oil here if we have some kind of bottleneck in the trains, right? Now, 2 questions. Should I keep the... well, you know what? I just kind of answered my own question. I'm going to keep the future-proofing right now. The other thing is should I connect this? Because I have kind of 3 rows right now, and I'll expand the train station that way so we can get the 3rd row eventually. But do you think I should make a manifold here? So like basically connect this and this pipe before they go into these to fill them all up? Or should I put them in parallel or should I put them in series? I don't know what would be better. I suppose while we're at low production right now, it doesn't matter. And I guess, you know what? If I connect them all in over here on a manifold, I think it doesn't really matter now, does it? Yeah, I just kind of, sorry, sometimes I need to talk it out. I basically just answered my own question. So if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what that is up there, SpaceX's crew is coming back from space, from the space station. I have that coverage up. And also, we have, also I'm playing Satisfactory. When the crew starts to re-enter, that's when we'll switch back over. I need rubber to make the valves, okay. Yeah, sometimes I either A, gotta ask chat or just say it out loud. It helps much good do what more like. Everybody got that? What time is Splashdown? 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's 6 right now. So we're about 4.5 hours out from Splashdown. Has Crew-2 departed the ISS? I'm gonna assume that's chat delay, Kuro, and yeah, yes it has. No problem, buddy. Dude, go back in the stream and look at some of the shots, Kuro. Trust me on that one. Oh, you can. Oh, it's a metering valve. So this isn't just a valve. This is a pressure regulator. Oh, excellent. Could I run an unusual request? Sure. Oh, well, thanks, Yuki. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna have them on separate pipes. Well, actually, if that's the case, then we don't really need the valves right here. It would be better to have all the valves in one spot. Yeah, no, Kuro, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. But then again, if we're filling up all three of these equally, it doesn't... A distribution manifold here would probably be a better idea, but I'll put these valves in as well. But we'll do it all kind of in one. So, for this distribution section, we'll go right here. Valves help with sloshing. Got it. Yeah, I noticed they're not valves. They're pressure regulators. It's a pressure regulator. It's not just a valve. You can meter it, which is actually really cool. That's a really cool feature to add. That can really help with propellant commodity distribution. Alex, what's on your mind? Nothing too weird. I'm making final adjustments to my English written resume as for a potential ESA internship next year. Since I never candidated for a non-French institution, would you mind giving it a quick glance? Yeah, what Drummer said, dude. Send it on a Discord DM. Should be okay. Alright, so I'm going to close these valves for now. So right now I don't need a bigger fluid buffer, but I'm going to leave room just in case we do. Is this oil? It ain't pudding. It ain't pudding, that's for sure. Yeah, this is freedom juice. Thank you very much. Agreed, Buck. I'm just gonna put valves everywhere. Yeah, that's just a better solution. We'll just put the valves wherever we need, like, we'll put them wherever. Oh, that's the wrong way. Okay, and then this valve should be limited to, I'm gonna initially operate it in, or have it in the closed position. Oh, there is one little aesthetic thing that I kind of want to add in. Plants a flag? I don't think you can plant flags in this game, dude. Why it won't let me do that? Bingo. What's the point of the U-shaped section? Who knows? It doesn't matter in this game, but it matters in real life. I'm wondering if anybody understands. Thermal expansion. Bingo. Real pipes have expansion. That's basically the pipeline equivalent of an expansion joint to account for thermal expansion because of differential pressure inside of the pipe. So if you have a pipe that's going to be in an environment that has cold and then warm and then cold and then warm, so like if the sun comes up or you're pumping fluid at different pressures, different pressure will generate a different differential amount of heat, then you have you need to account for that thermal expansion and contraction. That's what those are for. Real pipes have them all the time. Launch pads. Launch pads. The pipes that go from the fuel tanks to the launch pad have these in them everywhere. I just put them here because I thought they looked cool. And yeah, real pipes have them. Gas pipes, oil pipelines, propellant pipes, coolant pipes, everything. They all have thermal expansion joints in. They're just a U in the pipeline. Now, once again, in Satisfactory, that doesn't make a difference. There's no thermodynamics with fluid loading here, so it doesn't really matter. But it's still a cool thing to do. What are you building here? Oil. Oil infrastructure. Someone said, I'm trying to get that oil! Who said anything about oil, man? You cooking? That's also to prevent water hammer. Some fluids are very hard to compress, basically incompressible. The momentum from a long straight pipe can cause massive damage. The bend prevents the momentum from being so extreme. You can hear this if you turn your faucet off really fast in older homes. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Kind of like it's like a baffle for the pipe without a baffle being in the pipe. I got you.
Dragon, SpaceX for status update.
Kindars.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Shane, couple things for you. First and foremost, regarding pre-chill, we'll be doing a mild one, so not the full pre-chill in the cabin. And so we currently moved the thermal mixture set point to medium. As per the prior status from Arthur, the hex bypass is in a fully closed position, such that manual control of the cabin temperature has been disallowed. Additionally, the deorbit sequence and entry has been enabled. I understand you're probably in your last meal period here, and so we'll be ready for an inventory update whenever you have it. I'll copy.
Copy all the hexes in position, manual control north. Yeah, we'll let you see you here soon with the inventory.
And we copy all. Thanks, Shane.
All right, so we are hearing some of the Dragon-to-ground communications between the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne.
Nope, I gotta offset
and
it.
the Dragon Endeavour crew currently orbiting Earth, getting prepared to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida here in a couple of hours, just a little more than 4 hours from now. They should be splashing down. A lot's going to happen in that time, so they're going to go through a couple of things in the meantime. Right now,
SpaceX Endeavour for an inventory when you're ready.
Go for inventory.
Okay, out of section 11, we had 1 full meal and 1 half meal eaten. Same for location 12. And location 9, fluid loading water bottles. So in location 10, we had 3 bottles from 207, 3 from 208, and 1 from 206. And in location 9, 3 from 203 and 3 from 204.
Okay, Shane.
It's just telling them what
11,
food
one
they've
full
eaten.
meal, 1/2. Location 12, 1 full meal and 1/2. Location 9, 3 bottles from 203, 3 bottles from 204. Location 10, 3 bottles from 207, 3 from 208, and 1 from 206. How'd I do?
Good feedback.
Copy all, thank you.
so again, we were just hearing during that break, we were allowing the crew to eat their meal, and you just heard what they had on the menu: full meal, half meal. There's plenty of meals on board if they needed to stay in orbit for a couple of extra days, but this is the time really that they have to just sit back, relax, and have a couple of meals.
I hope nobody had Thai food. The toilet doesn't work, bro. Jeez.
Some various items, making sure that all the cargo is strapped and in place, ready for some of the next maneuvers that are coming up here soon, including, and this happened during the
God damn, dude. You have a death wish? I'd hope nobody had Thai food. Frick.
Taking on pretty much 4 Gs.
I don't, do not want.
It's going to be,
that would be horrible.
On the human body, and the fluid loading helps them to counteract that. So they're towards the end of their meal period now. You heard them. They all ate. They had some time off. So there's a couple of things that are coming up here pretty soon. First is the suit donning. Very
self-destruct sequence initiated.
Within the next hour,
oh God.
They'll be able to put on their suits and perform a leak check. Probably at least an hour after that, maybe a little bit less than that, depending on how quickly they're able to get their suits on. The suit donning process takes roughly 50 minutes because they do it in pairs, 2 at a time, with assisting one another. So it's about a 50-minute process until the suits are donned, and then they'll be able to perform some leak checks. We're monitoring a switch in some of the burn profiles. So we were talking about a departure phase burn. That's going to happen a little bit later than we were anticipating, probably sometime after 6 p.m. So we'll give you the updates.
It sounds like they're a little bit behind on the timeline there, but that's okay.
A potential what's called an OOP burn. burn or an out-of-plane burn. This is a normal occurrence that it's just an extra burn that could happen.
It's also a normal burn.
For a reason, it just is a minor course correction to make sure that they are right on track before executing that phase burn. That phase burn is very critical, and now that it's happening closer to some of the dynamic activities like cloth separation, trunk separation, they just want to make sure that the Dragon itself is perfectly in line, getting ready to execute that phase burn.
They're going to do a coplanar normal burn, just in case. Hey, Soapbox.
Go ahead for deorbit prep.
Shane, just a friendly reminder for you. You should be stepping into forward decimal 700, deorbit preparation procedure, and you should be mostly through the first 3 sections.
Video by Practical is really good. Cool. I always put the conveyor belt holders on it because I think it looks like a better pipeline holder. It's literally aesthetic. There's no other purpose for it. And I can put a conveyor belt on top if I need to.
Seems like a very short period of time, or a very long period of time rather, between
those are half fences, serious.
And splashdown. But I think what we're witnessing here is it goes by pretty fast, especially because a lot of it was dedicated to that fly around. As soon as they departed, they had to exit their suits, and it just seems like they haven't had any time for the meal period until it's like, okay, now it's time to get ready for the departure prep. But they're working their way through that to get ready for some of these critical burns, and of course, even less than an hour from now, donning their suits.
Yes, and some of the things that you have gone over, Gary, those are really the major sort of tasks that we talk about here. But the crew on board and the crew supporting them are very, very busy, making sure that everything is aligned and checked and stowed away properly to make sure that we bring everyone back safely.
I love the customizer.
It's a very critical time, and we're
the way they have this set up now.
All of the steps along the way. We'll be taking some periodic breaks in between some of these lesser dynamic periods, just like just previously the crew meal, when they just had some private time to ingest. It sounded like a meal and a half is what they ate, but they have plenty on board as spares, and of course a lot of drinking water, which they've been ingesting primarily for the fluid loading procedures that's needed to counteract some of the G-forces that they're going to experience upon re-entry. So we'll continue to provide that coverage, and then of course it's not going to be too long. They're going through these procedures, as you heard on Dragon to Ground now, some of the deorbit prep procedures, but one of them is donning their suits.
We're through section 3 of 4.700.
All right, I'm going to turn on one valve here. There we go. This should open up here.
The team is exactly where they need to be at this point in time as part of their journey home. Those numbers that they're calling out are part of a procedure, and there's a tablet that each of the crew members has to make sure that, again, they are checking off and taking care of all the things and items that they need to make sure they come home safely.
There's checks on all sides. There's checks on the flight control teams here in Hawthorne, checks from the crew. Everybody's really monitoring to make sure that everybody's in place. Even now, that's not happening through some of these communication loops right now. There are recovery teams that are getting staged, getting ready. There's all of those recovery assets that we were going over a little bit earlier in the broadcast, including some of the recovery ships, fast boats, making sure everything is right on track. They're keeping track of where the Dragon is throughout its flight to make sure that they're ready to intercept it. By the time the Dragon enters through the atmosphere and splashes down, the hope is that the crew, or the recovery teams rather, are positioned about 3 nautical miles away from the splashdown site. It allows
you're talking about DeBoss. Hey, Galactic. Place is looking so industrial. Is this will rebuild the oil stuff? Yeah, I'm moving it because we set up the train, Surfer.
Start outfitting the Dragon. There's 2 fast boats that go out. One is to really start setting up some of the rigging equipment that's going to be essential from when the Go Navigator gets out there, attaches to the aim frame, and brings it onto the Dragon nest. There's another recovery boat that goes out that's sort of a redundant boat, but if everything's looking good for the first fast boat, the second fast boat will just recover some of the main parachutes. There are 4 parachutes that deploy, 4 main parachutes to slow the vehicle down once it enters through the atmosphere, down to about 15-16 miles an hour.
we talked a little bit about redundancy and the Dragon vehicle itself. The Dragon vehicle is a very intelligent vehicle. It knows
where it
is. It needs to go, the attitude it needs.
It knows where it is because it knows where it isn't.
And what it needs to do to make sure that, again, it is targeting the correct landing zone. If for whatever reason we need to switch, we do have recovery assets pretty much all over Florida to make sure that, again, the recovery team can get in there, do their jobs, and the crew and astronauts can come home safely.
That's right. We perform these periodic checks throughout the flight. Even now, if you've been following along with us, we're always looking primarily at weather, and weather was one of those main drivers that allowed us to make the decision to.
How cool is that looking? That's looking pretty neat.
It means that Crew-2, the crew of Dragon Endeavour that's now flying through space, undocks first before the Crew-3 astronauts arrive at the.
I really wonder if you didn't miss your calling. The way you go after the details and problem solve, you've been a good engineer.
Now scheduled for
doesn't mean I still can't do it, Galactic.
November 10th, U.S. time, they'll be lifting off from Pad 39A.
I like fixing things, man.
It's
my jam, dude. Freaking love it. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Why the U-bends and the pipes? Because they look cool, Game Coder, and it's because real pipes do that for thermal expansion. And
Eastern time, 7:33 p.m.
Well, Chad actually helped me with this. They do it for thermal expansion and for water, so you don't get a fluid hammer. It's an expansion joint, like a bridge would have a joint in the road that looks like this to allow for thermal expansion and contraction. They have those in there. I was good at wood shop, Papa Bear. I really.
We are committed to landing in Pensacola.
Yeah,
again,
I should have
It is going to
done
be,
the trades.
I would say, relatively quiet in terms of operations for about 2.5 hours.
Right.
Once we hit the 6 p.m. Pacific time mark, things really start to pick up pace, but everything is going well so far. I do want to check in and send it over to Sandra, who is in Mission Control Houston for a quick
Houston. What's up, Sandro?
Thanks, Andy, and welcome back to Mission Control Houston. Since Dragon's departure, it's been back to business as usual for the International Space Station flight controllers during this orbit.
You gotta.
Being led by Flight Director Anthony.
It's an experimental thing.
Though we have transitioned out of
Midge-sama!
After Dragon moved
Konnichiwa, Midge-san.
Flight controllers have continued to monitor.
Nah,
Shane,
I don't like this.
Megan,
We'll put a
and
conveyor,
Tomas flight
or
home.
not a conveyor.
The team
We'll
here
put
in
a.
Houston is still playing a few roles with Dragon's return trip and recovery. Our topo
We'll do something different. I'll put a catwalk there. Actually, you know what? We should probably go see if we can unlock those.
On the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of any space debris crossing paths with Dragon during the flight home. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console to serve as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel, supporting splashdown and providing input should any changes to return need to take place. We also have our spaceflight meteorology group actively providing weather data to the joint NASA and SpaceX teams as we keep a close eye on conditions to make sure they're clear for a safe splashdown today. And finally, our landing support officer is on standby in the event we run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up at an unsupported splashdown location. From there, we would call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. Meanwhile, back on the International Space Station, the 3-person crew of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anton Shkaplerov and Piotr Dubrov are in their sleep period after a busy day preparing for Crew-2 departure. From our end, all continues to go smoothly.
Cool, Midge.
Well, looking forward to seeing Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas back on Earth shortly. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor here from Mission Control Houston. For now, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
All fantastic to hear, Sandra. Thank you very much. We're continuing to monitor this undocking and splashdown of the Crew-2 astronauts, and we're going to be providing continuous coverage all along the way. Andy, as you mentioned, it's going to be some time until some of the more dynamic phases of the flight start to happen. What with the phase burn,
closing stuff, Midge.
We're going to enter the atmosphere. A lot is going to happen. A lot of action. But very soon, the crew are going to be donning their suits, and we'll of course follow along with that. In the meantime, we are providing continuous coverage and constant updates throughout this flight, even answering some of your questions. We're following the hashtag AskNASA, so just send those in, and whenever we can, Andy and I will answer as many questions as we possibly can throughout this flight. This first one comes from Carolyn. Carolyn's asking, will the crew of Crew-2 ever go to space again? A very good question. So you have 4 crew members on board Crew-2. Shane Kimbrough, you have...
Yeah, that nice little college up there in Massachusetts, MIT. They have a great library of free courses that are open to the public. Maybe someday, dude.
Yes.
I love Update 5. Update 5 is sweet.
As the same crew, not taking all 4 crew members at the same time. There's a lot of variation that happens based on crew schedules. There's personal stuff as well, making sure that they have time to spend with family. A lot of them, after their missions, take different details as part of the astronaut office, and they oversee a particular program. Some of them look at engineering. Some of them look at human health and performance. Some of them are working right now on some of the upcoming moon missions, the Artemis missions, and they all take different paths. And so the likelihood that they'll all come back and be the same 4 crew member crew to go up in space again is pretty low. I haven't really seen that in my time, but the chances that any one of them can fly again, they're totally not off the table. Any one of them can.
We have another question here. What does capsule burn feel like and sound like? Is it very noticeable by the astronauts? And so I'll answer this in terms of when the Dragon capsule is in orbit in space and we're going through some of these departure burns, the astronauts definitely can feel it. It is gentle, I would say, so they do feel a little bit of force. They are in microgravity, so when there is any type of force put on them, they will definitely feel that inside the capsule. In terms of sound like, it's not what you would expect in terms of an engine. The Dragon capsule uses hypergolic propellants, and it's actually fed into the system via a pump.
Yeah, Update 5 really, this game really came into its own.
And so that clicking
during
is
Update
the
5.
fuel being fed into the engines and combusting and eventually producing the force that is necessary for all of these burns.
It can be pretty loud, and there are, we were actually seeing a lot of these pulses, particularly during the fly around when we had the opportunity to have a station camera fixated on the Dragon capsule. And what they did with the Cronus position over in Mission Control Houston, they overexposed the image, and you had a really good, you had a really good view of just how many pulses were happening. They were happening pretty much constantly to keep the Dragon in orbit. It's not true for the entire orbit. It's not constantly firing the entire time, but particularly through some of those more dynamic phases like a fly around where the Dragon really had to be pointed directly at the International Space Station. It was constantly firing to just make sure it was in the right orientation. It is happening pretty regularly, I will say. So there are these little pulses, but of course we've seen a lot of the astronauts, including these astronauts, on the ride what we call uphill. It's essentially launching to docking. That was a 24-hour transit, and they were able to sleep. And a lot of them said that they got some pretty good shut-eye. It is a long day, of course, but even through all the pulsing, they were able to get some shut-eye. All right, this next one comes from Jeremy with a fantastic profile image.
Yeah, I make electrical towers. In each one of these is a circuit. Each one of them is a different wire. I'm just trying to track which one. I was just trying to see if I could color code them, but I don't think I can. I think the 4th circuit is okay, so the one right in the center. The 4th circuit should be good enough for the train, and I think the 5th circuit should be the
for re-entry. The nose cone will close.
5th circuit can be for the oil.
Entire Dragon really will be engulfed in plasma, with the heat shield taking on most of that work and dissipating the heat with 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That whole section takes about 7 minutes. It's in this particular profile, it will take about 7 minutes from the time that we actually enter into entry interface.
So the center one,
and we make contact with the atmosphere to the time where we're out of it and have the ability to communicate with the crew. That's an anticipated time frame, so there could be some deviation in that, but we're looking at 7 minutes.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, the reason why plasma is formed is the capsule is moving.
There are signs. I have to unlock them, Surfer.
It starts to superheat the air, and we start to form plasma. And one of the properties of plasma is
and the 7th circuit is
communication signal. So
I don't know why I put these other circuits in here. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why I would do that. But
we'll be able to regain signal about after 7 minutes. We'll take one more here from the Space Watcher. Will Crew 3 do a fly around of the space station? If not, how often does it need to be done? I don't believe so, and Gary, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. For Crew-2, this was specific to the capsule and this mission to do that 360 fly around of the International Space Station. Typically, when we're going uphill, we're doing a couple of phasing burns to get closer and closer to the International Space Station and eventually dock, and then when we are downhill, we'll do the sort of same in reverse and head back to Earth.
That's right. Definitely not during the rendezvous approach and docking phase. When we're getting the crew up to dock with the International Space Station, that takes absolute priority. I will have to check if they're going to do it after they depart. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to do it. I know definitely ahead, Andy, as you mentioned, ahead of the Crew-2 launch, we already knew that this fly-around capability was added. Whether subsequent missions will do it, I will have to check. That may be so, just to do regular surveys of the International Space Station, which was
I'm probably going to want to do that.
The shuttle missions, but that was more because of the assembly phase. That was the shuttle was flying when the International Space Station was being built, and so these regular surveys were needed as new elements were added all the time. But even since we've done this fly around, which in 2021 we now have completed that fly around, the last fly around was with a Russian Soyuz vehicle back in 2018, and it was NASA astronaut Drew Feustel who had the camera in his hands taking some photos of the exterior of the International Space Station. Since then, quite a number of things have changed. It's not the same as it was in 2018. We have new cameras that have been installed, but namely we have new modules, namely commercial modules like the NanoRacks Bishop airlock, as well as commercial platforms, which is international commercial partnership like the Bartolomeo platform. This is on the Columbus module, so we'll get the first views as part of a fly around of some of these new modules now. Keep sending these questions. They're fantastic. As much as we can throughout this phase of flight, especially while we're in this period waiting for some of the more dynamic activities. Andy, you mentioned right after about 4 p.m. Pacific time when we'll have a lot of action. The departure phase burn is scheduled to happen just about then. Right now, we're pretty much co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That means we're roughly in the same orbit, about 10 kilometers right underneath it. We're going a little bit faster, so we're going in front of the International Space Station now as well. But once we have that phase burn, we'll go ahead and get out of the same plane of the International Space Station and line up with our target, which is Pensacola, Florida, right off the coast to splash down and return our crew safely back to Earth.
Yeah, so again, quiet period, so to speak, and the next really major event is when the astronauts will don their suits just after 4 p.m. Pacific time. Until then, we are going to take a quick break again, and we'll see you back here shortly.
There we go. I had to make it go underneath the train tracks because I don't think I could make it tall enough to go up over the station, so we made it go underneath. I think that'll be all right. And then that one goes over to the tracks. Now I got to go back over to the powerhouse. Got to make sure the powerhouse has these circuits turned on. So we're looking at the 4th circuit, or the center. Well, it's the center circuit and the one just to the left of it. How do you like this swoop? Very useful. Yeah, super useful, Jason. We will zoop. Alright, let's go over to the powerhouse area here. Main power in. Battery backups are operating at peak efficiency.
SpaceX Endeavour, you on section 4.700.
And Shane, copy, have you completed section 4?
Now, would you like us to do it?
No rush, at your discretion.
Oh boy.
Okay, that's in order.
4th slot. So we're on the 4th and the 1st and 2nd slot that side. Come on, get up there. There we go. So, train, oil.
SpaceX Endeavour, section 4 complete. Good test.
We copy, complete with Vehicle Rio health LEDs. We saw them gate on the ground as well. Appreciate that. And you got about 2 5 minutes until starting suit up.
Copy.
Cool. That's basically a circuit board for the entire electrical grid in the save. Now that you named those switches, can you see what network you're on from downstream power poles? You know, Libby, I've never bothered to check. I don't think so. That would be a nice feature, but I don't think you can. Guys, I'm gonna go get a cough drop. I'll be right back, okay? Be right back, 1 second. I'm back. Ah. All right. Cool. So. Yeah, Loopy, there's no way to check individual power. I can, at the blockhouse, right, or at the powerhouse, I can see what each connection is pulling, if I'm remembering correctly, because I can just look at the local. We can look at the local, like locally, what it's pulling on a power pole. Oh, actually, if I put a power pole down, hang on. A power pole can act as a meter. It'll tell you what's locally on the grid, or at least it should. Yeah, see? Oh. No, that looks like it might be representative total. Damn. Because this thing shouldn't be pulling any power. It's not plugged into anything. Huh. Whoa.
Tranquility Base here.
Red box.
The Eagle has landed.
A red box. Oh boy. I can't see it without moving the windows all around, man. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. The Raise 2 stream is currently holding. It should be about 10 minutes. Oh. Alright. So this should have oil in it. That has nothing, because I haven't valved it yet. So how about we... Whoop. Yep. Every station should have EMS, drummer. Yeah, paramedics. Yeah, there's usually firemen can give you medical help if you need it. Yeah, but it's just a paramedic. It's local stuff until the ambulance gets there and gets you to the hospital. Every fire station have it. Source: my cousin's a firefighter. And he is at EMS. He's Emergency Medical Services. That's exactly what it is. It's medical services in a freaking emergency. They'll get you going until the ambulance arrives, and then that'll ship you off to a hospital. Or they can go right to the hospital too. There's plenty of different ways to do it, and that is a public tax service. So. Super X, yeah, there's also that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Kinder, 58-month resub. All right. So we got this thing back up and running, and it's making heavy oil residue. What do we do with heavy oil residue? Oh, you can make petroleum coke. Got it. Dump it in the ocean? I mean, we could do that, Geeson. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that would piss somebody off somewhere. Like... Cool. That's where the line ends for now, but I'm also going to need rubber production as well. Oh, they got a Tedra's hand over there. The deposit here. Normal iron. I see it forge, yeah. Impure copper. Yeah. Now, let me go back and figure out what we're looking for over here. You want to see a satisfactory conclusion. Plastic is what we're looking for here. Plastic is what we're looking for there. So plastic was the big one that we needed for this type of production that we're looking for over here. We have more beams. And we have more computers. Nice. Could load up more screws in there and get a couple more out of this thing. What about you? What are you looking for? That's looking for plastic. Are there winds there? Yes, there's wind. No, there's just sound effects for wind. No, it doesn't affect the dunes. What I tried to do, Kuro, is I try to build with the terrain, because the terrain is not editable, so I try to build... It's not edible. Yeah, you can't eat it. No, it's not editable, so I build around it, which I think ends up being a little bit cooler. I want to eat the sandstone. I mean, don't we all?
SpaceX Endeavor, can you go external on the cameras?
In work.
What about you? What is this thing looking for? what are we watching? Crew-2 coverage. Crew-2 is returning from the ISS.
Dragon, SpaceX, no response required. We're looking outside.
It's just dark, Loopy. I really don't like the internal lighting in here, but yeah, it's not the worst, I guess. Yeah, the fall off on the lighting is very annoying. To the point where it's like, ugh. Hey, Jackery. Do we look at the sync for catwalks? No. I can go do that now. Yeah, I had to regain my bearings. Loopy, I went AFK for a second because I needed to talk to Bree about some stuff. Bree and I are trying to do like food proportions, so we discussed what was going to be cooked. Like, trying to lose some weight, man. We're both a little too heavy. Me more than her, let's be real. So we gotta go ahead and lose that. So kind of lost my train of thought when I went AFK for a second.
Dragon, SpaceX, no response required. We are less than 3.5 hours to the scheduled splashdown time.
3.5 hours till splash.
Endeavor copies, thanks.
Yeah, condition. I'm gonna cook like I'm just gonna make like steak tips, rice, carrots, broccoli, try to balance out the food groups and just make a ton of it at the beginning of the week and then just work through it. Last. Okay, what's up? I'll be heading to bed soon. Would you prefer to check the document at another time?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Was the expectation for me to check that on stream? Yeah, condition. Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, Alex, yeah, no, I'm streaming until the splashdown, dude, unless you want to check it on stream. Yeah, no, go head to bed, man. Go head to bed, dude, trust me. No, not right now. Maybe later. Alright, what else could we afford here? We only have 2 tickets. Alright, I'll see myself out. Hey, don't worry about it. Like, no, it's just... Yeah, no, I'm not, yeah, no, not right now, dude, later. We could get the signs unlocked. I was looking for the catwalks, weren't we? Oh, they're 5. I want to see these modern catwalks. There's the old industrial ones. These are the new ones here. Those would be super useful. Alright, Alex. Have a good night. Sleep well. I'll check it overnight, dude. Just pop back in tomorrow. I'll check it after the stream tonight while I'm cooking, man. Here, what can we fence that's expensive in here? I have plenty of steel. So just, let's throw that in there. Fence that out. How many tickets do I have? I only have 2, Loopy. I only have 2 right now. Oil? Who said anything about oil, man? You cooking? Yeah, see, that's the light in the game. That's the interior light. It's a spotlight. It's not like a fill light, which is just, all right. How come there's not light right here, but there's light right here? How intense is that dang light? Better get them tickets up and running. I always have the tickets going where I'm fencing quartz at my, or I'm sinking quartz at the quartz deposit, which is down that road. See the road down there where it ends over there? That's where my quartz deposit is right now.
Dragon, SpaceX Crew-2 dawning.
Go ahead.
Shane, you are go to begin 4.010, suit dawning and audio configuration.
Trains, Sir Sab. Well, actually, I have a sink out there. I built another sink.
We're finishing up our fluid loading here, and we'll crank that up here in just a minute.
But we built out the train lines, man.
Times, not always there. 2 quick reminders for you. When donning the orthostatic protection garments, please be sure to adjust them according to your note from the flight surgeon. And second, when you're closing out and stowing the cabin mic up in location 8,
they do, Sab, yes.
That the 2 redundant lid latches are in place.
Crew-2.
Okay, copy the latches and also the words on the OIG sticks.
We copy, thank you.
I have plenty more of that and plenty more of those.
And welcome back. We just
we'll throw
heard,
copper and concrete
from
in
the
there.
Corps and the crew that they are gearing up for suit donning, which just means that they are going to put their spacesuits back on. It should be starting up in a few minutes here. That should take about 50 minutes. They do them in pairs, and it's about 20-25 minutes per pair. And then about at around 5:30, they'll do suit leak checkouts in preparation for re-entry. We want to make sure that because there is nitrox or nitrogen, oxygen flowing through the suits, and they are pressurized, there are no leaks in case of a depressurization event. So that is happening here shortly, which is very exciting. Again, we are marching towards the more dynamic phases of this mission, which is re-entry, again, scheduled for 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, and that's going to be off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
So you heard that Commander Shane Kimbrough respond back to the Corps here in Mission Control Hawthorne that the crew were still fluid loading. This is part of their procedures that comes pretty much around the same time that they have the meal. So they just had about a meal and a half each getting prepared for the journey ahead. Fluid loading is exactly what it sounds like. They're taking on a decent amount of water, just making sure.
Can you buy tickets with MT?
The extra fluids in their body helps them to take on the G-forces that they're about to experience when they go into enter the Earth's atmosphere. Right now, they are experiencing 0 Gs.
Oh, microtransactions. I don't think so,
and they
no.
have been doing so for about 6 months. When they enter through the atmosphere, that extra fluids will help them to do so. You heard there's a little bit of margin in there for the suit.
I'm pretty sure they've said that,
they're
vehemently against that.
It's about a 50-minute procedure,
but I could be wrong.
It'll wrap up around 5:30 before we start doing some of those suit leak checks, as long as they get through their procedures relatively quickly or in the predicted amount of time, again 15 minutes. That sets them up for at least a half an hour, maybe a little bit more, until they are getting ready for the departure phase burn. This is the last in a series of departure burns before they get set up for the big burn of the day, which is the deorbit burn. The departure phase burn takes them away from the 10-kilometer orbit, 10-kilometer co-elliptic orbit that they're in right now, essentially following the International Space Station. They're in the same orbital plane, but this departure phase burn will take them out of that plane. They'll go into a new plane to essentially sync up with the landing site, and that is the prime site for today, still Pensacola, Florida. They're going through all of their procedures right on time today. So a couple of steps that are coming up here to get ready for these some of the major activities, and everything right now is looking pretty good.
A little bit more about the suits. Earlier in the broadcast, we did have some members have the suits on. We actually doffed them.
Oil, I'm sure, should be worth fencing.
Outside of suits, enjoyed a meal.
You know the delta V of the deorbit burn,
and I'm sure
150 meters a second. It's something closer not very much.
They are a one-piece suit, and the way I like to describe them is they're sort of a spacecraft inside of a spacecraft. Yeah. They are extremely intelligent. They provide a lot of communications and avionics, as well as some safety protection for the crew. And there's an umbilical on the thigh that would actually hook up to the chair of the Dragon vehicle and provide all of those, again, electronics and some of the fluids for the crew.
You've been hearing that they've been prepping the environment of the International Space Station as well. Really, the suit is its own contained environment. They're pumping nitrox air, which is a mix of nitrogen and oxygen, into the space suit itself. You have the 3D printed helmet. Each component of this is form-fitted to each individual astronaut. The gloves, the suits, the helmets, everything. It is very individualized. The fit is super important for the journey home. Not only the fit of the suit, but the seats themselves are even molded for each individual seat. So got to make sure that you find your right seat. You notice that Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur have been using touchscreen interfaces. The gloves themselves are compatible specifically with those touchscreens, and then of course an extra layer of protection for the astronauts themselves, flame resistant, an added layer of protection, even though most of the spacecraft itself is designed specifically to minimize that risk of flame, just a added layer of protection. When the crew actually walks out to the launch pad, they have protective covering underneath their boots, and they're removed prior to ingressing, and those boots specifically designed to fit right into the footrests of those suits.
Yeah, and the helmets themselves, they are 3D printed, and the whole suit is designed in-house here at SpaceX. We definitely took form and function into play. They look pretty darn cool, if you ask me. Very modernized, and so again, the crew right now are donning those spacesuits right now in preparation for re-entry and splashdown later on in just a few hours today.
All right, and we'll continue to provide some periodic updates to you as we continue our coverage. Again, we're donning suits, and we'll follow along until we get to that departure phase burn. We're here in Mission Control Hawthorne, but of course we have teams that, since they departed the International Space Station, are monitoring over there in Houston, Texas. So why don't we go over to Sandra Jones over in Houston for an update?
Loopy, what I'm trying to figure out right now is how I'm going to, oh, mic isn't on, Sandra.
Teams continue to monitor Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomai's flight home, and are playing a few key roles with Dragon's return trip and
Loop,
recovery.
I'm trying to
monitoring the path of Dragon, on the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of
figure out how I'm going to get the rubber
or trajectory operations and planning officer. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console who's serving as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel supporting splashdown.
Trying to figure out how to get
any changes to return need to take place.
the products from the oil back over there.
Group actively
I'm trying to kind of do that out in my head, but we can loop the train tracks if we want.
Keep a close eye on conditions to make sure they're clear for a safe splashdown today. And finally, our landing support officer is on standby by
No,
in
it's
the
very
event
strange
we run
about
into
that.
any major issues that would cause
Hey,
Dragon
good boy,
to end up
55
at an
month resub.
unsupported
Thanks,
splashdown
buddy.
location. From there, we would call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. Meanwhile, back on the International Space Station, the three-person crew of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov are in their sleep period after a busy day preparing for Crew-2 departure. It will be great to see the crew suited up here shortly, and all continues to move along. The next big milestone we're looking towards today is the departure phase burn, scheduled at 8:09 Central Time. We continue to look forward to seeing Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas return back to Earth and splash down off the coast of Pensacola later this evening. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor here from Mission Control Houston, and for now, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
All right, great to have Mission Control Houston following along the way. Now, of course, we are outside of joint operations. This happened shortly after the Dragon and the Dragon crew exited the approach ellipsoid. For a while, during the fly-around maneuver, we were in those joint operations, and we were on something called the Big Loop. This is a joint loop, and we'll see this again in a couple of days when Crew 3 rendezvous and approaches the International Space Station. It is a communication
You want to work on
loop
extending
that
the tracks
includes
out
the Dragon
loop.
crew,
Now we can do
teams
that.
here in Mission Control Hawthorne, as well as the teams in Mission Control Houston and the crew on board the International Space Station, all part of that big loop. That was part of the first phase of today's departure with the fly-around maneuver and, of course, exiting the approach ellipsoid. Once we exited that, we were outside of joint operations, and now it's really up to the teams in Hawthorne to really take control of this flight, and, of course, the crew on board Dragon. But it's great to have teams. It is a joint
That's correct,
operation.
BBA.
This whole mission was really a journey to and from the International Space Station to spend 6 months on board doing incredible science and, of course, maintenance. We put on new solar arrays during Crew 2's time on board the station. But now
they put on
it's
the
really ready.
IROSs.
We're in the final stretch here, about less than 3.5 hours until we splash down.
Yeah, things continue to go very, very smoothly. We have
Yeah,
been taking some
they're
breaks because
refineries,
really
yeah.
not a lot is
It's a little
going on
crazy.
in terms of the operation. Everything is going great. We hear check-ins
And
from
Loopy,
the
that's why I
core
put the fluid
to
buffers
crew
in there.
On board station again.
Put the
Things
fluid
are
buffers in
fine,
there
and,
so we could
so,
work on it before I
once
get
we
the trains
again,
figured out,
after
so I
that
can
60%
manually move a
mark,
couple of
we'll
loads
have,
so we
a
can
burn,
test the
we'll have
system.
some,
That's also the reason why I put the
vehicle
valves in.
separation, and re-entry into the Earth's
Yeah,
atmosphere.
this could
We
get-
are going to take some
this
more
could get
social
weird.
questions, which is great. So if you want to ask any questions, use the hashtag #AskNASA. We have this one here from Atlas. How much training goes into these types of missions specifically?
Very good question, because this is
So, like, guys, I had a little bit of an aesthetic thing here. I'm
course,
gonna
have
just
training for
beep them for a second. I have an aesthetic thing. It was kind of a build rule, and I'm not sure. This is what's gonna make this so difficult. How I'm gonna get like refined products from the refinery, over to this area here, over to my main factory. Now this area right here I set up for a steel mill. That's what this place is supposed to be. And I haven't finished it yet. And then I wanted my main resource, I wanted a resource input over here. But then again, we could have a resource input from the other side as well. That works too. I'm thinking. But, okay, so either way, resource inputs aside, how I kind of had this set up was I wanted any refined materials, right? So materials that isn't raw resources will be transported in a covered conveyor. If we're going to use conveyors, it'll be moved like this. See that? So it's not just about running a conveyor belt back this way. I got to figure out where I want to place that damn conveyor belt, you know? They're not coming home earlier, Sergeant. They've come home later. Overall, no, that's not the issue. The issue has been mostly weather. And weather with getting Crew 3 up off the ground. That's why they're leaving before Crew 3 is docking.
That includes physical exercise, that includes science experiments, maintenance, repairs. And so as they're going through all these different tasks, they need to be able to work the tools or be able to pull up the manuals and be able to communicate with whomever
Epsilon
they need
launch.
to in terms of support.
I'm out of windows, man. I don't have any more real estate in the monitor space, dudes.
Prior to the launch, I'm sure there's a lot of training that happens during the
I'm out of
at the
space.
International Space Station too.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm out of free real estate.
You have to know how to work all the systems, and you really have to know. This is actually one of the soft skills that they learn is really how to pace themselves.
How much can you bench press on the
during the shuttle
ISS,
program,
bro?
where
Yes.
they were up in space for maybe 2 weeks at a time. It was really a sprint. They worked long hours.
Actually,
they worked
right
hard,
here, we could
and
run a
knowing
conveyor
that they were
here,
going to be
and
returning
then have all the
back to
refined
Earth in just
products
2
go
weeks'
out
time.
this way and
But
have
when
my
you're on
covered
board the
conveyor go
International
that
Space
way.
Station for 6 months, you really have to pace yourself, and they are some long days. You got 10+ hour days. That includes the work itself, as well as at least 2.5
Or we could run the
hours of
conveyors in a
exercise every single
covered
day,
manner underneath.
just to maintain your body as you're learning
I
what
think,
it's like to
I
live
think
and
the
work in space.
conveyor out there
And
would
speaking of
probably
which,
be a
that
better
is
idea.
the next question that we have, a very good one, a very appropriate one. This one's how
Or
does space travel affect your
we
body?
could go
That
up and
is the
over
question,
this
Andy.
way.
That is why we're doing expeditions on board the International Space Station. We are trying to figure
We
that
could
out.
have it run that way.
We have been up there for 20+ years now, and a lot of the research that's done on board this gigantic orbiting laboratory is figuring out this big question. What happens to your body during space travel? We are learning a lot about muscle and bone loss. If you were to do nothing in space,
80 months,
your body would really adapt to that, knowing that there's no stress on the human body. Just like me standing here, I'm experiencing at least 1 G of stress as the Earth is pulling me down towards the ground. But in space, that goes away. So you experience muscle and bone loss. So they counteract that with some with exercise, with resistive and
running out parallel
exercise.
to the power line is
There's
my work.
changes to the way that you're.
Luby, the other thing is that I left.
Fluid shifts. There's a shift in fluid towards your.
I left these gaps under, like I raised the train station for this exact purpose because I may have, we may have needed to run underneath here.
Space Station, and that's why we're
I'm
sending
thinking running it right
6 months
here
at a time.
might be the right move.
And especially as we look
and then
towards
leave this over
longer
here as a
duration
passageway so I could drive through.
To Mars and perhaps even beyond that, we do.
I think going up and
definitely
over
need
is
to
the right
understand
move, though.
All the ins and outs of long duration space travel and how that affects the human body. So all of these experiments, everything is extremely important to again get a better understanding of how the microgravity environment will affect people. We have another one here from Howie. I understand that the crew will be landing in Pensacola, Florida. I live in Sarasota, Florida. Will I be able to hear the sonic boom tonight? So Pensacola, Florida is right on the panhandle of Florida. And then Sarasota, I believe, is on the west coast.
SpaceX for departure phasing burn 1.
Go ahead.
Shane, we are go for the upcoming departure phasing burn. For awareness, this will be an out-of-plane prop wasting burn. We will be staying in orbit tanks the entire time and do not expect to take transition. How copy?
Okay, orbit tanks out of plane burn in about 20 minutes. Copy all.
Good read back.
So there you have it. As we were talking about before, we're tracking some of these deorbit burns or departure burns, and we were talking about 5 of them. There was departure burns 0 through 3, and then the departure phase burn, which we're looking at a little bit after 6 p.m. Pacific time. This one that they're talking about now, coming up in about 20 minutes, is called a departure out of plane burn. This is a pretty standard burn that is tracked throughout most of the phases of flight, both on the way uphill, which is after launch, to docking to the space station, and on the way downhill. And it's really just a periodic check to look at that trajectory of the Crew Dragon and make sure, hey, are we still lined up? Are we still where we need to be in order to execute the burn when we are expected to? And so an out-of-plane burn is just a short firing of those Draco thrusters
2 weeks
to
till
just
tanks.
Make a subtle
Tanks
course
giving
correction.
break.
We've seen it on
where the
a
government
number
gives
of
you
Dragon
tanks,
flights
High
so far, and so now it looks like we are
You all right, man?
an out-of-plane burn coming up in about 20 minutes.
Yes, I believe the Corps also mentioned that this will be used as a prop wasting burn as well, and so that is propellant wasting burn. And what we want to do is there is a bit of extra propellant on the Dragon vehicle, and we want to shed that mass. It helps the deorbit burn be more efficient, and also helps the parachutes do their job a little bit better. Slowing down a heavier object is more difficult than a lighter object, so we get rid of any propellant that we won't need for re-entry.
So Andy, you were talking about, we had a question from Pensacola, Florida. And it looks like some other folks in Florida are looking for an opportunity to see if they can hear the sonic boom.
Yes, so the Dragon vehicle will definitely be entering the Earth's atmosphere at supersonic speeds. In fact, it's 20 times the speed of sound. Sarasota is a little far away from the proposed landing site. You might be able to hear it, but I don't know if that's a guarantee.
We'll do a little experiment. How about that? For those who are tuning in, watching our coverage, entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere is expected to take place roughly.
I'm good, 12. How are you?
10:20 p.m. Eastern Time if you're out in Florida.
My pick. Sum it down now. Sum it down now.
We'll say 10:26.
Sum it down now.
That's about a 7-minute period that they're in that entry. Go outside. It's okay if you don't watch us the entire time. Go outside and let us know if from Sarasota, Florida, you are able to hear that sonic boom. This will be a pretty cool experiment.
Yeah, and if you do hear it, trust me, it'll be very noticeable. You're not going to miss it. So, yeah,
Got you right
a
with
little experiment to see if the folks on the west coast of Florida can hear the sonic boom of the Dragon capsule coming.
Yeah.
Real quick, so we haven't talked about the crew in a little bit. They are donning their spacesuits right now, again, getting ready for re-entry here in a couple hours. So let's talk a little bit about the crew and re-meet them. So first up, we have Shane Kimbrough. He is the commander of the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Crew-2 mission. Kimbrough is responsible for all phases of flight from launch to re-entry. He was selected as a NASA
This is
astronaut
my
in
house.
2004. Kimbrough
This is
first
my house.
aboard the space shuttle Endeavour for a visit to the space station.
If you don't like it, you can get the frick out.
2008. Then aboard the Russian Soyuz spacecraft for his first long-duration mission for Expedition 49, 40, and 50 in 2016. After 199 days in space during Expedition 65 and 66, he spent a total of 388 career days in space, the fourth highest for any U.S. astronaut, and performed 9 career spacewalks. Kimbrough also is a retired U.S. Army colonel and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York, and a master's degree in operations research from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta.
Go on, get.
Pilot for today is Megan MacArthur on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft. She's the second in command for the mission. MacArthur is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Expedition 65 and 66 was her first trip to the space station. She was selected as an astronaut in 2000. MacArthur launched on a space shuttle Atlantis on a mission specialist for STS-125, which was the final Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission in 2009. MacArthur operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of the 12 days, 21 hours that she spent in space, capturing the telescope and moving crew members during the 5 spacewalks needed to repair and upgrade the telescope.
Have you
She
tried
holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the
becoming a
University of
citizen?
California, Los Angeles, and a doctorate in
Well, pretty cool.
oceanography from the
Saying.
University of California, San Diego.
I can't peek at
Now,
Discord
with
DMs,
Expedition 65
Panta.
and
Discord
66,
screen is
she
that
has a
screen right
career
now.
total of 212
I guess I could,
days
yeah,
in
actually,
space.
now use my phone.
Next up
Hold on.
is Akihiko Hoshide.
What do you want? What do you
He
want?
is a mission specialist for Crew-2. And as a mission specialist, he
Merry
works
Christmas.
closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASDA, which is currently known as JAXA, in 1992 and was selected as an
12.
astronaut candidate
Really
in
cool, though.
February of 1999. Hoshide is a veteran of two
The fastest way for me to
space
get
flights in addition
citizenship is to graduate high school and go into the
65
military.
In June 2008, he flew to the International Space Station on the STS-124
Hey,
mission
Joe,
to
what's going
deliver
on?
the Japanese experiment module Kibo to the station. From July to November 2012, he stayed on the space station for 124 days
that's
as
up
a
to you,
flight
my
engineer
pick.
for the Expedition 32 and 33 mission. The Crew Dragon will be the third spacecraft that Hoshide has flown to the orbiting laboratory. Hoshide commanded the station for Expedition 65 and performed 1 spacewalk, bringing his career total to 4. And he has spent a total of
That's not good enough, my pick.
And 40 days in space on his 3 flights, record-setting 8 days short of Koichi Wakata's record-setting mark of 348
Can't tell Dimitri
days
our secrets,
in
man.
space by a Japanese astronaut.
Thomas Pesquet is also a mission specialist for Crew-2, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by ESA in May of 2009 and worked as a Eurocom, communicating with the astronauts during space flights from the Mission Control Center in Europe. He previously flew as part of Expeditions 50 and 51, launching aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft in October 2016, and he spent 196 days in space, returning to Earth in June of 2017. His mission also included 2 spacewalks to maintain the station, 1 to replace batteries on an electrical channel, and 1 to detect a cooling leak and service the robotic arm. He performed an additional 4 spacewalks for Expeditions 65 and 66 to outfit the station with new solar arrays, bringing his career total to 6. He commanded the station for part of Expedition 66 and has a career total of 395 days in space, the most amount of time in space by any ESA astronaut.
Toma!
Yes, that was a quick
Toma's
reintroduction
he should go to the moon.
Our crew, who is currently, currently on board the Dragon capsule Endeavour. They are donning their spacesuits right now and should be performing leak checks on the spacesuits in about an hour and splashdown at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time. For now, again, things are going well, Gary. Nothing new to report, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you back here shortly.
How many gears does it have? Yes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Spiffy, 5-month resub. Thanks, man. Are you gonna stream the JAXA launch? I don't have any screen real estate left to do that. It's a very rare occurrence where I don't have any free real estate left to do that. Yeah. That works. It's a free monitor for you, Jim. Yeah, I got... If I wanted to put it up on another monitor so you guys could see it, there would be no chat, and I wouldn't be able to look. I wouldn't be able to look at chat in OBS. I'm literally out of monitors. I have 3 big freaking monitors too, which, I mean, we could always split window it up there, but that's hard to do. It's not hard to do, it's just I have to go and reconfigure some things to get it to work like that in OBS, and I kind of don't want to do that right now. You know? Like, I really want to... Okay. Just gotta figure out a way to get that over there. But, cross that bridge when we get to it, I suppose. And then what are we inputting here again? Heavy residual. We can convert it into petroleum coke, and we could use that for a bunch of different things. It might be better to move it around as a pipeline, though. Make residual fuel. Oh, okay. Benno, that's what you've been pushing for, residual? Yeah. We'll do that up. I'll just hook that up in the temporary capacity there. Yeah, I know the petroleum coke can fuel the generators, but maybe we'll switch over to oil power production eventually. And use that coal for steel production. I'll just leave that there at the end of the production line for now. Nani? Petroleum, am I right? That's what I'm thinking, Luke. Yeah, go around that rock over there and then under. All right, so I think I was carrying... Oh, no, I dumped the quartz. And then I have the silica on me. All right, cool. Do I have silica over here? No, but I have more quartz. Okay. All right, let's check the fence. How did the SSTO launch go? Really sad I missed it. 100% successful? Ewok, I had some weird stuff here and there happen that I'm not, like, too happy about, but I almost missed. I almost wasn't able to bring it back. I locked the SAS out, and it made the thing glide for a really long time, and that saved me. Alright, so our steel mill that we want here, huh? Are we covering the Japanese rocket launch? Yeah, I'm out of screen real estate, guys. Yeah, no. I mean, I could put it on. Yeah, the big one, Loopy. Yep. That's a pretty cool sunrise shot. Yeah, Loopy, the big one. I'm pushing it to operational. We're getting there. All right. How am I gonna do this? Yeah, I got everything. We got everything figured out. I had Anth help me troubleshoot some things with the pad, and Yarg helped me come up with a couple of structural fixes here and there. It's working.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Harry guy, I'm extremely late to the conversation, but here's an explanation loop for work. 8-foot ladder for scale. Oh, the expansions. Yeah, there you go. Ah, all right. Nice, dude. 6-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, no, that's right. There it is. That's awesome. Thank you. What type of resource deposit is this? Impure iron. Don't care. We only deal with high quality stuff here, man. Okay. Now what? So do we want... I think the next step might be to... So, big pressing or outstanding ticket items here. Are... Well, we gotta redo the steel. I gotta get steel production up and running. And then we have to input steel. We have to figure out an input for the petroleum products, steel pipe, and steel beams. Excuse me. And I have like a small heavy mod frame and computer production thing going on over here. Oh, that thing's looking for plastic too. Looks like there's a Japanese launch in 7 minutes on YouTube. Yeah, durable. I know, but I want to keep I want to keep working on this. I want to keep working on this, but I'm like out of screen real estate, dude. Doing the Epsilon PBS launch in less than 8 minutes. As a browser source in OBS. You just got all the solutions, don't you, drummer? You know what? Here's how I'll do this. Mute that for a second. Get rid of the... Take this. Chat. Take this. Go over here like this. We'll put that up there. Block that out. Block that out. Move that like that. Go over here like this. Resume. And... the audio there. Bingo. There. We'll just plot that. We'll plop that in the second box for now.
打ち上げ8分前になりました。内之浦宇宙空間観測所イプシロン管制センターからイプシロンロケット5号機による革新的衛星技術実証2号機の打ち上げ状況をお伝えしております。It's T-8 minutes and counting. This is a launch coverage of the 5th Epsilon launch vehicle carrying the innovative satellite technology demonstration 2. Reporting from the Epsilon Control Center at the JAXA Uchinoura Space Center. 最終合濃合判断の結果、イプシロンロケット5号機の打ち上げを本日日本時間の午前9時55分16秒に実施します。We were just given the final go decision. The time set for Epsilon 5 launch today will be 9:55:16 a.m. Japan Standard Time. 現在、各系ともロケット打ち上げの最終準備作業を行っています。また、警戒区域の安全は確認されています。We are at the final launch operations. The restricted areas have been cleared. 安全系準備完了。The range safety system is go.
Range is go. Let's see what we got.
Okay. 射場系飛行安全系準備完了。 The range system and the flight safety system are go.
Flight control
衛星
system,
系の準備は
flight
完了してい
termination
ます。
system, ready to go.
The satellite system is go.
Payload is go. Is this a new save? No. No, Rocky. My big factory's over there. Oh, I just thought of a better way to do this. You know what? Let's just do it. I hate it when that happens. I thought of a better way to do it, but like, see, this always happens this way. I found a better way to do it, but the only reason I found a better way to do it is because I built this whole thing out and then I saw like what I wanted to change. Like, without this being there, I wouldn't have thought the better way of doing it, you know? So it's an old rapid prototyping thing. So I'm gonna stagger my refineries like this. And if I stagger the refineries like this, the next one is going to be in the way of where that dang tunnel is, right? So I don't necessarily want to do that. What we can do is something like this, a concrete buffer area. Right here. And then we could have the covered resources go over here like this. But I'm going to need small
打ち
wall.
上げ3分前です。現在車上の天候は曇り、気温摂氏 13.5 度、南南西の風、毎秒 1.4 メートルです。イプシロンロケット5号機の打ち上げに問題はありません。
Epsilon rocket.
minutes and counting. Here at the launch site, it's cloudy. Temperature is 13.5 degrees Celsius. Wind is 1.4 meters
It's
per
an
second
Epsilon
from
rocket
the
for
south
JAXA.
southwest.
There's a lot of stuff
The
going
weather
on
has
today,
no
dudes.
constraint for Epsilon 5 launch. 本日の打ち上げ予定時刻は日本時間の午前9時55分
That's right, Tax.
16秒です。
What are they launching? I'm not sure. Raise 2, I think is the name of it.
9:55:16 a.m. Japan Standard Time.
It's a small sat. Small sat Epsilon launch, yeah.
打ち上げ2分前です。T-2 minutes.
2 minutes.
全景発射準備完了。All systems are go for launch.
All right, let's see what she's got.
SpaceX Endeavour, CDR and PLT are suited. MS2 getting suited now. MS1 will follow.
Okay, meanwhile, Crew-2.
We hear loud and clear.
Crew-2 astronauts are getting suited up. I'm gonna bring this up on the big screen here, guys.
Countdown sequence. ロケットの電源が外部から内部に切り替えられました。
Epsilon 5 has just been switched on the internal power.
Countdown ain't behind me.
We have a goal for pyrotechnics arming.
Ground-side pyrotechnic separation system is armed.
Initiating the onboard computer sequencer.
Auto sequence start.
Thermal batteries activation.
Here we go.
Solid motor side jet
We're
ignition.
continuing our live coverage of Crew-2's return to planet Earth.
Hey! Yeah! Oh, fine!
3 p.m. Eastern.
2号機を搭載したエプシロンロケット5号機は2021年11月9日午前9時55分16秒に内之浦宇宙空間観測所から打ち上げられました。
Epsilon 5 with the innovative satellite technology demonstration tool on board lifted off from the Uchinoura Space Center at 9:55:16 a.m. November 9, 2021, Japan Standard Time.
Glorious Nihon!
エプシロンロケット5号機は現在初飛行風速を 121.4 度とし徐々に南東方向の太平洋上へ飛行しています。
The launch vehicle is now flying over the Pacific Ocean to the southeast at an angle of 121.4 degrees.
On the suits themselves, a leak check to make sure they're in
打ち
tip-top
上げ
shape
後
before
1
we
分が
get
経過しました。
to that next burn, which is the
1
departure
minute
phasing
into the
burn.
flight.
In the meantime, we also executed a out-of-plane burn. It
ロ
was
ケットは
about a
正常
3-minute
に飛行を
firing of
続
the
けてお
forward
り
bulkhead
各地上局は正常にロケットの追尾を行っております。
but it was
The
one
flight
of
of
those burns just to
Epsilon
make sure
5
that
is
we are in the
nominal.
right phase,
Tracking is
and
proceeding
really
as
getting
planned
prepared for that
from the
next
ground
burn, which is
stations.
the departure phasing burn to line us up with the landing site. That was a good burn. We are well on our way to the next couple of steps to get our crew home.
Yeah, so in summary, all good news.
All good news.
It's been all good news, all broadcasts, and so things, again, are continuing to go very, very smoothly for Crew-2's return. If you have been following us, Gary, you had mentioned weather earlier. We've been watching weather at the landing site, but we've also been watching weather for the past week and a half. Originally, we were scheduled to
第1弾燃焼終了。
and then they would do
First stage
a
motor
handoff in
burnout.
person at the International Space Station.
First stage,
Crew-3 and Crew-2 would do that handoff.
Should be happening now.
Weather was
But it's just
permitting,
clouds.
and so we've actually shuffled things around a little bit. Crew-2 is coming back today, and Crew-3 will be launching in a couple of days. This is a view. This is some video footage earlier from last week with the Crew-3 Dragon capsule and the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad. Sunny skies in Florida. Everything with the vehicle is absolutely fine. And so again, the Crew-3 and the vehicle.
Okay,
are just
I'm gonna
waiting for
put
liftoff.
Epsilon off here. We'll get back
no
to the
earlier than
SpaceX
a
cast.
couple days from now.
That's right, and it's still there. No earlier than a couple days from now is exactly right. It'll be less than 2 days from the time, at the very earliest attempt. Less than
All
2
right.
days from the
Cool.
time that
Good launch.
Crew-2 splashes into the ocean. Later tonight, 10:30
And of course,
p.m.
Japan
Eastern.
Japan would
Less
have an
than 2 days
automated
until our very first
countdown
launch
system
attempt on
with
Wednesday, November 10th. We're looking at 9:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time
I know, I'm
to
saying
launch that
random
vehicle.
numbers.
So yes, less than a 2-day turnaround. But again, the vehicle is looking healthy. It's still at pad 39A, and the crew themselves are also well. We've been tracking a minor medical issue, and that seems to no longer be a concern as we look forward. Really, weather being that primary concern over at the Atlantic side, not only just at the Cape over in Florida, but we're looking at the entire ascent
Okay, give
corridor
the sub to
that
Hell
goes up
Hydra.
the eastern seaboard. So we just got to make sure everything's in tip-top shape, and we'll continue to monitor that throughout the week.
Yes, less than 2 days sounds much better than what I said, which is no earlier than a couple of days. So thank you for the correction there, Gary. We do have some more social media questions. Again, if you are interested in asking us, we're going to try to answer as much as we can on air. Use the hashtag AskNASA. First one comes from Emmett. Will Dragon use the Super Draco engines today? Very perceptive. No. The short answer is no. So we have two sets of engines on the Dragon. We have the Draco engines. There are 16 of them sort of throughout the Dragon capsule. Then we also have another set of Super Draco engines. The Super Draco engines are really reserved for in-flight abort. So that's really only necessary during the uphill phase or during ascent or launch. We actually deactivate the Super Draco engines after the ascent has gone smoothly, and they remain deactivated until the vehicle goes through another launch attempt.
Yeah, to get home, really, it's the work of the atmosphere. The atmosphere does the bulk of the heavy lifting to slow us down. Right
I'm
now,
wondering
Dragon,
if there would be a medical emergency, could Dragon land anywhere near a coast like
so
Soyuz with the Great Lakes? Should be able to.
Engines are not needed to slow the
It could land on the west coast of the U.S., Boxy.
Forward bulkhead Dracos really does a lot of the work to slow us down.
SpaceX has Dragon recovery ships out there.
So
could land pretty much
with
wherever.
The atmosphere, we go from about 17,000 miles per hour down to about 350 miles an hour. So that atmosphere, that phase where we're in the entry phase and the heat shield is doing a lot of work protecting the crew from the 3,500 degrees of plasma that's surrounding the vehicle. It does a lot of work to slow the vehicle down. From 350 miles, you have drogue chutes and main chutes that slow it down from 350 miles an hour to about 15 miles an hour by the time it splashes down, all being done by the atmosphere. You don't need thrusters at that point. You are really just relying on the atmosphere and the chutes to slow you down.
Yeah, and I should mention that we had talked earlier about the sonic booms. Folks nearby might hear the sonic booms.
Perfect.
We are targeting the primary landing site to be off the coast of Florida, in Pensacola in the water. We do want to remind anyone that is boating in the area
resource conveyor like this elevated, Loopy, would make it easier to get over the rocks. See that?
For the safety of
I'll make this thing go this way, right?
As well.
And then we can make it go underneath the rails, and then we can make it go down here like this.
And
it'll make it way
recovery
easier.
operations team does their job right, and we
this
get
thing
the
out of the
crew
way.
back safely. So if you are curious about any views, this broadcast will bring you the best. We have
I don't
access to
want
all the
to
types of
get
cameras and views that you would ever
DMCA.
need. So if you want to watch,
So
we'll bring you the best views
gonna
possible.
change the lyrics to the song.
All right, let's continue to bring some questions in as we're waiting for some of those leak checks coming up here. This one is about meals. What kinds of meals do astronauts eat?
SpaceX for video configuration.
Yeah, go ahead. You're welcome back on board.
Thanks for reading Orion, Shane. We're going to come back on board momentarily.
No problem.
All right, so we might actually get to see inside of Dragon as long as we have the connection permitting. The crew inside Endeavour giving the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne a go. To come back inside means just really turn the cameras on as they're going through their suit donning procedures. Now, we mentioned before that the commander and pilot, that's Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, are suited up in their SpaceX launch and entry suits, and mission specialist Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide are working on their suit donning. That might be pretty much close to wrapping up because we are closing in on the leak checks that are scheduled here in about 30 minutes, well, closer to 25 minutes at this point. But we'll be following that every step of the way. We had a question about meals earlier, and that was not too long ago that the crew was in their first and only meal period. We did hear that they had about a meal and a half, and some of them even had a couple of snacks. The meals that they have on board the Dragon are meals ready to eat. They're essentially the same type of food that is used in the military. It's just a package of thermostabilized food that you just rip open and eat. They come in all kinds of
Man, now I'm hungry.
And
Damn it,
different
Gary.
meals that are packaged. They have chicken, they have steaks, they have briskets, mixed vegetables are some of the things that they have on board. In terms of snacks, you have dried fruits, you have nuts.
Come on,
they
man.
have a pretty decent selection. They don't just have the one meal, although in a nominal case, which is the case for today, they really only had to have that one meal. They do have a couple of extra meals on board just in case they needed to stay in orbit for whatever reason. If the weather shifted to not look good, they can stay in orbit for a couple of extra days if needed, and they have a couple of meals that
Gary cares not for your petty needs, EJ. Gary's food is knowledge.
A little bit earlier about Megan MacArthur, she made some space tacos at the International Space Station.
Right. Space tacos?
Chilies that they grew at the International Space Station, which is super cool and very aptly named space tacos for lunch, which sounds great, Gary. We have a question here. How do astronauts prevent bone loss while in orbit for months? And the short answer to that is exercise, lots of it.
That's right. That is one of the main things that we are investigating aboard the International Space Station, and we have it pretty much down to a science now that astronauts every single day work out for about 2.5 hours. It varies based on the day of the week. Sometimes they are on a stationary bicycle, sometimes they are running on a treadmill, and many of the times they are on what's called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device.
Combined operational load bearing.
But there's no weight in space. Dumbbells would be pretty easy to move around in space, so they just use a system of hydraulics, and that simulates weightlifting, and there's a lot of different maneuvers that they can do. So if they introduce stress to the body, which is essentially weightlifting, if anyone's used to it, then that actually prevents a lot of the bone loss that they would experience. If they were to do nothing, their bones would experience degradation similar to what we see with osteoporosis.
So we have another one from Catherine. How much room is in the cabin of Dragon? If we do get views inside Dragon, Dragon inside is quite spacious. So we've typically been flying about 4 people, but the Dragon capsule itself can actually hold up to 7 people. There's room underneath the seats for cargo, and the Dragon vehicle is quite large. This animation here shows that the top conical section is the capsule. That's where the crew is sitting inside. The bottom half is the trunk. That will actually get jettisoned here in the next hour or so for re-entry, and all that's going to return is that capsule.
You're seeing some of the other features as well, such as the nose cone. In that particular graphic, the nose cone was closed for most of today's flight. That nose cone has been open.
Cygnus.
In fact, just minutes ago,
Cygnus up there.
While the nose cone was open, we fired the forward bulkhead Dracos for one of those out-of-plane berms. Also,
Biso, I saw it. Thing really got out of the hole fast, huh?
And limits the fuel that's carried on board Dragon through the very critical phase of flight of re-entry. Don't need as much fuel. Everything's looking pretty good, both on board Dragon as well as the weather down at the landing site.
Dragon, SpaceX for location 10.
Birds.
Hey Shane, looking at our video here, might be a shadow, but we see location 10 might not have a fully stowed lid. Just before Rocky gets in, wondering if you could just take a look and make sure we're all stowed there.
Okay, Roman.
Yeah, great catch. Thanks a lot, Chris.
Yeah, yes. That little Epsilon rocket really boogies. It looks like it might be ICBM derived, though. Biso, that ascent trajectory looked a lot like the boom boom trajectory, man.
Sure everything is stowed
the boom boom trajectory, you understand?
Closer and closer to re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, so we don't want any
looks a lot like it.
Items moving around the cabin when they shouldn't be. So it looks like the crew is going to check in on location 10 to make sure that, again, things are properly stowed there.
We're getting periodic views from the Dragon capsule. Those views happen when we pass over ground stations that provide the interior cabin views, but right now on your screen you're seeing the International Space Station is looking at one of
the SRB from the H2 first stage.
That delivers thousands of pounds of cargo to the International Space Station. You can see the solar arrays there. That's the
nice. That's a good way to make a nice, healthy, sustainable space program.
Right now, over
parts from the smaller rockets make bigger rockets.
On the surface of the Earth there.
Free real estate.
As the station is orbiting. The Dragon at this time is about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station and a little bit ahead of it. As it dropped its altitude in orbit, it goes a little bit faster just based on the orbital mechanics of everything. So it's well past that.
Drummer.
But right now in the same plane.
One final thing for you, if you could double check all the caps are stowed in the cameras, in particular the one located by the cargo pallet, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll check.
What if we took an SLS booster and put an upper stage on top of it? That would be nice, wouldn't it?
about 530 pounds of cargo inside Dragon. A lot of it is, you heard, there's cargo that is the suits themselves that they stowed temporarily in between the more dynamic phases of flight that was in between the fly around and what's coming up.
That would be preferable. That would be a nice way to make a nice sustainable launch program and make a super heavy lift vehicle for a lot less money.
There's even scientific experiments on board now. The Dragon itself has something called polar lockers. So they're powered storage compartments on really underneath where the astronauts are seating.
Gary, you all right?
Are seated, and they have scientific samples on board. They have some studies, some samples of the human body, like blood samples, saliva samples that are part of a regular study called standard measures.
Standard banana measurements.
Really just taking all of these samples from as many astronauts as humanly possible. Because to get a nice sample data set to see exactly what we've been talking about with some of these great questions is what is happening to the human body in space, and you can learn a lot about that by studying some of these samples. There's also microbial samples as well as veggie samples. There's actually one of those peppers that we were talking about earlier, one of those hatch green chili peppers. There's one of them on board Dragon today, so they did make room for one of those, so that's pretty fantastic. But 530 pounds returning back on board Dragon. Got to make sure it's secure.
Yes, earlier in the broadcast, we heard the crew and the core taking inventory after their meal, and so this is extremely important. We would need to know, everything that is consumed, where things are. Everything is pretty much tallied and accounted for as part of the operations for both uphill and downhill operations.
We talked about some of the meals that are on board, but there's a lot of water. Just about 17 gallons that are used for both the uphill trip and the downhill trip, really for any of these missions. Plenty of water on board. And we heard a little bit earlier that they were doing some fluid loading.
Now we got a live shot.
Views of the crew. All of them are suited up now. You can see in the middle there, it seems like, I think it's Thomas Pesquet on the far left.
Speaking of pasta, I'm eating some right now.
Followed by, in order, Megan MacArthur. There's a great shot of Commander Shane Kimbrough.
Hey, look at those shots, dudes. Here, I'm going to bring them up on the big screen here for a second.
Hoshide. He's taking the
Hoshide-san!
Yes, and they are currently looking at their display monitors. There is a lot of information that the crew has access to, things like telemetry. They can see which Draco engines are firing. They can see how long the duration of the burns. Right now their gloves are off, so it looks like they have multiple hands. But
is he praying?
No. Zip up the gloves. Those gloves are also touchscreen compatible, so they'll be able to use them to access whatever information they need.
SpaceX Endeavour for 4.010, section 5.2, successful intercom checks.
We copy all, Shane. Successful intercom checks. One final double check. Can you confirm all the camera caps were stowed in location 8?
Yeah, SpaceX, they're all tethered and Velcro to the spots where they were. Is that where you want them?
And Shane, we'd like to have them in location 8 just so they don't move around during entry, if you don't mind. Thank you.
All right.
So there is a little bit of time that the crew has. We saw some interior cabin views as we were passing over one of the ground stations, which is great. All of them in their seats, their respective seats that they'll use for re-entry. There is a little bit of time that the astronauts have. They're a little bit ahead of schedule now with their suit donning. So you heard the intercom checks. That's one of the series of checks. They've been using a different set of communication equipment while they have had their suits off.
10:33, Altron.
everything's plugged right into the seats, and they have intercom systems right into their suits. So they just want to make sure that the suits themselves, nothing has changed since they last had the suits on, and those look pretty good. But the cargo, we've been talking about quite a bit.
Bagel, I think
we
it'll
just
be
want to
all
make
right.
sure that everything is securely fastened for that trip home. There is going to be some shifting, at least in the terms of gravity. So right now they're all experiencing 0 Gs. They're in the microgravity environment, but all of a sudden on the interior of the cabin, they're going to experience up to 4 Gs. So they just want to make sure everything is securely fastened.
Country that is. Freaking love Japan.
Yes, and again, getting closer and closer
love
to
those guys.
splashdown time. Next up, in about 10 minutes here, is leak checks of those spacesuits that we just saw. And then about 40 minutes after that, we'll have the departure phasing burn.
All right.
So that is the second to last burn for
I should have
today.
these 3 things putting out plastics, and then the 3 after that putting out
so to
rubber.
speak. A lot of things are going to be happening with the vehicle.
Capture stowed in location 8. Anything else?
That's all we could see. Thanks for obliging. I just knew that Tomanaki wanted to get out one last time.
Yeah, good call. They were dying to do that, so thanks for giving them the opportunity.
We do have wake-up music ready for you as well, if you'd like, in favor of tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, hold on, let them get plugged in so they can hear it as well.
And Shane, I'm just kidding, but I figured you would appreciate us skipping that step with this short return.
Yeah, we'll take music anytime we dead space, but understand.
Yeah. They're like, so you're not gonna play music? Really? Oh, okay. All right. I guess that's cool.
Bit of banter back and forth between the crew and the core. So
I love it.
The wake-up music is it a tradition? It's but typically after a crew exits their sleeping period, they'll have some wake-up music. But today we only have sort of an 8-hour return, so the crew is not going to enter a sleeping.
How did it go?
So
It looked right to me, floating.
Today.
It has been a long day for the crew, and it really will be. The 8 hours.
Dragon, SpaceX for 8 timers.
Got it, SpaceX, thanks.
No, they got Jim baited.
No, thanks, and you got a location for entry. I think those go in location 14, is that correct?
A-timers can be deployed, correct?
Yep, they're good to stay out, but appreciate catching the one that was out drifting around.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, we're following along. They're just the cargo specialists here at Mission Control Hawthorne, just making sure everything is right where it's supposed to be. So very shortly we'll be coming up on a suit leak check. That'll be a timed procedure. So when we did get those views of the crew from the cameras inside Crew Dragon, we saw that they had their gloves off. Of course, for the leak check, they'll have their gloves on, helmet visors down, and the suits themselves will be pressurized just to make sure that they maintain that pressure. This will be a way to protect the crew, one layer of extra protection just in case of a cabin depressurization event during the very dynamic phase of flight that is re-entry, part of the requirements of human spaceflight.
So the suits themselves, that umbilical that we had talked about earlier, it doesn't just feed them audio and electronics, but it also will flow nitrox, which is essentially what the same material that is in scuba tanks, so a combination of nitrogen and oxygen. It flows cool nitrox through the suits when we
no, not really, Havoc.
Re-entry, the outsides
not
can
in
reach
particular.
Hold off on section 6 of 4.010 until just before the leak check, so you can just let us know when you're ready for it.
We copy Shane.
But then again, I didn't have a fully fleshed out factory either, Havoc. I was in the middle of a save when I wasn't completely like good to go. So like my factory is only half set up anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
The leak checks, and if that's correct, we'll wait 5 more minutes or so before we finish sections. So go ahead and change that. Let us know.
Yours was hosed. That sucks, man.
Yeah, Shane, we're good to wait 5. We're running the timeline here, so no rush on that.
So I'm just working up, I'm setting up oil for this factory.
So about 5 minutes away from beginning that leak check. They have their timers.
They're doing suit
ready,
leak checks right now. Where they'll close the helmets down and
the vehicle reentry. So the exterior temperatures can get upwards of 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So being able to pump cool nitrox through the suits for all of the crew members keeps them nice and cool. The cabin itself gets a little warmer, but still the suits themselves, it is nice to have sort of your own AC unit.
Where'd you get that bit of information
Yeah, they were
from
doing
Vulcan? I
some
saw you
chilling
post that
activities
this
of the
afternoon.
cabin temperature itself, even earlier in today's flight, just making sure that the crew reported that they were very comfortable inside during this transit from undocking to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. But that's part of
What's
that
going on now?
right, to protect.
No,
to
they're
continue
doing
to make
suit
sure
checks.
that
They're
the
not even
inside
close
of
to
the
EDL.
The cabin remains at reasonable temperatures. The Dragon does a great job of dissipating that heat. 3,500 degrees is quite a bit, but they have the heat shield and the mechanisms needed to make sure that the crew inside remains comfortable.
Yeah, that heat shield is made up of a material called pica. It was designed
phenolic impregnated carbon ablator.
SpaceX and NASA, but that material itself is quite incredible. It is extremely lightweight. It has the density of balsa wood. So if there's anyone out there watching that has done any type of martial arts, balsa wood is the wood that you kind of crack when you're
board breaking.
Yes. So it has the density of that, but it is super lightweight, but it can help dissipate heats of, again, over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So an extremely great material to have for re-entry.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why there's a lot of cargo, scientific cargo on board the Dragon.
You need the pipes coming in on these refineries
Dragon,
here.
as well as the cargo Dragon right now, are the only ways, besides the Soyuz vehicle, which also re-enters through the Earth's atmosphere and also takes a lot of scientific samples back, particularly for the standard measure study. But it is the Crew Dragon.
What do you call a train made by
SpaceX
SpaceX capable of hypersonic travel?
Re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, deal with those extreme temperatures because of the heat shield, splash down in the ocean and recover some of these scientific samples that are sometimes critical, sometimes have to be returned in a very quick amount of time just to make sure the samples themselves are preserved.
Physically, you have made my face hurt.
From beginning that suit leak check, we're going to take a quick break, and so we'll be back here shortly.
Shall I show him out? No, Kyron's alright.
Go Endeavor.
Hey Chris, location 21 filled up, so we have some extra soiled mags that's went into the 2.0 that's in slot 6-3 and 6-4, so just want to let you know for the
I was talking to someone who worked on the program yesterday. Going to go over to their house next week or two to look at a bunch of Apollo Saturn documents.
We filled up location 2-1.
Wicked.
And so we've got some extra items in 6-3.
Wicked,
6-4.
wicked.
Yeah, they are double tagged, but just things that don't belong in that 2.0.
We copy, and we'll be tracking the action to remove them with no delay upon return.
I gotta make a couple of case beams myself. Crank out 50 of these and then we'll head back. Choo-choo!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yuck. I'm sorry, I may or may not be sleep deprived. So, parkour. 360 no scope. Parkour. Busy day. Yeah, a lot of space stuff today, dude, which is cool. Can't complain about that. Alright, so that's figured out. So I have the heavy residual that's going to come out of these things. I decided to put them underneath here and have them pop out down there so we could do with it as we see fit, right? So now I'm going to have the conveyor belts of plastics coming out here and they need to connect in over here. But I also need a pipe that goes into the second array of refineries here for rubber.
Endeavor, we are complete with 4.010.
Oh, I need more motors.
Endeavor, we copy. You are go to begin suit leak check procedure 4.011.
Yeah, Kyron, right?
4.011 and work.
Parkour! Motors should be right here. Thank you.
SpaceX Endeavor, 4.010, 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
Dragon, you are go for suit pressurization per section 2.
No, I did it backwards again.
Copy, go.
Sweet. Now, how do we get power?
All right, so right on cue. We are now heading towards suit pressurization.
Suit pressurization is a step here that they use to basically get ready. They got to test the suits before they do re-entry.
Helmet visors, and now they'll just do one final leak check. This is plenty of time before the next series of dynamic activities, which will happen after 6 p.m. Pacific time, where we'll do the departure phase burn, we'll do the deorbit burn, but right now, with plenty of time to spare, they'll do some leak checks on the suits, make sure they are in tip-top shape, ready to go. If anything were to happen, they have some time to work the situation, but so far the suits have been holding up for the undocking phase of flight. They'll just do another check, make sure everything is go, and so we'll just stand by to see how those suit leak checks end up.
Loot seek checks.
Yeah, so as you mentioned earlier, Gary, so
Yep.
this will be
Gary, you all right?
Visors down, and then we're going to be pressurizing the suits to determine whether or not the leak checkouts are good. They basically just have to maintain that pressure for a certain amount of time.
We got wheels up on the
Hence
WB-57.
they were preparing just a few minutes ago. So the suits should be pressurized right now, and they should just be waiting to make sure that they hit the designated time they need to.
It's not a long procedure at all. It's really just a couple of minutes. We were talking about the umbilical that was used. Once the Dragon crew is in their seats, there is an umbilical that hooks to the side of their seat and provides the nitrox air, it provides communication, it provides a lot of these different elements. So it'll be nitrox air that's flowed into the suit to pressurize it and perform this leak check.
So as we wait here, we can talk about some events that are coming up. So right after 6, at about 6:09 p.m. Pacific time, we have the departure phase burn, and this will really set Dragon up out of its current orbit or plane and set it up for the final burn, which is the deorbit burn. Once we do the deorbit burn, Dragon is headed home to Earth. Our primary landing site is off the coast of Pensacola. We do have an alternate site selected that is off the coast near Tallahassee.
Endeavor, we see the same. 4 good checks.
So if they would have to switch landing, could they pull it onto a carrier?
Yeah, so 4 good checks. I was waiting to see if they were gonna.
We need to keep visors down, or can we raise us?
You're good to keep your visors up for a while, Shane. Won't need them again until you hit entry prep state.
Copy, visors coming up.
There you go. That's really why they put the gloves on and the visors down, right? It was just to check on that leak. It was really only a couple minutes, I think 4 minutes from the time they actually initiated the leak check and just sat there, make sure that the pressure didn't change at all. And that's 4 good suits. Fantastic news. That means we are setting up for the next series of burns and dynamic activities. Andy, as you were mentioning, we're not too far away from that phase burn coming up at 6:09 p.m. Pacific. 0 dark 43 GMT. This will be the departure phase burn. After that, we're really gearing up for the most critical burn that commits us to landing at the prime landing site, Pensacola, Florida. We're standing by, listening for weather updates, making sure we're still go, and we've been hearing some pretty good things so far. But that is a 16.5-minute burn, and a lot's going to happen after that burn. Even before that, we got trunk separation to look forward to as well. But before we get to that, we did want to check in with Houston and see how things are going over there. They are following along with us every step of the way. So let's go over to Sandra in Houston with an update.
Thanks, Gary. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is still on console, being led by Flight Director Anthony Baria. Teams in Mission Control continue to monitor Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomon's flight home, and are playing a few key roles with Dragon's return trip and recovery.
Okay, so we're about 2 hours out from splashdown here.
On the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of space debris is our topo or trajectory operations and planning officer. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console to serve as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel supporting splashdown and provide providing input should any changes to return need to take place. There's also the Spaceflight Meteorology Group actively providing weather data to the joint NASA and SpaceX teams as we keep a close eye on conditions to make sure they're clear for a safe splashdown today. And finally, our landing support officer is on standby in the event we run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up at an unsupported splashdown location. From there, we would call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. Meanwhile, back on the International Space Station, the three-person crew of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov are in their sleep period.
Why do they always say Pyotr?
Preparing for Crew-2 departure.
What the heck's up with that? His name's Peter.
In a brief indirect handover period as they await the arrival of Crew-3, scheduled to launch later this week on Wednesday.
Pyotr.
NASA astronauts Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, and
Prove it? What do you mean, prove it? The guy's name is Peter. Peter Dubrov. That's his name. Pyotr.
Will increase back up to 7. For now, it's great to see Crew-2.
Oh wait, everybody says it that way. That's not
all checked out smoothly. All continues to move along, and we're approaching splashdown. The next big milestone we're moving toward is the departure.
Pyotr is Russian Peter. I know.
We're looking forward to seeing Shane, Megan,
I know it's
and Tomas return back to
joke,
Earth
guys,
and splashdown.
it's funny to me.
To Pensacola later this evening. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor here from Mission Control Houston. And for now, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
That's how you'd say it. It's different. Just like Theodore would be
we
Fyodor.
are following along, Sandra. That's
it's
a
little bit different.
To see you doing the same. So
He's
we'll
Russian.
Be, looking forward to that departure phase burn.
It's funny how they try to say the Russian thing. I'm sorry, that makes me laugh.
There's a lot that's going to happen after that departure phase burn. It's a very short firing of the. It's a combination of the forward bulkhead Dracos as well as the service section Dracos. And right now we're roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That means through any orbit there are apogees and perigees where there's a slight fluctuation in really the altitude of the International Space Station as it orbits the Earth. Right now, Dragon is pretty much matching that. That's what co-elliptic means. Once we have this departure phase burn, it's going to go out into a different plane, and it will be not co-elliptic anymore with the International
You just say
Space
Peter.
Station, and that's because we need to hit our target, and that target right now is the prime landing site of Pensacola, Florida. It won't be too long after that departure phase burn where we'll have a couple of dynamic things before that deorbit burn. First is the separation of the trunk itself. The trunk, there is a claw that holds the trunk in place, and the trunk itself will physically separate from the Dragon, exposing the heat shield. When that maneuver takes place, the Dragon itself will actually slew over to the side, and the Dragon will almost eject the trunk over on a different plane. So it won't be following the Dragon. It'll go kind of its own way just to make sure that it has a very nice long distance between the two objects and they don't have any chance of colliding. Then it will slew back into a position with the forward bulkhead Dracos, essentially in line with the V-bar, or the velocity bar, to execute that 16.5-minute supercritical burn, the deorbit burn. That is using the forward bulkhead Dracos. There are 4 of them that are exposed by the open nose cone, and once that fires, it's going to be 16.5 minutes and slows the Dragon down just enough. It's still going pretty fast, pretty much 17,500 miles an hour because it's still in orbital velocity, but it's just low enough. It's just in a low enough altitude where it captures some of the atmosphere. So the Dragon itself, after that burn, will close its nose cone, switch its orientation with the heat shield facing down, and then begins the entry phase.
Yes, the jettisoning the trunk does a couple of things. Again, it exposes the heat shield, which is super important to make sure that the vehicle and the crew inside are protected, but it also sheds a lot of mass as well, several thousand pounds. Again, it makes the job of the parachutes much, much easier to slow down the vehicle after we have, after we're roughly 350
What would happen if the trunk failed to separate?
Deploy the drogue chutes. That will take the vehicle down to about 120 miles an hour.
I'm sure there's some type of contingency plan in place, Barrelicious.
You know, off the coast of Pensacola.
That's right. And after that landing, the recovery ships are already deployed. They're heading out to about the approximate landing zone. And as well as we just heard that the helicopters, there are 2 helicopters that are flying out, and they are going to be landing on the drone ships and taking some of the recovery team with them. There's a lot of seats on board, so you have medical doctors, we have some of the management personnel, everyone that's really been gearing up to support the recovery operations. They'll be landing on that recovery ship. In this case, go
SpaceX for the overburn brief. Please report when ready to copy.
Okay.
We'll stand by.
SpaceX, we are ready to copy.
Okay, Shane. There are a few deltas to the timeline. Sequence start is 0231. Burn start 0239. Duration of 16 minutes 25 seconds.
Look at this thing.
Blackout start 0319.
That looks pretty cool, huh?
Blackout end 0326. No change to splashdown time. Per displays 0333. I'll copy.
So I'm gonna need to put one of these here. And one of those. Or no. Not right there. Okay, cool. That's where we need this to go.
Okay, copy 0231 and 0239 for the burn and the blackouts. 319 to 326 for the blackouts. 333 splashdown.
Good readback. The vehicle is healthy. We're tracking no issues for deorbit entry and landing. Just a friendly reminder that there is no change to the antenna driver situation that we briefed you a couple days ago. The recovery team is go. The personnel are on site and staged, ready to support. And weather is also go. Winds are currently at 5 knots. Wave height less than 1 foot. Period of 3 seconds. And the video from the recovery vessel shows it's basically a lake out there. I'll copy.
About 20 past 10, Mufasa, is when you want to go out there.
Copy all, and that is the way we like it. Thanks for the great news.
All right, so we just heard that briefing, a little bit of a change in some of the times that we're looking at. So it looks like the deorbit burn will start a little bit earlier, as well as the blackout period. That's the time really where the plasma starts building up as the Dragon itself goes through the atmosphere and slows down quite a bit from 17,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles per hour. So that'll be a very critical.
Yeah, Jarvis, with crew launches, it's always west to east, every time.
Like it's going to happen a little bit earlier. Splashdown time, though, looks
Splash time.
And the weather, Andy, looks spectacular.
Yeah, we did hear some great updates from the core. He basically said it looks like a lake out there, which means that the sea states are very calm.
Sea state is calm.
Which is great for splashdown and the recovery team to get in there and do what they need to do. So things, again, I've said this a couple times already, but everything's looking great. The downhill phase has been excellent so far.
Fantastic. Now, again, once the Dragon splashes down in those lake-like calm waters with wind speeds at 5 knots, all spectacular news to hear about the weather as we're heading towards that prime landing site. It's going to be less than an hour from the time that Dragon actually splashes down to the time that the capsule itself is recovered from the water. Almost immediately after splashdown, the fast boats start going towards the vehicle. They have to maintain a distance of around 3 nautical miles away just to make sure it's safe and clear, so there's no interference. But after the fast boats get over there, they'll start outfitting the Dragon with essentially rigging it with some equipment to get ready to pull onto the recovery ship, the Go Navigator, using the A-frame and some of the rigs that they have on board to pull that on board to the Dragon nest. They'll also do a quick sniff check to make sure that there are any hazardous chemicals that are on the outside of the vehicle to allow the crew to get a little bit closer. The crew themselves are still in their suits at this time, so they're okay, but they just want to make sure everything's okay before they actually hoist Endeavour onto the Go Navigator. This will be the second time that Endeavour has splashed down into the ocean and is recovered by the recovery teams. So we're looking at about less than an hour, and then from there, we'll finally see the hatches open on the side hatch, and the crew will egress or exit from the vehicle, stepping foot not quite on planet Earth yet, right on the recovery ship, but they'll get at least their land legs situated before they're taken to medical facilities for quick examinations, and then it's not too long after that until they're flown ashore.
Yeah, that side hatch has remained closed since the crew got in April of this year. So that is the hatch that they ingressed in, and now it's going to be the hatch that they egress out of. And so when they are docked to the International Space Station, they use the forward hatch to enter and exit the Dragon. There are a lot of things that will, like you mentioned, Gary, that are going to happen after splashdown. It is a nighttime splashdown, so there's going to be boats with spotlights out there, and most of them are going to be shining on the Dragon capsule. The rigger actually comes in on a jet ski and will physically climb on top of the Dragon, hook up all the hardware necessary again to hoist the Dragon to the back of the recovery boat, known as puts it on what is known as the nest, and we'll see all views of that. So again, very dynamic events coming up. Super excited.
It really pays off to raise all this stuff up, so you have places to go down
Dragon capsule
if
and
problems
Crew 2
arise.
folks inside.
I should note that we did get confirmation that the WB-57, which is a high-altitude aircraft, has taken off, wheels up. So this high-altitude aircraft is en route to essentially watch the entry phase. This particular WB-57 is rigged up with imagery tracking equipment, so we'll be able to get infrared views. These will likely be the first views that we'll get from planet Earth, camera views that are live streamed down to us, and we'll patch them through as part of this coverage to show the Crew Dragon entering the Earth's atmosphere. And we might even see a little bit of the plasma itself. We'll see it'll really come in through the infrared cameras as a bright light, but we'll see some of those first views from that high altitude aircraft.
So we are, again, about 20 minutes away from the departure phasing burn, second to last burn for the vehicle today. We are
John.
still taking some social media questions. So if you are interested in and have some questions, use the hashtag AskNASA. We will try to answer as much as we can on air. We have one here from Kyle Perry. How many landing zones and opportunities does Dragon allow for a safe return from the International Space Station? So prior to a splashdown, we are looking at up to 7 different sites, and we start to
we'll
narrow
see
them
civilians
down,
again.
To a
Yeah,
primary
the Axiom
and
flight,
alternate,
Roger.
as
We're gonna
we
see
get
another
closer
one
and closer and closer. But we definitely look at things such as
pretty soon,
weather,
actually,
recovery
dude.
operations, the sea states, as we mentioned. But yeah, we look at about 7.
Yeah. Once the Dragon physically undocks from the International Space Station, the phasing will determine the prime, alternate, and other opportunities that are available. Some of the phasing allows for multiple different landing sites, sometimes even all 7, but sometimes they're pretty narrow. That's one of the different things that the recovery teams and all of the operation teams are evaluating before undocking, is what does the weather look like, what are the other alternate opportunities. So they're looking at all of these different things before actually committing to undocking. The 7 landing sites that are identified are the prime landing sites that are supportable by the recovery teams, which is, of course, the best case scenario.
Oh, you meant the boats. Oh, the Florida Navy. Probably not.
Control teams are pretty much ready for anything. The Dragon itself can really land
I don't know, man. Maybe.
in the water.
Maybe.
And just look for a ship of
I still
opportunity.
can't believe that happened.
There's
That
a
was
lot of different
ridiculous.
steps that have to happen for that to come into play. And of course, even today we saw that.
And I'll say what I said then. People didn't like it when I said it, but you know what, man? I don't care if people want to get close to the capsules and stuff, or they want to go and see the recovery. That's cool. That's really cool. I'm really happy that people are like interested in space.
Is NASA currently hiring for engineers and astronauts?
Always USA jobs.
Absolutely.
But you got to stay the hell away from the damn capsule, man.
Honestly, I will say one of the best times to join the space industry. You see us here working together, NASA and SpaceX. There are a bunch of different companies. NASA right now is helping to help commercialize low Earth orbit. We're working with a number of different commercial companies to enable commercial activities on station. We're even enabling private astronauts early next year. It's coming right around the corner, all with different companies. So the opportunities.
In your opinion, ain't biased at all, huh?
We are always looking for engineers and astronauts. The next class of astronauts, I feel, is right around the corner, at least for NASA astronauts and even commercial astronauts. We're talking about those. You just had the Inspiration 4 mission where we had commercial astronauts, and then of course we're coming up on next year. We'll have the Axiom crew for Axiom 1 travel to the International Space Station. Commercial, private astronauts. It's a whole new era.
Yes, it is a very, very exciting time in the space industry. Technology has come so far, and we're able to do a lot of really, really great stuff with it.
So definitely study math and science, technology, engineering. There's a lot of different paths. They're in high demand right now. Lots of different opportunities out there in the space industry, and of course,
how much time till splashdown?
Looking for those as well. We're looking for engineers all the time.
Hour and 43 minutes from right now.
You see everyone that's participating. It's just me and you are just really commentating on this. But when it comes to a lot of the astronauts that you're seeing on board,
SpaceX upgraded
right now
the desks.
Have backgrounds in engineering. Even Megan McArthur, who's the pilot, has oceanography, so we're looking for scientists as well. That skill set is really required to have the right frame of mind to be able to make decisions and really, more importantly, solve problems as they arrive, which is essential for operations.
And speaking of astronauts, we have views once again inside of the Dragon, so we're overlooking the shoulders of Commander Shane Kimbrell on the left,
and you can hear the majestic sounds on the
right-hand side. So we should be able to get more views here as we connect to the ground stations and are able to send that video link through.
Launch. We're watching a landing, Kaiser.
You can even work on the floor of SpaceX, and with that loud beeping, they're still working here. There's the
forklift. You can see it.
A lot of engineering to do.
Yes, as Kate mentioned earlier, we are in a active production environment, so things are always happening. So hence the beeping and the forklifts behind us.
Epsilon did launch, guys.
Yep. Go smooth.
It's a good launch.
For those just joining, we are in the middle of the Crew-2 return. We just saw a view of Mission Control Hawthorne. Now we're again seeing views inside the cabin
our subs have a long
of the
history
Dragon
of flyers out of
spacecraft
the water.
with the Crew-2 aboard. They have donned their spacesuits. The leak checks have been done, and we are gearing up for the departure phasing burn in a couple of minutes here.
So that's going to come up after the top of the hour. We're coming up on 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we are providing continuous coverage. And of course, we're going to cover some of these more dynamic phases. If you are watching on YouTube, we're going to take a moment to switch the links. And so take a look in the description for where that new link is if you want to continue watching. And then if you're watching on NASA TV, you'll notice no change. Just keep watching.
Yeah, so sit tight and enjoy some space tunes and some cool views from space. And we're going to make the swap real quick.
One moment. All right. Think I should switch to full coverage for that now? Or you guys want me to finish this up? We made a lot of progress in Satisfactory today. Nah, not until something significant happens. Okay. How long until the landing? About an hour and 30 minutes, guys, on the landing. The crapper, is it working? No. Dang it, how the heck am I gonna fix this? I need the resources to come out there, but it needs to come out on a covered area, but I can't because the heavy residual pipe is in the way. Alright, Jonathan. See you, buddy. Tear it all down. Start over. No. No, I'm good. I need to get this pipe off of this square. But it just lines up so damn perfect. Make the residual fuel where you're going to use it. Okay. That means I don't need these platforms here. What about running the conveyors under the refineries? I could, but the conveyors output here. I have a rule that refined resources need to be inside. So any manufactured resource should be inside. Raw materials can go outside, but you don't see like a computer fact. Oh, god dang, mass delete. You don't see like a computer factory, you know, moving the computers around outside unless they're in like a box or something, right? Alright guys, I'm gonna save here. It's time to cover some crews coming home.
Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from. It's Monday, November 8th, here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
We got a crew coming home,
You're
baby.
looking at a live view of the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft as we await its
I
departure.
accidentally hit the VOD. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Thank you. I must have clicked the wrong one. It's fine. Because I was wondering, I'm like, Kate's back? No, that doesn't make any sense. And then she said, oh, it's undocked. I'm like, yeah, okay. All right.
The Crew-2 astronauts undocked before the Crew-3 astronauts.
So we're going to switch off of Satisfactory, guys, and we're going to switch to coverage of the Crew-2, SpaceX Crew-2 coming home.
Was predicted
so
to be
I'm going to go
very
back
favorable,
to a regular
and we're hearing reports that that is true. That the sea states are very calm. The wind speeds are also calm, not exceeding 5 knots. The recovery teams are already out there, and we're aiming for our prime splashdown location off of the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, the Corps described it as lake-like, which is about the best thing you can hear if you're an astronaut coming home. There are a couple things that they look at. So the wave height is important, as well as the period of the waves, or how often the waves are crashing. So
let's go.
Again, green on all accounts, really, in terms of sea state and weather, which is great and excellent news.
Okay, title's changed. Big screen is up.
So we're just about 8 minutes away from that departure phase burn. It's not too long of a burn, about 42 seconds.
Here we go.
On screen right now is the view inside the cabin. The arm, or the hand at the middle of your screen, that is Thomas Pesquet's hand of the European Space Agency. You can see that on his, I believe that's his left thigh. There's a tablet. That is where all of their procedures and instructions and manuals that they can refer to, it's all housed there. And so we heard the Corps and the crew talking to each other about certain procedures and steps.
They're
referring
guys.
to that
Just
inside their tablets to make sure that, again, all of the things that need to be done and all of the procedures that need to be accounted for, they're all done when they need to be
This
done.
view is spectacular right now, just beyond where you see Commander Sheen Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur. Just beyond the pilot, you can see two patches that are two stickers that are on the walls of the inside of the Dragon cabin. That is the patches for the Demo 2 mission as well as the Crew-2 mission. This vehicle being a reflown vehicle. It flew Bob and Doug just a year and a half ago as part of the Demo 2 mission. That was the first mission inside Dragon with crew aboard. Just the 2 astronauts were part of that test mission, stayed on board for roughly 2 months before returning, verifying that endeavor and the operations needed for crews returning to space from American soil was go. And here we are, about to return crew from the International Space Station aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour for the second time.
And here's a great picture. We aren't able to really see their faces with the views that we currently have, but from left to right, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency. We have, he is the mission specialist, Megan MacArthur, who is the pilot, Shane Kimbrough, the commander of the mission, and then Akihiko Hoshide, who is also another mission specialist. These are the 4 members that are currently on the spacecraft that is returning home in just a few hours.
In the same order that they're sitting. You can see from left to right, the order is the same. Flanking both sides of the middle is Thomas Pesquet on the left. You can see on the bottom left corner of your screen, he's mission specialist for this mission. He also commanded the International Space Station for just a little bit at the beginning of Expedition 66. Right before departing the International Space Station, he handed over command of the International Space Station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Anton Shkaplerov. Shkaplerov will remain the commander of the International Space Station for quite some time before he departs and Expedition 67 begins. So that will be about 5 or 6 months from now before that crew, MS-19, departs from the International Space Station, Shkaplerov being commander for that entire period. Right before Shkaplerov departs, he'll hand over command of station to NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn, who is scheduled to launch from Pad 39A here in just about 2 days. We were getting very lucky with some of those views from inside Dragon. We'll see them periodically as we are able to see them. As the Dragon orbits the Earth, it catches various ground stations that are able to provide high bandwidth communications and provide that in-cabin video. You can see the crew. Really, the Dragon is flying itself. So they are just monitoring. They are looking at the different thrusters. They're looking at their trajectory. They're looking at the time. Because each of these maneuvers are executed at very precise periods. About 4 minutes from now is when we're anticipated to execute the departure phase burn. So they're just standing by, waiting for that period. You can see the reason that they're suited up is to give plenty of margin, plenty of space between the time that they suited up and some of the more dynamic phases of flight. The suits are not required for the entire journey from the International Space Station down to planet Earth. In fact, we even saw they had a period where they doffed or took off their suits. They had a little bit of time to have a crew meal. They had some fluid loading, really just drinking a lot of water in preparation for the 4Gs that they're about to experience. Before they had to put their suits back on again. The suits are required for primarily 2 different phases of flights. First is undocking, and the second being the re-entry phase.
Yo.
There we are, less than an hour and a half.
Do you guys see that? The capsule. This Dragon has the DM2 and the Crew-2 logo on it because this is the second time it's been used.
360.
I didn't notice that last time. That's cool.
Taking pictures of the International Space Station before.
They just talked about it? All right, cool. I was going to say, I'm like, wait a minute, was that there before? Damn, son.
Slowly move the Dragon vehicle away from the International Space Station and get it closer and closer to Earth.
They talked about it? They just said it?
Well into their journey and towards the end here, and we're just under 90 minutes.
That's right. So 2 minutes to go. Let's do a quick recap of everything we've seen so far. They undocked right at time, right on time at 11:05 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, backing away to about 220 meters. And then, as you said, Andy performed a full fly around of the International Space Station. It was Thomas Pesquet's job to take a digital camera, point it towards the International Space Station, and photograph the exterior. This was to allow photographs and visuals of the outside that are not normally seen. We have cameras on the outside of the station. The robotic arm is able to survey some areas of the station, but it can't quite get everything. So this was the first exterior survey that we've had since 2018 when the Soyuz did a fly around. After that, we executed a series of departure burns. There were 5 that were planned. Departure burns 0, 1, 2, and 3, as well as the departure phase burn, which is coming up here in about a minute and a half. There was another burn that we introduced called the out-of-plane burn. This was also a prop dump burn, so it served a couple of purposes. One, using the forward bulkhead Dracos, fired for about 3 minutes and adjusted the course of the International Space Station, also dumped a lot of fuel, which is essential to minimize the weight as we enter into the re-entry phase of flight.
Yeah, I think, yeah. If we're going to send some European astronauts to the moon, Thomas Pesquet is pretty much at the top of my list. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. A comparison. Yeah. They finally got rid of the early 2000s college classroom setup and switched to much more a much more kind of refined thing, I guess.
So
here.
We just saw the crew. They are seated and buckled into their seats, getting ready for, again, the departure phasing burn. It's going to line us up to our primary landing site, which again is off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. This is going to last about 40 seconds, and again, its job is to sort of point us, get us out of the plane, and direct us to where we need to be for the final burn, which is the deorbit burn, 16-minute burn that's going to take Dragon out of orbit and start to get it to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
It was certainly an expensive education. I use that computer animation degree almost every day when I'm designing stuff, so I'm getting my money's worth. Shoot.
So on screen right now, if you look on the
sort
very
of an odd question that popped into my head.
Now the left-hand side of the screen, there's a
tracked?
hatch there. That is the...
How are they tracked? The Space Force tracks them, Rob. They're called Space Control Squadrons, SPCS. Space Control Squadrons. They're tracked by the Space Force. Yep. They have optical telescopes. They have radars. Here, I'll show you. It would be Space Force Delta 18 is the Space Control Squadron. Delta 18. 18 Space Control. Here we go. See? These guys. They're the ones that do debris tracking. Or just any tracking. It's a subset of the Space Force's stated mission goals called Space Situational Awareness. Basically, tracking. Track everything up there. So, you know, amongst other things, your spacecraft don't get hit by things. Or nobody comes and clips your satellite solar panels, if you catch my drift.
The whole flight is meant to be automatic, but having that extra layer of protection, knowing that they are able to simply push a button and execute a very critical procedure.
They have optical telescopes,
parachutes don't drag them around in the water.
Phased array
that is a very critical
radars. They have a
capability
bunch
to
of
have.
stuff.
But the seats themselves also actually actuate. They can be configured to a number of different positions, whether we are preparing for liftoff or landing, and it's just to make sure that we orient the astronauts in the most comfortable position, the safest position for those different parts of the mission.
Did they just say they adjust the ISS's orbit? No.
Seats will remain in this position for most of...
Dragon is doing an on-orbit plane change that will take it out of coplanar normal with the ISS. Basically, it's changing its inclination a little bit because it's coming down in Pensacola and the orbit goes over KSC. And they also had excess propellant, so they're using it as a prop dump. They could probably steer through re-entry down to the right place, but they chose to dump the prop for whatever reason. The ISS plane was not changed at all. You misheard that.
It'll be slightly more upright, not exactly perfectly upright, but just slightly more upright. to allow them to take the loads of that 15-mile-an-hour
parameters
splashdown.
up there: current altitude, apogee, perigee.
So after this departure phasing
look,
burn,
they're 5173, not 5165. 5165 is what the ISS is on. They've changed it by basically 0.2, and they use that to dump the prop here. That's your orbital velocity, 7.87 meters a second here. And over on the center of that screen was
the next event that's going to happen.
That's your T-minus time till the mission concludes. So 1 hour 20:21.
The Dragon vehicle is running exclusively on battery power. That means that everything, the displays that we just saw, everything is internal to the capsule itself. So it's sort of like its own microenvironment.
Andy and Kate were doing the cash money. Jesse's probably on for the Crew-3 launch.
To separate the trunk from the Dragon, it's going to execute a series of what's called slews. Slews is a series of what's called slews. Slews is when
just getting us lined up.
But it'll change to essentially move over to the side so that when the trunk separation happens, it's sending over the trunk in a completely different plane. So there's no risk of conjunction with the two meeting each other as they enter into the Earth's atmosphere. After that maneuver, the Dragon will slew into a position where it's back at an angle where the heat shield is facing towards the Earth, so it can make contact with the atmosphere and take the loads that is really the heat that's going to be surrounding the vehicle. It'll be that pica tiling that you were talking about earlier, Andy, that's taking on about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit as the Dragon itself enters through the Earth's atmosphere. The crew themselves will be experiencing about 4 Gs, which is why through a lot of this flight we've been getting regular check-ins with the cargo specialists here.
They're basically talking about cross-range capability with the capsule. When the capsule's coming back down, now actually, you know what? It'd be better to get the big model out. Here, hold on. When the capsule's coming down, it doesn't have the trunk attached to it, right? These capsules have offset center of mass, right? So the center of mass isn't directly on the center line. It's actually low. And what that basically does is when the capsule's coming through re-entry, it can re-enter like this, and if they activate their roll control thrusters here, they can flip it. Flipping it will make it do that. See the difference? This will slow you down more. This will slow you down less. That offset center of mass will slew the capsule. So they can actually, when they're coming in, they can turn like this or like this to steer the capsule literally in different directions. This is something that was thought up during the Apollo program. Well, during the early days of NASA. That offset center of mass basically makes it so you could turn the heat shield into somewhat of a wing, right? And you can basically fly the thing like this. It generates a small amount of lift, and this gives capsules very limited cross-range capability. The shuttle basically does the same thing. If you consider this the bottom of the space shuttle, right, when that's coming in, you change the angle of attack, you can change where you're going. But the shuttle actually has wings, so you can really, 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 really steer through during hypersonic reentry with the space shuttle. Not nearly as much. The Dragon cannot do nearly as much as that thing, but once again, this is a little bit simpler than a space shuttle, isn't it? That's what Gary's talking about with slewing the capsules. They're steering it. They can use it to steer it back in.
Have been listening along the way. They've been watching the weather, and a lot of them have deployed. So we know that the Go Navigator is out heading towards the recovery site. We know that there are fast boats that are going out as well. They're going to take the bulk of the work once Dragon splashes down to outfit it, to do a sniff check, making sure there's no hazardous gases that are leaking from the vehicle, and make sure it's very safe to bring aboard, because we have a lot of recovery personnel.
Voice is still giving me a little bit of trouble, guys. That's why I'm coughing.
There are 2 helicopters that were deployed from shore not too long ago and are making their way out to the recovery vessel. There's a helipad that's on board these recovery vessels, and so they'll drop a lot of the recovery personnel off and head back over to shore. It'll be some time that the teams will be there to be able to take the crew off. There's medical personnel there. There's representatives from different organizations. We have European Space Agency. We have the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, NASA, and then, of course, SpaceX personnel all going out to support this landing.
And we are targeting under an hour after splashdown to get the Dragon vehicle hoisted up on the recovery boat and the astronauts out. It is a nighttime recovery, and we've done several of these already, and it really doesn't seem to slow down the recovery operations team. We have spotlights. There's
okay, PC part nerds, you tell me, what kind of monitors are those? Are they good monitors, or did SpaceX, did they spare no expense? They seem to have a Z on the back, but the top part of the Z is kind of cut, so it's like, it's a Z where the top part is kind of like this. It's an HP Z range. HP Z range, okay. It's one of the HPZ models. Good monitors? Well, they're IPS displays from what I can tell. HP Z24 something, they said it earlier. They're using Z24s, okay. Okay, not a bad monitor. It's an IPS monitor. 2560 by 1440, 1001 contrast. Okay, all right, it's okay. It's not bad. It's not good. It's decent.
at 11:05 a.m. Pacific time, or 19:05 GMT, with NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet heading home back here on Earth.
Following departure, Dragon did its first ever fly-around of the International Space Station and then underwent a sequence of departure burns. Since then, the crew has enjoyed one meal aboard the spacecraft, and, of course, they got suited up, which you're seeing from some of the views on board now.
In this next phase of the mission is when things really get exciting, Gary. Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Shane, Megan,
1 hour,
Aki,
12
and
minutes,
Thomas
29
home.
seconds.
First, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude. And then
orbital velocity is 7.87 kilometers a second. Current altitude is 404.2 kilometers. The apogee is at 419.2. Perigee is at 401.8. So they are in a slightly eccentric orbit since they left the ISS.
Forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. It really commits them to do so.
And they did do a slight on orbit plane change
minutes
for prop
once it
dump.
starts.
And to prepare these upcoming events, right now the Dragon capsule is doing a couple of things autonomously. It'll start to isolate the thermal control systems, fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperatures of Dragon temperate for Shane, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas during reentry. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism. Again, that's going to terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the capsule
pulling the
and
coolant
the trunk.
out of the trunk. The fluid isolators, they're
So we're
pulling coolant out of the trunk and
for
keeping
the
it in
next
the capsule,
series
cutting
of
off
steps.
circulation for when they jettison it.
First, of course, will be the slewing to separate the trunk. There will be a claw separation, and the trunk itself will jettison. And, of course, we'll enter into the deorbit burn. We're monitoring to see if there will be a departure phase burn. I know we're past the point where we were tracking that, but we did introduce, and we didn't talk about this, was an out-of-plane burn. And it was also a prop dump burn. It fired the forward bulkhead Dracos for about 3 minutes. and so the teams
Got
here
about one
are
more
analyzing
orbit,
the phasing, and it looks like we'll make sure that there is not that departure phase burn, but we may be heading right into the deorbit burn here very shortly.
Less than one orbit.
Yeah, so we are expecting that slew, or again, the maneuvering to jettison the trunk.
The slew maneuver is not for re-entry, it's for jettisoning the trunk.
In about 8
different
minutes
phase
here,
of the mission,
and then the call separation is expected just past 6:30.
They're going to slew the capsule and basically jettison the trunk. So if the capsule's going this way, they're going to turn it, and they're going to jettison the capsule. They're going to jettison the trunk that way. That makes sure that when they go to re-enter, the trunk isn't going to like come back and hit them, because if they popped it off this way, it could come back down and hit the capsule. But if you're popping it sideways, it's just going to keep going that way. So they're going to slew the capsule sideways to jettison the trunk. They can also slew the capsule during re-entry. That's a different phase of the mission. What was the new Dragon name for Crew Dragon again? Endurance. Do they splash down tonight in about an hour and 20 minutes? Nice shots, Libby. Why not eject during the spin? What spin? Where's the spin maneuver? What are you talking about? There's no spin maneuver. The capsule's gonna do this. They're gonna turn it. They're gonna shoot the trunk off this way. Then they're gonna turn the capsule back, and they're gonna use the forward thrusters to deorbit. They don't like turn the capsule back and deorbit that way. Dragon uses its forward thrusters to deorbit. So when they do that, they don't want to jettison the trunk this way and come back and hit the damn thing, or this way, or this way. So they jettison it sideways. There's no spin. I don't know where you're getting that from. Hey, Popsicle, are you on time? About an hour and 4 minutes, 19 seconds. Yeah, the entirety of SpaceX Mission Control is upgraded. It looks like they put like a non-stick floor down or something, and then they have these trick freaking consoles and stuff, which is pretty cool. They went, like I said, they went from early 2000s classroom, or no, mid 2000s classroom to Land Center. I think it looks sick, dude. Yeah, it's a Land Center. Land Center or Mission Control. You be the decider. About an hour before splashdown. Give or take, yep. How low are they? 400 kilometers up right now. There's a 401 kilometer apogee, and they were near perigee, excuse me, and they were near perigee last time they showed the monitors. This top line on that center monitor tells them the orbital parameters. I can figure out exactly where they are from those numbers. And there's obviously a map view that shows where they are, but... Oh, there we go. So...
Dragon, deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
7.87 kilometers a second is your orbital speed.
Copy, what's up?
406.5, so they're past perigee. They're going up. The apogee on the orbit is 425, and then the perigee is 4... Oh, something or other. I can't tell. 402, maybe? So the deorbit, they're going to start deorbit procedures in the next 5 minutes here. Or about an hour out. We're still about an hour out from this thing coming back. Splashdown. Splashdown is currently scheduled for 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Clavic, 50-month resub. Thank you. So who is playing Galaga? That guy is playing Galaga. No, I don't know.
All right, so we are continuing to track the return of Crew-2 and the astronauts back to planet Earth.
Right,
we just heard we are just moments away from entering the deorbit sequence. We did a quick fact check on some of the burns that we've been monitoring throughout today's flight as we've been providing continuous coverage, and we did get confirmation that that departure phase burn, which we have discussed, takes the Dragon out of the co-elliptic phasing that is really matching the International Space Station with both the perigee and apogee, and puts it on a course with that landing site, which is Pensacola, Florida. That did happen. It's going to land in the Gulf. So we do have confirmation that all of the phasing burns, the departure burns that are necessary to line Dragon up for the deorbit sequence, which we're hearing is about to take place here momentarily, that we are all lined up. All of the burns have taken place. Dragon is in a good phase, a good position to get ready for this next sequence of very critical events.
And what that means is we have just one more burn left, the deorbit burn. Right. A couple of things need to happen, again, before we start this. In about 3 minutes, we'll begin to maneuver or slew the Dragon to the appropriate attitude in order to prep for claw separation and then trunk separation. After that, we'll slew back. The 4 forward bulkhead thrusters underneath the nose cone will fire for about 16.5 minutes. That will be what slows down Dragon and brings its altitude down enough to start to hit some of the atmospheric particles of Earth. And then from there, we'll start to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, enter that blackout period for about 7 minutes, where there's just plasma being built up around the exterior of Dragon. So we'll lose communications for about 7 minutes. After that, we'll regain communications. We have parachute deploys. We have 2 sets. First up is the drogue chutes that will take the Dragon capsule velocity from about 350 miles per hour to 120 miles an hour. From there, the main chutes will deploy, taking us from 120 miles an hour down to about 15 for a nice soft landing.
Yeah, look south, Hart. You'll be able to see it. Seriously.
The Gulf of Mexico.
So that is going to kick off here very short.
So if anybody's wondering why these guys keep misspeaking, you notice how they keep slurring words? If you're wondering why that happens, it's because, well, they both have headsets in, and they're listening to the control loops, the communications and control loops that we can't hear. We only hear the big loop. We only hear what this guy right there, that's the crew operations response engineer, we're only hearing him talk to the astronauts. That's all that's piped through to the stream. But everyone else here is on a control loop. There's a control loop for operations. There's a control loop for propellant. There's one for this. There's one for that. They have the full control loops piped in, and when they slur words, that means someone's talking on the control loop when they're trying to talk. That's what's going on. If you're wondering, they're like, well, dude, they can't even pronounce things correctly. No, they're listening to the loops that we can't hear. And it's really tough to be saying something and having someone talk in your ear. You tend to slur words. It happens all the time. Or you could just be an idiot like me and just slur words even though there's no one speaking in your ear. I mean, but yeah, if in case anybody was wondering why that was going on.
Time that those forward bulkhead Dracos will fire. It is the longest burn of the entire flight. The 8.5-hour journey from undocking from the International Space Station to splashing down off the coast of Florida, 16.5 minutes. In this particular phasing, because of the short flight, that is a much longer burn with some of the longer phases when we're talking about 18 or 19 hours.
Dustman, that happens.
It gets a lot shorter.
Sequence start.
Okay, deorbit sequence start. Here we go. 2 minutes. Actually up on the timeline.
Copy.
Yeah, Davey, a little bit, yeah.
So again, that was confirmation of the beginning of the deorbit sequence.
Correct,
again, it involves a number of different items to occur. Right now, again, the Dragon is starting to maneuver itself, orient itself to prep for claw and trunk separation.
So the first step is the claw separation. Right now we're in the preparation phase. This is an automatic sequence now that we're in the deorbit sequence, which just kicked off.
So there can't be any wires going through the center of the capsule between Dragon and the trunk. The reason why is because there's a heat shield in the way. You don't want wires going through your heat shields. Last time I checked, holes in the heat shield, not a good idea. So what they do, and this is what capsules do, they have an umbilical that goes up and around the heat shield. That's this piece right here on the Dragon. It's called the Dragon Claw. Basically, it'll disconnect, and then it'll retract, and then once the claw is disconnected, that cuts the capsule off from the solar panels on board. Don't worry, there's batteries on the capsule. And the coolant loops on the radiators here. There is internal cooling systems, right? And then there's internal electrical power generation. Well, not power generation, there's batteries, right? From there, when they jettison the trunk, the capsule's really only designed to operate like this by itself for a little while, namely through reentry. But yeah, the claw is the first thing they're gonna pop. This umbilical actually retracts. There's a pivoting point here, and it goes like this, and then that'll jump the trunk away from the capsule.
So the batteries were fully charged for the ride home, and then even upon separation, you were able to see through some of the views the trunk itself has a series of solar arrays that are on one side of the trunk, able to provide a small amount of power throughout
good
this,
amount, John, but
this,
you'd really want to come
flight.
back down. Hey, I found an awesome video about the production of the
We are expecting to get confirmation of claw separation, and then shortly after trunk separation.
And we did hear claw separation is confirmed.
Okay, claws popped off. No, trunk jettison
Dragon is now automatically going into the preparations for trunk separation.
Trunk separation happens before the deorbit burn. The trunk will, they're in a decaying orbit. The trunk will come back down eventually. It's a slightly decaying orbit. It'll come back. It'll come back. It stays up there for a lot longer than Dragon does, ironically.
Separating it exposes the heat shield again. That is very necessary.
Look south, Tweets. You might be able to see it.
Protect the capsule from the high temperatures.
You're going to want to. Yeah, just look south. Look south into the Gulf.
During
maybe it's possible.
Dragon, nominal trunk jettison.
What will they do with all the junk? They'll burn it in the trunk.
Copy, nominal trunk jettison.
Okay, the trunk, this part of the capsule from the heat shield back is gone.
Great way to start off the deorbit sequence.
So now
the trunk
Dragon
is
just
off,
looks like this.
and everything is going smoothly so far.
Now Dragon's flying around like this with its nose cone open.
Reorienting the Dragon, and then starting up the
deorbit
burn.
Forward thrusters to deorbit.
Right now we are in a slough. So now that the Dragon has physically separated the trunk has confirmed to have separated itself from the Dragon capsule. That slew had Dragon oriented slightly to the side relative to how it is orbiting to allow there not to be a conjunction between the two.
What's the point of the trunk?
Bodies as they now enter
it's
into
the
deorbit phase. So now the Dragon itself is slowing into a position with the forward bulkhead Dracos pointing straight at the velocity bar, or the V bar, essentially the same direction that the Dragon is orbiting, to be prepared to fire the 4 bulkhead Dracos for 16.5 minutes. That sequence should be coming up here in about 2 minutes. We should be hearing the confirmation that the forward bulkhead Dracos are firing, and we'll monitor that, make sure that the deorbit burn is good, and that we have a
power
good burn.
And cooling.
Once that burn is complete, Dragon is committed to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, that's going to be the last time that we fire the forward bulkhead thrusters.
It's not a service
vehicle.
module. No.
And so,
guys, this is not a service module. Okay. That's not a service module. This is the model of the trunk, not an SM. Differences. Dragon actually has its service module built into it. That's why Dragon is oblong. It looks like a stretched cone, comparatively to like another capsule, right? Another capsule is more like this shape, like a trapezoid almost. If you look, Dragon is a stretched shape. The reason is because that this bottom half, particularly right here, from here down, that's the service module. The service module is built into the capsule. But you need this because you need to have solar panels and radiators on. You need those. You can't have retractable solar panels are a thing in Kerbal, but they're not really that's not really a thing in real life, like retracting for re-entry. Heck, even the space shuttle that had like space to have deployable solar panels, it didn't have solar panels. The shuttle used fuel cells for electrical power. So the Dragon here is the trunk is just a place to put your launch abort stabilization system, your solar panels, and your radiators. And then there's empty space in there if they need to bring cargo up. It's basically an unpressurized segment, similar to the payload bay on the shuttle, but because reusing solar panels and radiators is hard to do, I mean, Dragon is a little bit smaller than the space shuttle, they get rid of it. But it's not a service module. It's different. The service module is built into Dragon.
Go at throttle up.
It's this part right here. If you looked at Dragon's pressure vessel, it kind of looks like a reverse hourglass. It's very thin at the front, and then it gets super thick right here, and then it's like the back piece, there's a cone, there's like a cylinder in here that's about this wide, and then the service module's packed around it. This is why Dragon needs a lot of chutes, because it's heavy. It's a really heavy capsule, comparatively to other capsules. Super heavy. Like comparatively to Starliner, but Starliner jettisons its service module. Dragon has service module and people behind the heat shield, which means it's better for reuse. Not an accident, right? That's what SpaceX wants to do. That's their stated goal. When you put stuff in the trunk that can be damaged by vacuum, what container do you put it in?
Again, the deorbit sequence has...
The trunk is specifically for unpressurized payloads. You wouldn't want to put something like a small pressure vessel inside of the trunk. I wouldn't do that. That's complication. If you have an unpressurized payload, Halsey, it'll go inside the Dragon capsule or launch it on a cargo one.
Have been really in
That's
anticipation
what Cargo
of this
Dragon
moment.
is for, man.
We've been following weather all along the way, because once we start this deorbit burn, really there's no going back. That means that the Dragon itself is committed to return back to Earth. And confirm that the deorbit burn has started.
Well,
initial checks show that the dynamics of that burn are looking pretty good. This is going to be a long burn, 16.5 minutes. So a quick recap, within the last 10 minutes, a lot has happened. The Dragon has jettisoned its trunk and initiated the deorbit burn, which started now at about 6:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
In their
These
infographic, they call it a
Dragon and
service
SpaceX
module?
closely
Right.
coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a 10 nautical mile safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance and during recovery operations, and the Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones. We really want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, and any other boats interfering increases the risk to astronauts in the capsule, the teams working to recover them from the water, and the safety of those that come too close. For the safety of the crew and your safety, we recommend that you sit back and watch, and we'll be bringing you the best possible coverage of our astronauts' homecoming.
And like I mentioned earlier, this deorbit burn is the last time that those 4...
I'm pretty sure the folks that want to go out there and try something dumb are pretty set on doing that. I'm pretty sure saying don't do that is probably not gonna...
So to the landing site in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. So right now, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas, they're using their screens to keep tabs on the burn durations.
I'll tell you what, I still don't mind that people want to like boat out there and go see it. I don't have a problem with people wanting to do that. You just got to stay the frick back. Stay away from the capsule. Not because I'm worried about hurting the astronauts or anything like that. The hydrazine will kill you if there's a leak. Stay away from the capsule. But I think that's kind of cool that people, are willing to go out into the ocean to see the capsule come down. That's actually pretty neat, but you gotta stay the frick away. Stay away. The hydrazine on board is not good for you. And that's not some myth or anything. Hydrazine is very, very toxic. The reason why they use it on the spacecraft is because hydrazine is stable up in space and down here. It's a great spacecraft propellant for something that's going to be up there for a long period of time. But also it'll kill you. So don't go near it.
These forward bulkhead Dracos need to fire for about 16.5 minutes. We've seen very similar profiles for some of the other missions. Crew-1 and I believe Crew-2 had a pretty similar profile, or not Crew-2, Demo 2 had a very similar profile, about roughly the same period of time.
If you're on the coast, like if you're
from
in
the
Corpus
time of undocking to the time of splashdown, so it seems to be a pretty popular profile. So we'll just sit back and make sure that the deorbit burn is continuing to look good, and so far teams are tracking that it is. We're about 4 minutes in at this point, which is into a 16.5 minute burn.
Indeed, Roth.
And on screen is
Austin.
our 4
might be a tall
astronauts
cell,
on
dude.
board Dragon.
You're gonna want to look southeast.
Left to right.
Southeast.
Thomas Pesquet.
So,
he is the mission specialist.
If you're in Austin, look towards the Formula One track. That direction. If you're like on 6th Street, you want to look towards the Formula One track. That's the direction that you're looking for, like towards the airport.
They're all in their suits, strapped in, and eagerly waiting their return and a breath of fresh Earth air in about 45 minutes. Oh, excuse me, 45 minutes until splashdown, then about an hour until they can egress the vehicle.
Each of them has had a long journey on board the International Space Station. They've been in space for one.
Indeed. Hydrazine's gross, man. You don't want to breathe that stuff.
National Space Station. Each of them have had very critical roles in some of the activities that have taken place on board. Thomas Pesquet just handed over command of the International Space Station. He was commander for just a little bit for the very beginning of expedition.
How long until reentry? So Retina, they're targeting a 10:33 Eastern Standard Time splashdown. Current Eastern Time is 9:44. So we got about 45 minutes till splashdown. So reentry is going to be happening in the next 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes, maybe a half hour. It's not going to take very long, but yeah, we're getting close. So if you got something to do and you want to see the entry, I would stick around right now, at least. They've started doing deorbit burn, or not deorbit burn procedures. So the Dragon capsule has jettisoned its trunk, the not service module for the bottom. This part down here, they've jettisoned that part. And what they're going to do now is the nose cone is still open on the front of the capsule like this, and then they're going to use the 4 forward thrusters to deorbit. They haven't done that just yet. We're getting up to that point. Once they do those deorbit burns, they're going to close the hatch or close the forward nose cone, and then the capsule's in let's get warm state. So it's the real way to say it would be that the capsule is in a mode that's tailored for entry, descent, and landing. It's EDL. It's gonna get hot. Let's make it hot. It's gonna get a little warm.
Into the 16-minute deorbit burn. We're looking good.
See?
Yeah, earlier we had a out-of-plane burn, and that was also used as a propellant wasting burn. And so we dumped
because it knows that
a lot of mass for the propellants that we don't need anymore. That, in combination with the trunk jettison that we just had, sheds a lot of mass from the vehicle. It actually makes this deorbit burn a lot more efficient, so that way we can be as efficient as possible to slow down the vehicle, bring its altitude down in order for it to begin its re-entry phase.
This is a very critical phase. We've seen a lot of action over these past couple of hours as we've been providing some continuous coverage. It all started with some hatch closure where the Dragon crew said goodbye to the crew on board the International Space Station. Only 3 crew members on board now. That includes Commander Anton Shkaplerov from Roscosmos, as well as Pyotr Dubrov of Roscosmos. And then Mark Vandehei, who is pulling the long haul here. He's going to be on station for almost a year, and he'll be really responsible for the handover that the Crew-2 astronauts would have done if they were to have the Crew-3 astronauts arrive before them. But again, we've mentioned this a couple of times, Andy, throughout our coverage. Part of the reason why we're executing a deorbit burn right now, heading for a splashdown off the coast of Pensacola, is because the weather looks really, really good. And weather is one of those primary driving factors for taking a crew home. If the weather looks this good with very calm, you said lake-like states is what we heard on the loops, very calm winds, and of course we did get confirmation that the skies are clear as well. So we might even get some pretty good views from the WB-57 as well as the ship, the recovery ship Go Navigator, as the crew is entering. It's really just it's too perfect to pass up.
Yeah, and that's really sort of the story here. We originally planned to launch Crew-3 prior to Crew-2 coming home, and they were going to do the handoff in person at the International Space Station. Weather wasn't quite cooperating with us Halloween weekend, but again, Gary, you mentioned this recovery weather is too good to pass up.
Right.
And so the teams that have been supporting this mission, or really both missions, really this is a testament to their flexibility to be able to get this together and make sure that the Crew-2 can come home safely in the midst of, again, this really optimal weather.
Very, very true. And again, we are monitoring the weather, and it does look good out in the Gulf Coast. Part of the reason that we're landing the crew right now in the Gulf is because the weather over there looks good, and the reason why we're going to wait to launch the Crew-3 astronauts no earlier than November 10th is because the weather out there is something that we continue to monitor. It's not only the weather out at the East Coast, off the coast of Cape Canaveral in Florida that we're looking at, but really the weather all along the ascent corridor has to cooperate as well. So that includes all along the eastern seaboard, that includes the North Pacific. All of that has to look good because really in any abort scenario, you'd be looking at the crew escaping from the top of the Falcon 9 rocket using those Super Dracos. We were talking about Super Dracos a little earlier, and splashing down anywhere along those sites. And so you have to make sure that the weather is cooperating really all along the way. So it's got to be the right conditions.
No problem, Fred.
Yeah, there are multiple teams that plan for all sorts of these types of contingencies.
We're going to need a bigger recovery boat.
It's fantastic when things go well, as
it's
we've
not a big shark.
Been seeing for
it's a big dragon.
A very long time, and we love that. But we want to make sure that in case anything were to go awry, we have plans for that. And weather, again, is one of the things that we need to make sure we pay attention to.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
So we're about six minutes away from finishing this deorbit burn. Again, this is the last burn for the Dragon vehicle. After this, we'll close the nose cone, flip the Dragon around, and start to head into the Earth's atmosphere. And really, after this, it's really about 30 minutes, about 30 or 40 minutes until we see the Dragon capsule in
Coast Guard
the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to happen very quickly.
It is. A lot is going to happen. In fact, when it comes to the parachutes, they are that sequence is automatic, but it happens seconds from each other.
Nomad, what's going on,
motors
buddy?
themselves are deployed to
I had
release
some real life
two
stuff
drogue
to do this
parachutes
weekend. I didn't
that
get to
slows
play too much.
the Dragon capsule down from 350 miles per hour initially. Those are the right after we get outside of the blackout zone, which is when the Dragon itself is entering through the atmosphere, engulfed in plasma, so the communications can't get through. But right when we exit out of that and we get an acquisition of signal and are able to talk to the crew inside Dragon again, they should be traveling at roughly 350 miles an hour. But once we deploy those drogue chutes, all of that's going to really happen at about 7:29 p.m. Pacific time, 10:29 p.m. Eastern. The drogue parachutes will deploy. They'll stay out for a little bit, and then 40 seconds later, the four main parachutes will deploy. And from 350 miles an hour, with that sequence, that's happening really in the matter of 1 minute with all of the parachutes. That'll gently slow down the Dragon and its crew down to about 15 miles an hour.
And we mentioned safety. We've been talking about safety throughout this whole broadcast. As soon
mining
as
rocks,
the Dragon capsule hits the water, one one of the first things that happens is the main chutes get cut. And what this means is...
I love satisfaction, Rob.
Today
Great
there
game.
are really no
7.
wins, essentially.
2-1-3-7. Thank you.
We wouldn't want the Dragon capsule to be pulled by wind in any direction, so we'll cut the parachutes immediately upon splashdown. And there's a boat that is part of its main function is to go out and recover that parachute.
That cutting of the main parachutes happens automatically on board the Dragon, but when we were talking about some of the physical buttons that the crew have on their display panel, one of those physical buttons, which is really important to have instead of having it on a touchscreen that you have to navigate to, really easy access to a button that says cut the parachutes. If for whatever reason they weren't to automatically do it themselves, which we've seen on some of the previous crewed missions, they did automatically cut. They do have the ability to do so.
Yeah, these parachutes have been tested hundreds of times.
It's very polished up, man.
The design parachutes can be tricky, but
we've
used these parachutes as part of all the cargo missions prior to the upgraded Dragon, and
I don't
using
do stuff
them
like that.
as part of this operations too.
As you mentioned, right after the Dragon splashes down in the ocean, there are 2 what are called fast boats that are part of the prime recovery team that will immediately go out to the capsule. One of the boats will go right over to the capsule and start outfitting it with some rigging equipment. They'll do a sniff check to make sure there are no hazardous gases that are leaking from the spacecraft, make sure it's safe for the next series of events where the Go Navigator's recovery ship will go out and hoist it onto the ship itself. But you were mentioning the other fast boat. It serves as a backup to that boat just in case it were, some motor function were to happen and it couldn't get out to the capsule in time. But its prime function, if the other boat is looking pretty good, is to go collect the parachutes.
You know what we call it? Faster boat.
So again, about 2 minutes.
2 minutes
for the end of the final burn. The Dragon and the crew have gone through a number of burns throughout today's downhill phase.
They deploy from the slow boat, Uckerman.
Again, we are nearing the end of sort of the marathon here.
Jesus, man.
So this must be exciting for the crew on board the Dragon as well, knowing that this is the last burn that they're going to feel, the last burn that they're going to hear.
Faster and fastest
after this, it's really going to be
I think it would be like
smooth sailing, so to speak,
slow,
into the Atlantic Ocean,
normal,
or into the Gulf of Mexico.
Faster,
so the words we're waiting to hear right now are nominal deorbit burn. Those are very important words that'll be sent over to the crew. Right now, the nose cone has been open to expose the 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting with this deorbit burn, pointing straight at the velocity bar. It's a retro firing of the thrusters to slow the vehicle down and really ultimately make contact with the atmosphere. That's the point of this burn. But as long as we have a good burn, it'll be just a matter of a couple of minutes. It's a very quick sequence to close the nose cone. It's a very important function to close the nose cone. It protects the forward bulkhead Dracos. It protects the docking mechanism that's been used to keep Dragon attached to the International Space Station for 6 months. It protects some of the guidance and navigation equipment. Of course, this vehicle is reusable. We're seeing it now. This is a reused vehicle. It was used originally on the Demo 2 mission. So all critical functions that need to be protected before it slews to the position where the heat shield is pointed right towards the Earth and does the heavy lifting of protecting the capsule and, of course, more importantly, the crew inside from the 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit that's going to be experienced as the Dragon capsule enters the Earth.
As part of the recovery operations after...
Dragon, deorbit burn complete. Performance nominal. Nose cone closure has been initiated.
The thrusters are behind the nose cone. That's why they don't. That's why they keep it open.
All good deorbit burn.
So the nose cone is like this, and then they're gonna.
That is the news that we were looking for, Andy. Nominal deorbit burn. That means that burn did its job. You see, immediately we're going into closing the nose cone. So now that it's done its job, the forward bulkhead Dracos will not be fired again. We're going to close the nose cone and protect some of those critical
seals
equipment.
The deal. 30 minutes, you'll be on the
Dragon
ground.
oriented in a position ready for entry.
Yeah, so it takes a couple of minutes for the nose cone to close. It doesn't just swing shut And so it'll be closed, and then there'll be
really
latches that will secure it into
I purposely
position.
didn't glue stuff together on it, though, so it
we
kind of
will
comes apart, so I can show it off a little bit
slew the
easier.
Dragon.
I only glued certain parts of it together.
Into his orientation to make sure that the heat shields are facing forward, so to speak. The heat shield will be what
this whole
meets
mission
the
has
Earth's
been a
atmosphere
crapshoot.
first. It'll
The toilet
absorb,
doesn't
anticipate
work.
all that heat upon re-entry, and then we'll we'll go through the blackout period where we won't have comms from Dragon to ground or ground to Dragon.
I don't think so.
Then after that, we'll deploy our parachutes and land.
So the atmosphere is going to do a lot of the work here to slow the vehicle down. We're still close to orbital velocity. Of course, we're a little bit slower because we're dropping in altitude, and that is purposeful. The Dragon and the crew inside is now committed to enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Dragon systems look good. The crew is monitoring every step of the way and checking in and saying that they are following closely. Everything's looking good on that end, and of course the weather is cooperating, which is super essential. So we're about to enter into the atmosphere and slow down all the way down to 350 miles per hour. It's going to be a number of minutes for that procedure to take place. It takes about 7 minutes from the time that we enter into the Earth's
you'll know it
atmosphere
when you see it.
and lose the signal with the crew. So don't worry, that is normal. We expect a loss of signal for about 7 minutes. The communications can't get through the plasma that's engulfing the Dragon on its way in. But it should be about a 7-minute period. It's predicted, right? So there might be a little extra lag time in there, just depending on a series of events. But they'll be calling to the crew at the end of that anticipated period to check in and hear how that sequence went, and make sure everything is good for the next series of automatic events, which is the deployment of the parachutes and eventual splashdown.
Yeah, it is important to note that prior to the deorbit sequence, we did hear communications from the crew to the core here. They were updated on timelines.
What's the
so
angle
the crew
of entry to landing?
onboard Dragon knows exactly what to.
Cannon, what do you mean? The angle of entry. So when the capsule hits entry interface, it's probably going to be like about like this, with oncoming velocity coming at you like that. So it flies on a really shallow trajectory, so it'll be like this for a good deal, and then it basically stays in the upper atmosphere to minimize heating. But the thing about it is that if you stay in the upper atmosphere, overall your heating is going to be a lot higher, or not your heating. Your heating will not be that much higher than if you sink lower, but it'll be for a longer duration of time, right? But they do that to make sure they don't liquefy Toma, Aki, Megan, and Shane. You don't want to liquefy them. That would be bad. So they stay up there for a nice slow deceleration, but a longer period of heating. And they'll basically be not parallel to the ground, but almost parallel to the ground for a good deal of it. And then once they get through the fiery stuff, that's when the capsule will start falling like a brick. And that's when you deploy the chutes and stuff. It'll basically... It's like a reverse of a parabolic arc. It gets steeper as you get closer to the ground, and when you get near the ground, it's 90 degrees.
To the right orientation, and during this, for the next 19 minutes or so, Dragon's altitude is decreasing, and then once we get low enough and start building that friction, we will enter the blackout communication. So around 7:19 p.m. Pacific time is when we're expecting the blackout communications period.
Friction.
So as we begin the second half of entry, Dragon is now beginning to flush nitrox into the cabin and continuing to top off Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas' suits with cool air. Again, this is what will allow the cabin temperature to remain comfortable while external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That heat shield is pointed forward, leading the capsule to that landing site.
It
wouldn't be ideal, Gene,
but today,
they probably have a contingency
tonight,
procedure
off the coast
for that.
of Pensacola, Florida. So very exciting. Under 30 minutes, or just over 30 minutes. 7:33 p.m. Pacific time is our targeted splashdown time.
Right. We did hear that call up to the crew that we're still targeting that same exact site, even with slight shifts in some of the other events, particularly with the loss and acquisition of signal, that 7-minute blackout period that we were talking about. But all in all, we're still looking at that same time for splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico. So stay with us. We're going to continue to provide coverage through this very dynamic sequence. We will, even after splashdown, we're going to remain on air. We want to make sure that the crew is safe once they splash down off the Gulf of Mexico. So once they splash down, it takes less than an hour in nominal recovery procedures to go out to the boat, or to go out to the capsule, rather, and outfit it to get onto the Dragon nest, which is on the recovery ship, and bring it in for the hatch opening, the side hatch, and recovering the crew inside. We'll continue to provide coverage as each of the 4 astronauts egress or exit from the capsule itself. We hopefully will get some views of them, maybe pumping fists, or as long as they're feeling healthy, of course, we'll get some views of them on the recovery ship. And after that, we are looking forward to talking to some leadership from some of the respective agencies. We're expecting to have some representatives from NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency call in to provide some final comments now that we can declare a mission success. All coming up very soon, but first we have to pay attention, of course, on the mission itself, making sure that these crew members are about to return to homes, return back to Earth safely.
Okay, as we're about 30 minutes from splashdown, pretty much on the dot. Crew-2 is targeting 10:33 Eastern Standard Time for a splashdown. The next 30 minutes are going to be pretty eventful here. If you're having trouble doing the time zone conversion, literally 30 minutes. So 33 past this hour is time for splashdown. Just like Gary said, I'm going to keep going with the coverage. I like seeing the boat pull the capsule out, and I like seeing the astronauts get out of the capsule okay. That's what I like to sign off. I don't like being like, okay, they're fine, and then going.
Dragon, nose cone secure for entry.
Okay. So guys, the
Endeavor copies.
nose cone, which was in the deployed position like this, has now moved into the retracted position like that. So we are in pretty much re-entry mode here. So they should start re-entry, like, you should start really getting into the fiery stuff in about, I don't know, 10 minutes. Actually, probably a little less than that. Ugh, it's parachute anxiety time, isn't it? I think it'll be fine. Yeah, and, I mean, yes, but also, nah, you good. Those are Quindar tones, Keshia. Yeah, it's basically letting people know that the mic turned on. Yeah, Quindar tones. Why is the nose cone open before re-entry? That's actually a really good question. So on the front of the Dragon capsule, you have 4 thrusters. You see these? 1, 2, 3, and 4 right here and here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are what they use for deorbiting. So the capsule is actually shooting its thrusters this way for deorbit. They do that so the capsule wouldn't have to turn around and fire its system to do that. It's actually less complicated this way. So they shoot the forward thrusters, and the forward thrusters are behind the nose cone. So the nose cone is like that. Actually, believe it or not, these forward thrusters right here are that's Dragon's propulsion system. That's how it flies around in space. It can also use these backwards facing thrusters here, but those are pointed at an angle. So Dragon can go forward if it needs to, but these ones being pointed on the same axis as the docking port and the front or forward orientation on the capsule are actually more efficient. It's a more efficient thrust. It's a more efficient thrust because they're pointed in this direction as opposed to pointed out. Pointing out will work, but it's not as efficient. Your thrust to weight ratio is taking a hit. That's due to a trigonometric function in physics, believe it or not. If anybody knows trig, cosine, remember that? SOHCAHTOA, remember that whole thing? You're taking a cosine loss in thrust when your thruster is not aligned with your V-bar. So, like, capsule's going this way, you're boosting that way, you're not getting all the force from that thing, from the thruster. You're taking a hit. I mean, it doesn't matter as much inside of the vacuum, but if your thrusters are pointed forward, it's a lot better. It's a lot more efficient that way. Hey, Pie Guy. Just had a math quiz today, don't remind me. How long on the horizon would it be from the Texas-Louisiana border? Epsilon, it's going to be a pretty shallow re-entry trajectory. So the part where it's going through the fiery stuff, you'll see it. Oh, you'll see it. It'll almost be parallel to the horizon if you're looking at it from the Gulf Coast. Where did you say you were? The Texas-Louisiana border? So you're going to want to look south-southeast, kind of look towards where like Cuba would be, I guess. And you'll see it, dude. If it's a clear enough night, you will see this thing. It is coming in like a bat out of hell. You will not miss it. It'll look like a huge shooting star going across the sky. You'll know it. It'll be white hot. Like, seeing something re-enter is unmistakable. Nice, Dino. Good for you. Feeling good. Hope the streams have been going well. Come on, man. Of course they've been going well. How about Tampa? Oh, Tampa, Chris, you're going to have to... You're going to look west. You'll see it low. Low on the horizon, but you'll see it. I know because one of my buddies, Kyle, who's a launch photographer, he went to Tampa. He's like, he drove to Tampa last time when Crew-1 came back, and he's like, I'm going to see if I can see it. And I'm like, I don't know if you'll be able to see it from there. And then he sent me pictures of the capsule re-entering that he took. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess you can see it from there. But once again, fellas, it's entirely dependent on whether it's a clear night. Now, usually they choose a clear night for re-entry. The reason is because they want to image that capsule coming down. You want to get a good picture of that thing. Honestly, you don't want it to be cloudy. You won't be able to see it as well. Straight up. I mean, it's not rocket science. I mean, okay, but it is. But it's also, but that's pretty straightforward stuff. Oh yeah, Aiden, that was cool.
Endeavour, SpaceX for entry brief.
Go for entry brief.
Shane, things are looking really good. No deltas to timeline.
I'll tell you in a second.
Vehicle is nominal. We're tracking no issues for entry. Entry targeting is also nominal. Note that you may see the landing site slightly off in the world view. That is expected and nominal due to the entry purge. And
I have rocket scientists,
so
yes.
that's nominal.
I've been to Hawthorne before.
There's no deltas to weather. The recovery fast boats have been launched, and they're awaiting arrival.
Seeing the Falcon 9 barrel segments get welded together was pretty cool.
Great news all around. Thanks, Chris. And we cut you off.
Fred, we won't be able to see it up here. Dude, I'm in Massachusetts. Even Massachusetts, Indiana, we're not going to be able to see it, dude. There's an Earth in the way. Is re-entry the second most dangerous time in a mission? Yeah.
Further affirmation that
I would say it's more
continues
dangerous.
to look
Ascent
good.
is a little bit easier. The dynamics on the vehicle during ascent are not like they are during descent.
We're just really in a waiting period right now before we begin that entry, coming up in approximately 10 minutes when the crew themselves will enter into the Earth's atmosphere and the heat shield being pointed in the right direction. And the vehicle itself will slow down over the course of about 7 minutes until they get on the other side into the Earth's atmosphere, and we can talk to them again, slowing down from 17,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour. That briefing was spectacular, Andy. It sounds like the weather is cooperating, and all of the recovery teams are in place. In fact, the fast boats that we were talking about earlier have already deployed. No. We are getting ready to bring these guys home.
Yeah, there are really no changes in what
they're not going to do it over land,
or what we heard prior to the deorbit sequence. So in that sense, everything was great leading up to the deorbit sequence, and everything remains great right now for cruise.
Rocket scientist, why do you ask? Yeah, I mean, I've been all through here. I saw guys assembling Merlin 1Ds there. I saw the fairings getting, them wrapping the fairings around the mandrels and stuff. All the 3D printed components down there, and then like I said, my favorite was the barrel segments. Seeing the barrel segments get made. I used to know a guy. I know a guy that used to work on the barrels down there, which is cool. Yeah, seeing the fact that like Falcon 9's second stage is literally just a first stage, just smaller, with a different thrust structure at the bottom. That's really cool. I thought that was really neat to see up close.
Slews or
but
orients itself right in the precise position where
keep your phone in your pocket.
Heat shield is pointed in the right direction. Andy, as you mentioned, we're going to enter into a period where we will lose the signal.
The fairings are made
that's
on
just
halves.
because of the plasma that's building up on the outside of the spacecraft.
They are 3D
Communications can't get through, so the plasma is building up because we are using the atmosphere itself to slow us down.
Yeah, Bren, yeah, you asked me. I'm sorry, I forgot. You're amazing at explaining this stuff. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's what I do here on Twitch. That's my job. We're looking. Give me about 20 minutes to splashdown, dude. So they're gonna start going through the fiery stuff here. We should have a comm blackout very soon. Once again, guys, about 20 minutes on the dot. 20 minutes on the dot. So we're gonna see some entry here in a second.
Parachute deployments first with the drogue chutes.
Targeting 33
perform the
past
initial
the hour.
slowdown from 350 miles an hour to, I think it was, you said about 120 miles an hour. And then from there, it's only a matter of seconds, about 40 seconds after drogue chute deploy, that those will be cut off, and the 4 main parachutes will deploy.
Yeah, Cyclone, go take a look. If you guys want to see if you can see it and you're on the Gulf Coast,
15
go
miles an hour. We are aiming right on time for a glass-like. We've heard lake. I've heard the word pool.
Cool, well, thank you for what you do.
Wave conditions out at Pensacola, Florida,
always, mostly
absolutely
lurk,
pristine. So things are looking pretty good for us so far.
So after splashdown, we just heard that the fast boats are on their way to the recovery site.
Yes, Port. Dragon has a heat shield. It has a not reusable heat shield. It's not like the space shuttle. It is what's called an ablator heat shield. An ablator heat shield is something that basically burns off as you go through reentry, using a physics process called thermal ablation. Ablation. That's right. SpaceX is using a refined form of phenolic impregnated carbon ablator, which was originally a NASA idea for a heat shield, but SpaceX has taken it and refined it better for their purpose, so they call it PICA-X, so Pica X, because if it's SpaceX, they put an X at the end of things. That's what they do. This type of heat shield actually burns off, and what it does when there's plasma surrounding the vehicle, so like air molecules hit this thing, when it's coming through reentry, when it starts to get into the atmosphere, a bunch of air molecules hit this thing, and they really have nowhere to go. So what they do is they actually compress up against the heat shield, right? And when they compress up against the heat shield, they get hot. When you compress a group of molecules together, it gets hot. It's the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT, if you know that. Basically, when you compress a gas, it gets hot. When you decompress a gas, it gets cold. If anybody's ever used a paintball gun really quickly, the canister gets cold because it's decompressing, right? The pressure went down. You had a huge pressure drop because you're with the paintballs, right? Same thing. Same exact thing. So all that air hitting the heat shield heats up, and it gets to the point where Dragon is hitting those air molecules going, well, I don't know, 20,000 miles an hour, right? It hits them so ridiculously fast that they ionize. It actually rips air molecules apart. Dragon is literally ripping the air into pieces, right? And when the air gets ripped apart, it ionizes and it turns to plasma, the fourth state of matter, liquid, solid, gas, plasma. And that plasma is very, very hot. So what that heat shield does is the plasma burns the heat shield, like you'd put wood in a fire. Same exact thing. And just like if you have wood, you put the logs in and it burns it and they get smaller and then it just turns to like dust. It's kind of the same thing. But what the heat shield does is that when it burns, it gives you a little thermal barrier between the capsule and the plasma that's accumulating on it, right? Because when it burns, it releases gas, and that shields the capsule in a nice cool column of gas going behind it to make sure that it doesn't, burn, right? And also that stuff burns cool, and it leaves it leaves a nice thermal barrier around the capsule. It literally shields it with cooler air. Now I know what you're saying, like a burning heat shield. Isn't that also hot? Yeah, it's also hot, but it's not as hot as the plasma. That's how they can get this stuff through reentry. Because when this thing comes through, it's gonna punch a hole. And that hole, it's gonna punch a hole through the atmosphere, right? Don't get me wrong, it's not gonna stay there. Like it'll fill back up. Like if you threw a rock into the water, right? It'll make a splash and then the water will come back. Same thing with air. The atmosphere will do something very similar. but it gets really, really hot at the front because of all that air ionizing up against the heat shield. That's why I get annoyed when the people say, "Oh, it's friction." No, it's not friction. It's not friction at all. It's compression. Compression heating is what's causing the heat shield to ablate, and that thermal ablation is keeping the capsule cool.
The Dragon vehicle that detects both velocity and pressure, and they
going
know
into communications
basically
blackout.
exactly when to deploy. So again, the Dragon vehicle, super intelligent and basically pilots itself. That's why even through this blackout period, the Dragon knows where it's at. It knows where it needs to go.
That's what my job is.
So the crew is
don't like being bad at my job, bro.
An automatic flight all the way. It really started about 8 hours ago.
Actually,
when the Dragon itself.
So Retina, you said the heat shield should be infused with firing paintball guns to keep it cool. That's actually called yeah, no, they already thought of that. It's called what is that called? Transpiration cooling. Yes, outgassing the heat shield. Literally pumping compressed air through the heat shield to push the plasma out of the way. That's called transpiration cooling. Yeah, that's already been done. Yeah, you're welcome.
As it circled the International Space Station,
firing paintball guns into the plasma. Literally that's been done already.
Space Station. I'm anticipating.
You're about 50
years
years too late.
Yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to them. All of that was automatic, and then of course the departure burns that got us to break away from the keep out sphere and the approach ellipsoid that surround the International Space Station and get us into
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lower altitude, about 10 kilometers below the station, which we were at for quite some time, followed by the departure phase burn. We had a good trunk jettison, claw separation trunk jettison, and then of course the super important deorbit burn, all right on time. This has been a fantastic flight so far.
That's right,
Corsa. So we are just 25 minutes away from splashdown. And so, again, we are going to be entering that blackout communications.
Yeah, well, Mason, water is moisture, and moisture is essence. Merman. Merman!
Just a few minutes later.
There's no supersonic retro propulsion.
And you mentioned, Gary,
but that is another way to
make a good heat shield. WB-57 is up in the air. It is equipped with imaging technology that will be able to get pretty much the first views of the Dragon capsule on its return back to Earth. So we do expect to see that great footage here in a couple minutes as well.
We're about 30 seconds from the anticipated loss of signal. This is really the beginning of a 7-minute period where the crew themselves will be we're hearing from the Dragon teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne. They're starting to see some drag, so we are now making contact with the upper limits of the atmosphere right now. That's going to be slowing the vehicle down quite a bit. Now seconds away from the anticipated loss of signal.
TFR in the Gulf is live. Dragon, so hot right now. Dragon. All right. So you know that plasma.
So we're in the expected period now. That was
that plasma that I said that's accumulating on the capsule. It's hard to transmit radio signals through the plasma. Basically that doesn't work. That would be like trying to telephone somebody with with a fish tank in between. That doesn't really work too well. Because the plasma really blocks out any type of communications. It's really hard to put radio signals through it. So there is a communication blackout period here where we're out of contact with the capsule. They're basically on their own for the next couple of minutes. You'll hear the crew operations response engineer ping the capsule when they're out of re-entry. It should be a good indicator. We're about 13 minutes out, guys, from landing at this time. They're going through plasma right now, so that fiery stuff, that compression heating that I'm talking about is happening right now.
About 3.5 to maybe anywhere.
How are they staying cool?
To like 4.5 Gs.
Well, ablation is keeping the capsule cool. The climate control systems on board.
The crew is definitely going to be anticipating that, and that's
the climate control systems on board are keeping them cool. Inside, they have basically like a neoprene suit underneath the spacesuit, and that's circulating coolant around to keep them nice and cold, like kind of like a race car driver. Race car drivers have stuff like that too. In fact, I'm willing to bet that the race car driver stuff is probably derived from spaceflight. It's probably an idea that was borrowed from fighter jets or spaceflight or something. Because plasma is pretty hot, and anybody that's ever been inside of a race car driving around knows that it also gets hot in there.
Miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour when we hear them on the other side of this blackout period.
Not fire, Port. Plasma. Even better. Even hotter. No. Fire is Bush League. No. Plasma. Even better. Just roll the window down. No, unfortunately, it's also hot outside the capsule. Yeah. That thermal medium right there that's coming from the ablative heat shield is maybe about this much.
WB-57
So, like, you can stick your hand maybe a little bit out, but if you stick your hand too much out,
on board to get those initial views,
it would be like putting your hand in
cameras
lava
that are on board. So even though it is nighttime,
don't want to do that.
As long as the vehicle is able to identify and track the vehicle, which
I don't think Dragon has power windows either. I think the windows don't work. Literally
to get those initial
unflyable.
Views and confirmation of the status of the vehicle, the very first confirmation, which is very critical to the teams monitoring the operations, and of course the recovery teams that are out in the Gulf right now. Fast boats have been deployed, so we got confirmation of that. The helicopters have landed
Manual
on
cranks
the
on
Go
the
Navigator
hatch.
recovery vessel,
on the hatch,
and the teams are
Yes,
on
actually,
the vessel
Soyuz
right
has a
now,
manual crank.
getting
Dragon
ready
does not have a
to
manual crank.
welcome the
It's a
crew on
single
board
latch.
once the fast boats get out to the capsule.
And the toilet doesn't work, damn it!
That's necessary to hoist it on.
Don't try it,
the
EJ.
A-frame
I've got the high
on
ground.
Go Navigator spacecraft. We are really in the critical period right now, just eagerly awaiting. I think all of the teams are the comms at the end when we have an acquisition of signal from the crew,
just west,
and
Roger,
some of the first
look
views of
northwest
the
if you're like in
spacecraft
Fort
itself,
Myers
and
or something.
confirmation of the
If you're
next
like in
sequence
Tampa
of
or
automatic
anywhere,
events,
any
which
other part of
are
Florida
the
on the
deployment
Gulf
of the
Coast,
parachutes.
look
Yeah,
west.
the Earth's atmosphere certainly does make
Maybe we
it
already
easier
talked
for
about
the
this.
WB-57
Hey,
to
RTR.
spot
Long
the
time no
hot
see,
thing.
man.
It is excess of 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
The plasma
so
doesn't protect
it should
the
be able to
spacecraft
spot
from
it in
the
the
heat,
sky.
dude.
There should be
The
nothing
heat
else like
shield.
it
Right.
at
That
this
gets
time.
burned by the plasma?
We're again,
Yes.
a couple minutes away from.
So, guys, the heat shield on the bottom of the capsule, it burns off. And when it burns cold. It burns at a colder temperature than the plasma. So you have Dragon, which is relative to the plasma. Now, plasma is super hot. The heat shield is kind of hot, and the capsule's cold, right? So when the plasma compresses up against the heat shield, it creates a lot of
very, very quickly.
It creates a lot of heat, and it burns the heat shield. The heat shield releases gas as a result of that burning process, and that shields the capsule in a nice cool column of gas. The gas looks something like this. Like the corner of my fingers here is where that gas column is. That's what keeps it cool. It's a thermal barrier. It's a what's called a thermal medium for the capsule. It's really smart stuff. They figured this stuff out in the 60s.
Expecting an acquisition of signal and initial communications from the crew before.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like a bubble.
The deployment of drogue parachutes and
kind of
and main parachutes. There's about maybe about 2
we're
minutes
swapping one fluid for
difference
another,
from
but
when
yeah.
we should first
Same
hear
idea.
from the crew themselves at about 7:27 and about
RTR, the gas is the
7:29
important
p.m.
part, dude.
Pacific is when
Yeah,
we should
the
see
gas
the
is the
drogues
really
and the main chutes
real
deployed.
important one. So, I'll keep that audio on. But guys, when Falcon 9 is coming back in, the first stage, when it comes back down to land, there still is plasma that does accumulate on the vehicle. It's not as much as Dragon, but it still is there because it's falling from like 120 kilometers up, like 60, 70 miles that way. You're still going to create some compression heating on the front. What SpaceX does with the Falcon 9 when it's coming back, Falcon 9 doesn't need a heat shield. The reason why it doesn't need a heat shield is because that center engine, they fire the rocket engine when it's going through re-entry, and it pushes the plasma out of the way. It does the exact same thing as the heat shield. It shields Falcon 9, that entire first stage, in a nice cool column of gas, because the rocket exhaust is colder than the plasma. It's all about relative when you're talking about physics like this. It's all relative. The rocket engine exhaust is cold enough, to provide a thermal medium to keep Falcon 9 in one piece when it comes back down. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. It was an idea that was pioneered by NASA for landing payloads on Mars. Yeah. I don't think I need to tell you why SpaceX would want to borrow that kind of technology.
Now just standing
Just
by,
saying.
waiting to
Just
hear from
putting
the
it
crew.
out there.
So far, things looking good.
Devlin's like, okay, drink.
And we'll continue
All right,
to track
fine.
it as we enter the final moments of this
You
blackout
can see
period.
it, Isaac? Cool. It should look like a big streak going across the sky. Yeah, like that. It should look exactly like
We're
that.
getting WB views. the first views of Crew Dragon.
Yeah, baby! She coming in hot!
Tail. That's the 3,500 degrees.
Yes.
Look for the hot thing, right?
It is the hottest thing in the sky right now.
Look for the hot
That is
thing.
such
it's
a,
really
it's
hot.
literally lighting up the
Endeavour,
sky.
SpaceX, come check.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Not here, or here so much. But right here. Oh.
And Dragon, we've got you. Expect automated parachute deployment, and we have you on visual.
There's humans on that, Taj.
Automated shoots.
Yeah, Shane's having a little bit of trouble talking. They're pulling some G-forces here, so you gotta talk it like this.
Wonderful to hear from the crew on the other side of the blackout period. The WB-57 high-altitude aircraft providing that thermal imaging. We saw the tail of the entry of the vehicle.
People coming home.
Dragon,
beautiful.
GPS converge. Expect nominal altitude for drogues.
Copy GPS, nominal altitude.
This never gets old, man. That's so cool. So you can see the altitude of the WB-57 and its longitude and latitude coordinates up there.
18,000 feet. Again, good news after good news, Gary. Things are looking great for Crew-2 return.
I am loving this flight. That altitude expected 1 minute from now.
The cameras on the WB-57 Badger are insane. Didn't see it because of the trees, but I think I saw a shooting star. Well, that's good too. Nitro, this is not the first time they've returned a video like this. It would be the third time. DM1, Crew-1, and this.
Anticipated, Andy.
Dragon, brace for drogue window.
That's correct, Serial. Okay, so the drogue chutes are going to deploy. And what the drogue chutes are basically going to do...
The thermal imaging system on board the WB-57 is getting us great views of the capsule, but should give us equally good views.
They'll pop out the drogue chutes on the capsule. Basically what the drogue chutes do, they serve as a big speed brake, and they also help orient the capsule and slow it down correctly for the main chute deploy. There are two mortars up here, literally mortars, like the thing the military uses. They're a small mortar, though. But what they do is they basically, when they explode, they pop the capsule off, and they shoot the parachute rigging out the side. And then right here at the front, I don't know if you guys can see it. See this little hatch right here that's below the hatch that they get in and out of? That's where the main chutes are. There's two wires that go down the sides of the capsule. The mortars will fire, and it'll rip the rigging out, and then it'll rip the door off. And then the main chutes will actually come out of the side of the capsule here. You'll see it in a second.
Confirmation.
There's the drogues. And now the mortars will shoot the main chutes out
from 350 miles an hour to 120 miles an hour.
Dragon, video on 2 healthy drogues. Descent rate nominal.
Okay, we're looking good. Last big milestone to overcome is that main chute deploy.
Great news.
So in about 30 seconds, the main chutes are going to come out. There are 4 of them, and they deploy at about 6,500 feet.
Oh, what a
Gary,
shot!
Look at this. This is an excellent view of the drogue parachutes.
Main chute deploy.
Drogue separation.
Wait for the 4 chutes to unfurl. Looking good.
We'll wait for confirmation of 4 healthy mains.
Oh. We got 1, 2, 3.
Dragon, visual on 4 healthy mains. Descent rate nominal.
Copy, great news. 1,000 meters.
We copy 1,000.
You really can't ask for
They
anything
can land
better.
on 2,
We got confirmation
guys. It looks
of,
like they have one of the
chutes
chutes
on the
didn't
loops there.
pop.
4 healthy mains. Descent rate is nominal. That
Let's
means
see
we
if
are
it- let's see
expecting
if it unfurls.
splashdown
It'll take a second.
3 minutes from now.
That's okay. Guys, they can land on 2. They have 4 just in case, because there's no fallback for this. All right? The retro thrusters are disabled. They
Visually,
can't land
you
on
can see
engines.
one of the mains taking slightly longer to inflate.
It
But the
inflated.
teams
It took
are,
a second. It's
are
inflating.
tracking that as a nominal inflation rate, and the descent rate is as expected. We do have 4 healthy mains, and we are expecting an on-time splashdown.
That thing's got to really it's got to really unfurl. Come on, shoot. Come on, shoot 4. Let's go.
600 meters.
So about 2,000 feet up. Hey, there we go. She came around. All right. 4 good mains right there on the infrared shot.
600 meters. This is a better shot of those 4 healthy main parachutes attached to the
it took a second on that
Dragon
number 4
spacecraft Endeavour as it continues to descend.
Now the chutes are designed to kind of hit each other. That's okay. So they're about 1,300 feet.
400 meters.
400 meters
from splashdown.
1,300 feet. What's taking the infrared? This is probably from a recovery ship. The other shot, looking kind of down or sideways at the capsule, where the chutes were darker, that's from the WB-57.
300 meters.
1,000 feet.
200 meters braced.
We copy 200 embracing.
Standing by for confirmation of splashdown.
So how long of a downtime will Crew-3 have? Not sure. Not very much, Flykin. 6 or 7 meters a second. Somewhere around there. I'm taking a guess, though. Yeah, those parachutes are really, really going around. That deploy was a little... There's you can see the recovery ships here. The recovery ships, faster and fastest, are going towards the capsule here. Should be about 100 feet. Give it a second. We got a good splashdown, baby. For home.
SpaceX C splashdown and mains release.
Boom. No way, Taj. Cool.
Copy, we heard the mains.
Well, Mike at JSC says
Endeavour, on behalf of
congratulations.
SpaceX, welcome home to planet Earth.
Hey, Chris. It's great to be back to planet Earth. Thanks to the JAXA and JAXA teams. It was an honor to represent you and work with your family. Look forward to seeing you soon.
The marshmallows touchdown, guys. Seas are very calm.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:33 p.m. Pacific, 10:33 p.m. Eastern
Jack, watch the recovery
time.
with me, dude. If you don't have anything to do, watch the recovery. This
Shane
part's
Kimbrough,
cool.
Megan
They'll show all of
MacArthur,
it.
Aki Hoshide, and Thomas Pesquet now safely
Nice, Jack.
returned
That's
to
awesome.
Earth. Confirmation that the main
Right,
parachutes
Retina,
have
just
been cut, and you can see from a thermal
know?
imaging camera that the fast boats are already on their way to meet
That's
up
the
with
longest
Crew
I've had my
Dragon
breath in a
Endeavour.
while.
Now splashing down.
They're talking about the shoots. That number 4 shoot really
off the
took a
coast of
second.
Florida for the second time.
3, we think we're...
Yes, Posatka. Wait, that's
Hey
something
Shane, you're
different.
coming in broken, but we see stable 1.
Copy, great news.
No, they gotta get the capsule up out of the water.
Stable 1 is the...
NASA had a bad experience previously with a capsule opening before they had the capsule fully recovered. Yeah, they had a bad experience once. They're gonna wait till they get this thing up on the recovery ship to open that hatch. Yeah, what happened? They had a bad experience. No, seriously, Liberty Bell during the Mercury missions. The capsule splashed down, and then something shorted on the capsule, and it blew the hatch open, and the capsule started to sink with Gus Grissom still like strapped in. He was like, "Oh crap! Oh balls! Oh balls! I gotta get out of this! I don't feel like swimming today." You know, yeah, that actually happened. Not good. Not a good thing. They lost the capsule. The capsule actually sank, but they saved it. Gus yeeted the frick out of
those
that
visors. The recovery team has been waiting about 3 nautical miles away, so it is going to take them a little bit of time to make their way.
They
to
ended
Shane,
up getting
Megan,
it back.
Aki,
Yep.
and Thomas
That's right,
inside
Hank.
of Dragon.
How weak was he from 0 G? He
rundown
was
of
only
what
up there
is
for a
to
second.
come.
It was a Mercury
about
flight,
a
so
minute and
he wasn't
a half
too weak.
after splashdown, mission control here
That's right,
in
David.
Hawthorne will
Yep,
get
yep.
the go.
He's probably going,
for safe
"Oh,
approach.
no,
About 2 minutes away, 2 minutes
Get this
from
on. Get this
splashdown.
thing off
The
of me.
approach boat
Yeet.
begins its inspection. We are expecting that ordnance and hypergol check to complete
I'm not sure.
around the L plus 12-minute mark, around the L plus
Yeah,
30-minute mark.
They ain't gonna open up the
Dragon,
capsule
SpaceX
right now.
check.
Look, you can see the stars. That's cool. It's in the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas right now. Yeah, there you go.
Endeavour has you loud and clear, SpaceX.
We have it loud and clear as well. We stopped the boat. We have it much better now.
All right, they got a good visual on the capsule.
Some good comms checks.
He didn't
on
screw
screen
the
now.
pooch. That
is
wasn't his
the
fault.
Dragon capsule. in the background, upright and stable in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's a boat that is heading towards it. So at about L plus 30 minutes, the Dragon rigging is expected to complete. Again, rigging is where an employee, as part of the recovery team, will physically climb on top of Dragon and attach hardware necessary to hoist Dragon up and out of the water. Recovery ships
Do you think they'll delay Crew-3 to look at the
also arrive
chutes?
at this time at L plus 38 minutes. That's when we're expecting to lift Dragon out of the water.
Look, fellas, you saw the message that they got from the NASA people. They were saying I was holding my breath. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, NASA's probably going to want to look into that. They're going to want to look into why that happened. But the chute did unfurl, so it's probably something to note. But I don't necessarily think Crew-3 is going to be delayed, just because the ISS needs to be up there. Like, they need to get up there. Mark can't run the station, the USOS side, by himself, so you're going to need to be up there. But yeah, NASA's definitely taking note of that. I wouldn't want to risk that again. So they'll probably look at the data, look at the telemetry, check the windage and stuff. Attitude of the capsule at shoot, deploy, etc., just to make sure that everything, that's something that could happen. That's totally fine. I mean, the chute did deploy. It just took a second. Sometimes that happens. If there's a slight breeze, it'll blow the chute kind of sideways, and it'll take a second to deploy. So it could be a bunch of different things, but as to the severity of it, I don't know. And is it gonna delay Crew-3? That's NASA's call. So I don't even think they know the answer to that question yet. What I think NASA does know is that they got four souls back from the ISS in the water intact now. Now it's just getting this capsule back onto one of the recovery vessels, getting them out, and then we are good to go. They'll get on a helicopter and fly back to JSC. Is that a flare?
Yeah, welcome on board on the display cam, SpaceX.
We copy. Thanks, Shane.
Could be a drone, maybe. Is that... That looks like the shoreline back there. How close are they? Could be a drone, yeah.
So the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne will get a peek inside the vehicle itself, watching over their shoulder. The crew themselves really are just in a waiting
that's
position.
A good call. They probably are. That's what that probably is.
Their seats were rotated for chute deployment and for splashdown. So they're in a slightly more upright position, although they're not completely upright. It just help them to brace. You heard that a couple of times over the Dragon ground calls. Brace for those chute deployments and for the splashdown itself.
Oh, I want
but really,
that job.
they're in just a waiting posture at this point as the recovery teams do their job.
What's keeping the capsule from sinking? Brindy, it's airtight. It's airtight. SpaceX actually waterized that capsule. The capsule is pressurized. It basically has a bunch of air in it for the crew to breathe, right? Like, they basically air and water tight that capsule. At least it's watertight on the bottom. Maybe you don't need to make all of it watertight. Probably just, I mean, if it was me, I'd probably make the whole thing watertight just in case the capsule lands in the waves and kind of tips over. But the capsule's waterized on purpose. Yeah, it's just the pressure vessel will keep it afloat. Buoyancy and stuff, man.
But it looks like they have
the top is for sure water sealed as well. Yeah, nervous. That would be my guess.
This is the second time that this particular capsule has landed.
Right.
So this capsule Endeavour was used as part of the Demonstration 2 mission last year, flying Bob and Doug, and it has splashed down and been recovered once before. So
that's the other reason, like I said, why they don't open the hatch. Now, the interesting thing about that, guys, is that parachute hatch that I told you guys about, where the main chute blows out of, this hatch right here, you see that? See this forward hatch? This one? That hatch is actually designed to let water in. Believe it or not. They do that to make sure the capsule stays on an even keel, like a ballast tank on a ship. That's what it's there for. The main parachute hatch is actually a compartment that opens that's designed to let water in and keep water in that one area. You'll see it when they go to recover the capsule. They let the water splash into that, and that actually helps weigh down Dragon to keep it upright, so it doesn't do this. But even then, it's still protected. It's still watertight. It lowers the center of mass. Yep, keeps the capsule nice and stable in the water. You'll see it when they recover it. We're looking at the back side of it here. So that parachute hatch is on the other side where the guy with that fishing line is. It's not a fishing line. He's they pick up off the parachute rigging, and they disconnect. They go get the parachutes, and then some of the parachute rigging is hanging on the side of the capsule.
Essentially doing safety checks, making sure that ordnances and hypergalls are
basically a build for the capsule.
Area immediately around
How much
the
does a
vehicle.
Dragon cost to make? I'm not sure, Jay, off the top of my head. But it's clearly cost effective enough that NASA and SpaceX simultaneously think it's worth it to reuse them. So can't be that expensive.
Again, rig the equipments for hoisting later on tonight.
Yeah, look at the infrared, guys. This IR shot is really showing different parts of the capsule that got heated.
So again, it's gonna
look at you can see parts. You can see which parts heated up, as opposed to other parts. Like the nose cone is really cold. The nose cone's really cool because it was on the tail end of re-entry. The bottom of the capsule though is nice and warm, nice and proper warm down there. And then this part of the capsule right here, because the capsule's coming in like this and like this, that part, the back side of it, the part that we're looking at, gets pretty dang hot. I was talking about how they slew the capsule, well, not slew the capsule during re-entry, how they can change the angle of attack on the heat shield by rolling the capsule during re-entry. They do it to slow down, and they can do it to steer its orbit. When they do that, one side of the capsule, because it could come in like this, or flip over and come in like this, right? One side of the capsule is going to get hotter than the other. Because they primarily came in like this.
Right now, as you said, I'm on Go Navigator. Right now, I'm at the looking forward to the fast mode.
One side of it got heated more than the other.
Towards the spacecraft, we were standing on top of the helipad where we just landed at about 9 p.m. Central, or 9 p.m. Eastern time, and so we stood back of the helipad watching the crew members
Leah, you're breaking up. You're going into a tunnel.
It truly looked like a meteor, and actually at the exact same time we saw it in the crew members, we did see a meteorite in the sky. So it was an incredible moment, and I was standing next to NASA astronaut Shannon Walker, who she herself just completed this journey.
Somebody in chat said they saw a meteorite and re-entry. That's what NASA just said.
And mission, and so it's been an incredible night here on Go Navigator. We can't ask for better conditions. It's wonderful temperatures. The sea is very smooth and glassy,
really cool
almost.
Picture.
And so things are just moving really smoothly here, and teams are executing everything.
Yeah, they are oil rigs out there, Fortune.
Leah, tell me what's happening as you are witnessing it. You mentioned landing not too long ago, about an hour and a half ago, on the recovery ship. Tell me what the teams have been doing. We witnessed the back end of that with the recovery boats deployed. What's been happening in preparation from your perspective to get ready for this moment?
Actually, Devin, if it was me, the five-head move would be to have the pizza already delivered. The five-head move would be to have the pizza delivered to Go Navigator. Yo, keep those pizzas hot, man. After medical checkout, I'm going in. Give me a pizza, man. No freaking crap, man. You sound like I want a pizza? No. There's the guy that's untangling the parachute rigging on the capsule. He's making sure all the rigging is safe and secure and away from the hatch when they go to open it. You don't want to get tangled up.
Check. So all the team members here on the boat.
Dragon, SpaceX for status
update. A couple of flights tonight on the helicopters, and they're ready to jump in.
Go ahead for status update.
Dragon's big, arc sign.
Hypercall sweeps and unfired checks are nominal. Rigging is in progress. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for a PMC as our next step.
Copy 5 minutes before lift and standing by for PMC.
All right, we're hearing private medical conference coming up.
Megan, we can hold for a minute if you'd like, just to finish the set phone ups if you'd like.
Sounds good. We'll call you back in 1 minute.
5 flights.
All right, and we're hearing those the crew sounding
Dragon's
healthy from inside.
After
Crew
that,
Dragon
they don't
Endeavor
really know.
walking through the final steps, getting a private medical conference.
They
Leah,
rated it
one
to
more
5
question before we let you
for
go
right now,
and witness some of the next series of events.
Yeah,
of
Jay,
course,
that
we're
is
going to
the
be
best
following
part.
all along the way. But after the crew enters into the Go Navigator vessel and does those medical checks, what are the next steps to get the crew
that ocean is
home,
calm. Gary wasn't
either in
kidding.
Houston or in the European Space Agency?
That's what they'll probably do,
process. So the crew members, after they've completed those medical checks, they will board a helicopter right here on the boat within just a couple of hours of splashing down. And once that takes off, they will board a NASA jet, which will take them back to their respective hometowns, especially those families that have been off. They began their mission on the International Space Station. Everything is moving on, and I wait to have it.
Leah Cheshire, NASA Communications, thank you for joining us and telling us a little bit about what's happening there at the recovery site. Best of luck to you.
So if you look, the display, they're T+14, so about 15 minutes after landing here. The display that's showing your orbital parameters is all confused. The orbital velocity is 0.4 kilometers a second, 400 meters a second. That's surface velocity. So that's how fast the Earth is spinning, relative, right? And then the altitude is showing minus 27. It's all confused. Minus 27, are you underwater or? 29.62 degrees inclined. That's the latitude north that they're at right now, which is about in line with Tampa. Well, Florida, basically. It's all confused. Yeah, well, Leah was on a sat phone there, Taj. That's why. So once again, if you're just popping in, that is a capsule that was just up in space with 4 souls aboard. This is the Crew-2 mission. NASA and SpaceX brought back down the Crew-2 mission with 4 souls. Commander Shane Kimbrough, pilot Megan MacArthur, mission specialist Aki Hoshide from the Japanese Space Agency, and Thomas Pesquet from the European Space Agency, also a mission specialist. You can see Shane and Megan right there, and then flanked on their sides. From this view inside of the capsule, Aki is on the left, or Aki is over there, Thomas is over there. We got 4 people on board coming back down from the space station. They just landed in the Gulf of Mexico, about 20 miles south of Pensacola, Florida, give or take. Recovery crews are now moving the capsule over to the recovery ship so they can pick it up out of the water and get the astronauts out. They've been up there for just under about 200 days. It's like 199 days and 23 hours or something.
Again, as expected, Crew Dragon Endeavor splashing down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
Gary, I just said that.
7:33 p.m. Pacific Time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, maybe
an incredible journey. We got a fly around of the International Space Station, documenting the exterior of the orbiting complex with digital photographs. The first time we've done that since 2018 with a Soyuz survey that was done. A lot of elements of the space station have been added since, so we'll be able to document that and check on the status of areas that can't normally be seen by some of the exterior cameras, as well as the robotic arm. You see, we are getting views from inside Capsule Endeavor.
I love how if you look at the attitude indicator, it's rocking back and forth because there's guys standing up on the capsule, like getting the rigging off. It's making the capsule move back and forth. Look at the attitude indicator. It's bobbing around, you know. Oh man, that would get me sick. Space legs? No. Sea legs.
We are ready for
those hands, bro.
All right, in work. Next person you hear from should be a no.
Those boats with the blue ambient light gives me Hawaii manta ray snorkeling memories. Yeah. Word. What's the black circle at their feet? A camera. So, Flagon, we're kind of...
So we just got updates that the recovery vessel is just a couple hundred meters away from the Dragon capsule.
So this is the top of the capsule.
And they are gearing up for the PMC, which stands for Private Medical Conference. The flight surgeon will check in with each of the crew members to make sure
at the camera above the hatch. Here's the
they are doing well as they have just returned back to Earth after 199 days in space.
This is a giant A-frame that'll swing the capsule up and out, and it'll put it on this big pineapple slice
right now. This is a view of the backside of the recovery vessel.
You're going to get a sense of scale for the Dragon capsule.
Essentially
this is
a crane.
Really good shot.
The bottom middle section is the platform or nest where the Dragon will be hoisted up and placed upon, and that platform actually will move
you
towards
can't
the
say that doesn't look like a pineapple
into
slice.
Essentially a platform where the astronauts can step off.
Don't eat
of.
it though.
And so
don't eat it.
Again, the boat is backing up towards the Dragon capsule. You can see it in the background there.
I built one of these.
It'll
I copied their design though.
Hook up all of its lines to the rigging equipment that the rigger is currently attaching on the spacecraft.
What kind of onion rings they got up there, Benno? That's not an onion ring. It looks like a pineapple slice. A burnt pineapple slice.
We are not too far away from the Dragon spacecraft. It's right off of the aft end of the recovery vessel itself. So right as expected, it was it was expected to be a 30-minute transit.
SpaceX, I'm back with you.
It looks like a donut pillow. Well, the toilet doesn't work, so.
Yeah, about a 30-minute transit, and
sorry.
They got there in 20.
No, God, no. There's no pizza involved here. Okay.
And I think a big part of this is you look at the seas right now, and there's effectively no movement, Gary. Leah described it.
No way.
Witnessing it firsthand, it is glass-like.
Pristine, yeah.
Guys,
which makes really for the recovery operations just that much
dude,
easier.
We got to show this. Look at this.
Really one of the very critical reasons why we
NASA
are in an indirect handover posture again.
No
Crew 2
freaking way.
astronauts landing in the Gulf of Mexico before Crew 3 launched. It was really for this reason. It was because
got a little bit of re-entry from Fleet Cam. Oh, that's so cool.
To be as smooth and as fantastic as the weather predictions forecasted.
That's awesome. Dude, no freaking way! That's so cool.
Had a private medical conference that was an initial assessment before the docs on board have access to pull them out of the spacecraft.
That's
they
so
have
cool.
a pretty good idea of what to expect whenever they pull them out.
Soon.
So they'll know the right precautions to take and what's needed for each individual crew member. That, of course, privatized because of the medical reasons. But that is why we have medical personnel on board the recovery spacecraft, medical facilities on board. I'm sorry, not the recovery spacecraft, the recovery vessel, and medical facilities there as well. And of course, it'll be a time for the docs to do those initial checks before they, what's anticipated, will fly each of the crew members out on a helo back to shore, where there are planes staged for them to bring them back home. It's not going to be a very long transit at all until we have some crew members back home. Shane, Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide, all planned to go on a NASA plane back to Houston. They'll land in Ellington Field, not too far away from the Johnson Space Center there, where they'll get to meet up with their family and friends, of course. Thomas Pesquet will board a separate plane and head over to Europe for the facilities over at the European Space Agency to do something similar.
Yeah, can you imagine? This is just a connecting flight for Thomas and Aki. That kind of sucks. Myrup? You're up. What is this, baseball? Baseball season's over. Gotta wait another 40, 50 days. Who's up? Who's on first? What's on second? Who's on first? That layover, though.
So we're continuing
that must
to provide
suck.
coverage, even though the Crew
Put
Dragon
me in, coach.
And the crew inside have splashed down safely in the Gulf of Mexico at right on time, 7:33 p.m. Pacific, 10:33 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue to provide coverage until they egress or exit from the spacecraft itself. And once all 4 crew members are on board, we're expecting to get some calls from representatives of each of the space agencies of the astronauts that are on board. Crew Dragon Endeavour now, NASA, JAXA, and ESA all calling in to provide some remarks after a successful mission and return of all 4 crew members back to planet Earth.
At least the next flight will have the head on board. This one has a head, by guy. It just doesn't work. Just leaks. Waffle House? Good man. Denny's. Oh, you go for a lumberjack slam right now, Jack. That's a good idea. Yeah, give me a lumberjack slam, boy. No, this is the Inspiration 4 had some problems.
This here is a
well, yeah, actually, yes. Inspiration 4 had some problems, and Crew-2 had the same problems. That's actually
inside
like,
and really, Gary, as you mentioned,
2 toilets failing on on 2 different capsules, guys, is actually not a bad thing. I mean, obviously, you can't pee. That kind of sucks. You don't want that. But that actually shows that the engineering is correct. If one toilet failed on one capsule and it didn't fail on another capsule, well, that's an entirely different problem. If both of them fail, you know that you have an engineering problem. If one of them fails and the other one doesn't, then it could be a processing problem. That's a little bit more complicated. It's not how the toilet is designed, it's how it was put together. That's a whole different thing. Having 2 toilets fail basically isolate the issue to a design issue. That's a much easier problem to troubleshoot, to be honest with you. Having both of them do the same thing is way easier. It's a way easier thing to fix.
If you remember back in the Demo 2 mission, it was a test mission for using Crew Dragon Endeavour, but really to verify that the SpaceX Crew-Dragon was ready to carry crews as part of regular crew rotation missions to and from the International Space Station. As part of that, they used the satellite phone
it's got a leak
as
in it.
one
You
of
don't use
the
a plunger
checks
to
and measures to ensure that the crew had the capability to use the satellite phone to call the various teams and report statuses.
It broke the wax seal,
it was really a precaution and one of the test objectives of the mission itself. Now continuing that here on Crew-2.
I mean, I'm not a plumber. I'm pretty sure you don't use the plunger to fix a leak. I missed the crash. Can you show it again? Joe, the crash? I can show you splashdown. Sure. There you go. So this is a little bit of a replay here. Right there. And sploosh. Yep. Nah, everything is good. You may have even splooshed a little bit. So now they're pulling the charred marshmallow out here. I'd be so antsy? Why? Just chill. You don't have anything to do. You just sit there. Yeah, it's a little toasty marshmallow. It's getting closer. We're gonna need a bigger boat, Vin. Da-dum. Da-dum. Bum, 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 bum,
and now the recovery vessel is that much closer to the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, this is a reheated one.
Dragon, SpaceX for status update.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Braking is complete. We're approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
They do.
Copy.
Saying they do. That's just in case. They had the astronaut diapers on this time around, just in case. But the toilet, yeah, the toilet's up here somewhere. Actually, it's on this side of the capsule. I forget exactly where. I think it might be down lower, up high. Too slow. Anyway, too leaky. No, they're moving the A-frame into position here. Sorry. Yeah, it's above the door. It's up here behind the parachute mortars. But they have those up there just in case. Just in case the toilet on the ISS doesn't toilet anymore. So, yeah, they had them on this just in case. But, I mean, if it was me, I would have been eating, you know, like celery and stuff, like right before he came back down. Would have been that last That last go on the ISS, I would have made sure we'd done our business then, you know?
After he's done with this work.
Finger guns. All right, so see, there's the hatch that helps keep Dragon on an even keel right there. See, it is kind of partially filled with water. That's where the main chute was put in. That's where the main chute was when the capsule was coming down. The 2 parachute mortars fired out the drogues, and then that pulled the main chutes out as well. The main chutes flies out of this compartment here. And that is a watertight compartment that basically serves as a ballast tank to make sure Dragon stays upright.
SpaceX, brace for capsule lift.
Where'd you get those clothes? At the toilet store? Oh!
There he goes, as expected, jumped into the water. His job complete.
By the
attaching the all of the connection points to Crew Dragon Endeavour, making sure that it is stable as the A-frame itself, using hydraulic lifts, hoists Crew Dragon Endeavour out of the water.
Okay, they're going to center the
onto
capsule
that
and
circular
then
frame there you see at the base of the ship. That is the Dragon Nest.
9.5. 2.0 from the Russian judge. Dang it.
And Garrett, we are.
Is it raining?
We're slightly ahead of schedule. We were expecting Dragon lift to begin at L plus 38 minutes. It is L plus 30 minutes now. So things continuing to go smoothly.
That's a spaceship, dude.
As part of Crew-2's
That's a spaceship with people on it. There's the Pica heat shield that I was telling you guys about.
Seem to
you
get
can
better
see how
and
the
more
plasma
efficient with
stored
each
it.
mission.
Yeah, it's probably the rigging. Yeah, that's right. How much does that capsule weigh? Oh, it's heavy. It's heavy. It's a heavy capsule. I don't know. Probably like, what would you guys say, like 8,000 to 9,000 pounds or something like that? She's a beast. See, there's the water in the leveling tank right there. Yeah, no, it's about the same PCT. And oh, no, not leveled just yet. Come on. Come on. Gotta center it on the pineapple. Ah, there we go. There we go. Ah, yeah. Perfect. 13,000 pounds according to Goggles. Thank you. That's heavy. That's a big, like I said, Hippo, that thing has the service module jammed into it. Dragon's a heavy capsule. But you can see, check this out. There's the rigging lines where the parachute, where the main chutes were. They kept the main chutes down low because it keeps it more stable during re-entry to pack the chutes down here. And then when the mortars shoot out, the lines are kind of like buried in those little channels on the side of the hatch.
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Personnel completing final checks. Stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Yeah, watch. The whole Dragon will.
Copy, ready for translation.
This is my favorite, man.
With that, we have
that donut, the pineapple
that,
ring that I was telling you about, is actually on a track.
On the Dragon Nest.
It'll
it has been
retract
hoisted
the
from
Dragon away
the
from
Gulf
the
of Mexico and
into
put onto the recovery
hangar. It's cool.
Where you saw
Watch.
the Dragon be gently placed is called the Dragon Nest. That whole section of the ship will be translated or moved in further into the ship.
Stop copying
to
me.
allow access to the side hatch. That'll be the next very important critical
that is payload mass,
series
not
of
capsule
steps.
mass. I mean,
there's personnel there
that
so
it's
will
like 9,000 pounds,
work
like
on
what
the
I said,
hatch
right?
to eventually open it. It'll be opened for the first time in 199 days, and we'll get the first glimpses of the crew inside. We should be able to witness the egress operations as well. Each of the crew members getting out as long as the seats permit.
Whoa. Oh, okay, there's the camera.
So we can welcome each of them inside.
So these guys have the gas masks on because they're going to go sniffing for hydrazine and make sure there's no toxic chemicals around leaking from the capsule. And then once they have that figured out, once they make sure, they check for leaks, they sniff it out, not with their nose, with a detector. Then they'll open the hatch. I know, of course. Gary copies me all the time.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, he's got to sniff for it. Sniff for it the manual way. No, don't do that. Oh, there's a thing longer right there. They gotta detach the A-frame rigging. Yep, there you go. Bring it down, undo the rigging, and then you can move the capsule. They're using a thing longer, chat. Good news, everyone. I've devised a way for us to pull the rigging off of the capsule. It's called a thing longer. Did they do 2 checks? Sav, what I would do if it was me is I'd have 2 sensors. I'd have 2 guys that are sniffing for hydrazine. And I'd have one of them go over it and then the second one go over it. And if the readings are the same, then you open the capsule. I wouldn't sniff with one. Because it could be broken, right? Have redundancy.
For those of you just joining us,
so
the Dragon capsule has been lifted up and out of the water,
everyone.
And is on the recovery vessel. We just saw a few shots of the crew on board the ship. What they're doing is securing the Dragon onto the ship to make sure it doesn't move, as it's being translated or moved towards the egress platform
on DM2,
where the
they
side
had a
hatch
little
will be
bit
opened and the crew inside.
A little bit of a trace savvy, but it went away.
Egress the vehicle.
I don't know if it was just a false reading or whatever,
right now is
but
a
yeah,
view inside. It's a live shot of inside the capsule.
Yeah, Sav, they would have done it initially, and then they'll do it again when they're
side,
opening the capsule.
Commander Shane Kimbrough, and to the right of...
These are NASA, 2 NASA astronauts, a Japanese astronaut, and a European astronaut. They were up there for science at the ISS. These guys have been up there for about 200 days. So over here, you got... There's a seat to the left of this dude here, and then there's a seat to the right of Megan, the pilot. So you have Aki over here, who is a mission specialist, Aki Hoshide from Japan. He's from the Japanese space agency called JAXA. Shane Kimbrough is the commander of the mission. He's sitting left seat from that camera shot. He's the commander. Megan MacArthur, and also Shane and Megan are NASA astronauts. And then Thomas Pesquet from the European Space Agency is a mission specialist riding right seat. He's riding over here. So it's Aki, Shane, Megan, and Thomas. Oh, there we go. Retract the Dragon nest. Bzzz. I'm sorry, I like making sound effects. Those are the parachute mortars right there. Yeah, this capsule first flew. This is Dragon Endeavour. This capsule first flew on DM2, which was the first crew flight for a Dragon, and it flew with Doug Hurley as the mission commander and Bob Benkin as the mission pilot. Cool story here. For Crew 1, they reused the capsule, and the commander of this one is Shane Kimbrough, and then the pilot's Megan MacArthur. Megan MacArthur is Bob Benkin's wife. So, husband and wife have flown in this capsule riding in the pilot seat, riding right seat. Yeah. Cool story, huh? It's pretty neat. Yeah. Imagine being that. Imagine being that. Hey, I haven't seen your mom lately. Where's she? She's in space. Hey, where's your dad? He's in space too. There you go, King. Right on. Yeah. Isn't that neat? Cool story. Husband and wife flew right seat on the same capsule to the ISS. That's pretty neat. Imagine the Christmas parties. Imagine bring your parents to school
Crew
day.
Dragon Endeavour. This is spectacular. We're less than 40 minutes after the Dragon itself splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico for the second time. Now, just again, less than 40 minutes later, the crew has been hoisted onto the recovery ship, and the Dragon nest itself has been
translated. My dad's Bill Gates. He's better than your dad. Sorry.
The next series of steps will be personnel on the recovery vessel that are specialized in opening up that side hatch. We'll do so. We have medical doctors on board that will take care of them after that. They'll provide initial medical care and assessment.
That's the hatch that will
egressing the crew from outside the Dragon and putting them into medical facilities that are on board to conduct a series of initial checks before they are flown by helicopter back to shore. recovery vessel takes quite a bit of time to get back to shore, so it'll be flown so they can get right on an aircraft and fly home within a very short period of time.
My dad lives in a van.
Again, we're going to provide continuous coverage until all crew members have egressed the vehicle. We also have representatives of NASA, JAXA, and ESA that are scheduled to be on the line to provide comments of a successful mission after the crew successfully splashed down, egressed, and are safe on board the recovery vessel.
So it's a bolt that's torqued down. You're going to see the guy go to open it, and then you should see another guy with an iPad document the hatch opening process.
Dragon, stand by for side hatch opening and egress.
Okay, here we go.
Next call will be from the recovery team. Crew-2, congratulations. Mission control, send it off.
Hey, thanks again, Chris, to you and your team. We'll see you guys soon.
The other guys are keeping the hatch closed because the hatch actually has a pneumatic seal, and they don't want to pop the hatch too quick, so they're kind of keeping pressure on it while the other guy opens it up. It's a pneumatic gas seal. There it goes.
Side hatch is open.
And there we go. So the guys wearing the darker jumpsuits, that's SpaceX recovery crew. Anybody that's wearing blue coveralls, astronaut. So that gentleman on the left is an astronaut. I can't see who it is. It looks like David St. Jacques, but I'm not sure. Yep, the recovery crews are in. He's just like, hey, what up, guys? Yeah, we call them the SpaceX ninjas. So,
even from inside Dragon now, we're seeing some of the recovery personnel.
It's pretty cool, man. So there's the guard. They're going to put the guard in because they don't want anybody to dent the edge
on planet
that
Earth
the hatch seals to. We want to keep it nice and clean, and it's also very sharp. So they're going to put it in. You don't want to cut a spacesuit on it. So they're going to put the hatch egress cover on the exterior of the hatch
team
there.
Is checking in with the crews to make sure they're all doing fine. We actually have to remove
that guy took off the
underneath the seats prior
checklist
to
tablets.
the crew getting out. It just makes it a little bit easier for them to egress the vehicle with that out of the way.
So that guy that was carrying he's carrying their first aid kits. Their first aid kits are on the left.
We're on a great timeline right now, just 40 minutes.
It has a first aid kit, and then it has the checklist tablet
splashing
above.
down in the Gulf of Mexico, the side hatch is open,
the 4
and there are
kits.
Teams inside Crew
They're
Dragon
removing
Endeavor.
the seat footrests now.
That is a pretty quick recovery, not bad.
I know, Cosmic, isn't that cool? Yeah, we watched this capsule 360 no-scope the ISS this afternoon, dude. Yeah. Now it's back off the coast of Florida. Isn't that nuts? Dude, I streamed this capsule being launched. It's weird, man. So once again, anybody that's wearing the blue coveralls, those are NASA astronauts. Anybody that's wearing the black coveralls, that's the yeah, awesome.
Wonderful. Getting all 4
that's
crew
SpaceX
members
crew in the black
thumbs up.
coveralls.
They are feeling good. Live streamed from on the recovery boat. Spectacular.
That's SpaceX Public Affairs Officer there. I watched this capsule fly over my house last year with Bob and Doug on board. Isn't that nuts, Ian? That's so cool. Yeah, they got a lot of space in there. It's like a big walk-in closet. Хорошо, да. Есть посадка. Нормально. Это нормально.
So you can see some more of the foorests are coming out of the vehicle.
The darker tone guy in the blue jumper, wasn't he on Dragon as well? I'm not sure who that is.
One at a time.
I can't, like, it's hard to see. I know that Shannon Walker's there, but I don't think that's Shannon. That looks like Joe Acaba, if I'm looking at it right, but I gotta see a better view.
Discovery, go and drop.
Hey, Dem0, 5-month resub, thank you. Joseph Acaba, I think is his name. What does my shirt say? We're gonna need a bigger boat for capsule recovery. That's not Jaws, it's Dragon. See? Look at it. It looks just like it. Duh. Come on, right? That wasn't an accident. Denny, 43 months. Thank you. What is that color on the capsule called? Burnt? Burnt Nomex? Nice, the wife was wondering. No problem, Hern. Is burnt a color? Is mayonnaise an instrument? I hear burnt capsule smells very bad. I can't imagine that burnt TPS smells good. And burnt phenolic impregnated ablator probably doesn't smell very good either, Nervous. Would we have seen the re-entry in Texas? People were seeing it, dude, yeah. What kind of keys do you have? I like the way it sounds. Huh? Office microwave color. Oh, that's really descriptive. Oh, that's terrible. Halsey, that was too good, man. Oh, dude, that's gross. What do people cook in that thing? Man, it always smells like someone cooked their gym socks in one of those things. Am I right? Oh, and the mechanical keyboard. Ender, I was like, what? Blue. They're blues, I think. Actually true. Oh, that's too real, man. How else am I supposed to dry my socks? Yeah, right? When Dragon makes it approach, does it go... Nah, I wish. Cook pair of tidy whities. Ah, oh. Stop. Oh my god! Stop! You once put popcorn in the microwave for 4 minutes. Yeah, and it probably ended up looking like that. Oh, that probably smelled terrible, JP. That probably smelled horrid, man. Oh, I hate that. Dude, burnt popcorn. That smell does not go away. That's the thing. It doesn't go away. Enco, I didn't always do this job. Oh, hell, stop. Oh, Hibbit, stop it. Stop it. The toilet doesn't work, man. Stop that. Yeah, winter, right? Yeah. Can we talk about, like, lavender or something that smells good,
side of the
please?
Screen. That is a view from inside of the Dragon capsule. It has been recovered out of the water, and it's currently on the recovery vessel.
Good.
The
Not good for you, but
is
it smells
open,
good.
as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. The recovery team are continuing to
yes, Christian.
do some more checkouts and procedures before we start to see the Crew-2 astronauts egress the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, okay. Ian. All right, so they're helping the crew get unbuckled here. You don't have the most amount of dexterity in the suits when you're down here. You can see that when the astronauts walk up to Dragon, they're like... So the crews are going to help them, especially because the other thing is they've been up there for a good amount of time. They've been up there for, 200 days, right? Actually, it's 199 days and like 23 hours. So we could just say 200. So they're gonna help them out here. Oh, jeez, victory. Just got here. 2 questions. Everybody safe? Everybody is safe, and no, Builder. No. Yes and no. Yeah, Maverick, it's pretty sleek, dude. I want to see what... Dude, can you imagine what Starship's flight deck is going to look like? Oh, man, is that going to look sick. Don't worry. Dino, you don't want to know. Yeah, Dem, the Apollo capsules didn't have a toilet, buddy. And they were gone for like 2 weeks. They brought some Ziploc bags, so yeah, it probably didn't smell too good in there. Why are we microwaving socks? We were talking about what you eat for lunch, Arby. 199 days, 17 hour, 43 minutes, 43 seconds. Thank you, Jake. Well, I know flame stickers on the cabin. Well, they got burned off by actual flames, Joe. It's turbo. Hi, RP. Yeah, Reveril, you want to minimize debris. Yeah. Bless you. Thank you. V-Money. Yeah, okay, they got the stretcher out. Once again, moving around in these suits is tough when you haven't been up in space for 200 days. So they're gonna bring they brought
standing
the
by
stretchers
for,
out just in case.
The egress of the 4 astronauts of Crew-2.
It's the
outside
turbo.
of Crew Dragon Endeavour, you can see
Why does it look like
stationed
parts of the
over
capsule
to the
look
left
smooth?
there is a stretcher, part of
It's
the
the thermal
nominal
protection
procedure.
system, like
Once they
burned it
are
off,
egressed
and
from the
this
vehicle,
is
they'll
what's
be
left.
put into the
There's
stretcher
the outer skin of the
and
capsule,
taken
and then
over
they
to
spray
medical
this. Well, not
facilities.
spray.
This
They
is
have this stuff
a
on it.
standard precaution that's been exercised
white TPS.
for each of the...
I'm not exactly sure what this stuff is right here, that white stuff. The whole capsule is coated in it, but that's like the actual panels of Dragon. They paint the panels with this, and then that stuff gets burned off during re-entry. I'm not sure what this and that is. It looks like burnt ABS plastic, but I guarantee you that's probably not what that is. In terms of this, whatever this thermal stuff is, I have no idea. I really don't know. It's not Nomex. Nomex doesn't burn like that. So I'm not 100% sure what they use. I know what the heat shield is, but I don't know what this secondary TPS is. It could be just paint for all I know. Yep, that's right, TJ. Yeah, right, Hellfish? Yeah, you're not kidding. Why are other astronauts waiting outside of the capsule? These guys could be astronauts. These guys could be astronauts that are also doctors. That's why I'm interested to see. Some astronauts are medical doctors too, and it would probably be a good idea to send an astronaut who's also a doctor to help receive the astronauts that are already there. One, they get it because they're an astronaut. Two, they're a doctor. So, Megan's coming out here.
First
could be header
crew
paint
member being egressed from Crew Dragon Endeavour.
Megan, yay!
Got to witness some applause there from some of the recovery personnel as well.
Coming out with big smiles and a double thumbs up. Hell yeah. Yeah, I know. Colonel. Actually, I hit the Windows key because I knocked the nose cone over. I damaged it. Actually, one of NASA's newest recruits is a guy by the name of Johnny Kim. You want to talk about an overachiever? Johnny Kim decided he, wanted to be a Navy SEAL. Yep. So he's a Navy SEAL. So he did that. Pretty good achievement, right? That's not like that's easy to do or anything, right? And then after that, he used his GI Bill to go get his doctorate. So he's a medical doctor. And then after that, he applied to be an astronaut, and now he's an astronaut. Guys, a Navy SEAL, doctor, astronaut. Guess what, Johnny? Hey, you know what I did today? I made my bed, fool. Boom. Yeah, now what? Now what? Now what? Step to me, man. I made my bed today. I did the dishes today, son. Bro, I did the dishes today, boy. I have made my bed. Step to me, boy. Guess what? I made my bed, fool. Navy SEAL, doctor, astronaut. God damn, you're cool. I think they were Nikon, Maverick, but I'm not sure. I think it's a Nikon. It looks like a D5. Could be a D5. Don't know. And you know what the messed up part is? Every single one of these guys and girls coming out of the capsule are like that. Like, Megan has a bachelor's in aerospace and then like a master's in oceanography or something. Like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Well, I brushed my teeth, bro. I checked the mail today, man. Yeah. Now what? You know? Doctorate of Oceanography. Yeah. All right. Yeah, astronauts are the best of the best. That's right. Because you're looking for the best of the best of the best, sir. Boy, Captain America over here. Yeah, he also was a medic in the Navy SEALs. Yeah, literally the hardest type of thing that you can be in the Navy SEALs.
Next out is Commander Shane Kimbrough. Outside of Crew Dragon Endeavor.
No, they would be
translated over to the stretcher for nominal procedure.
Most likely.
Waves, smiles on his face. A fantastic journey. 199 days in space.
And then launch you into space
down
right
on
after
time.
That. There you go. 2 out. Waiting on the last 2. I plugged in USB on the first try. Whoa, boo, we got a big shot over here. Damn, son. Damn, man. Not medic, corpsman. They can be pretty particular about the title. Oh, look, we're back to useless semantics. Thank you. Cool. Where's the plaque for the alternates? I don't know. It's probably USB-C. Well, if it was USB-C, then that. I wish SpaceX would release a video like this for Dragon 2. Would love to see how the cabin gets lit up during re-entry. Yeah, we haven't really seen much onboards, huh, Vulcan? I'm kind of with you on that one. Oh. See the gentleman on the left? That's another JAXA astronaut. No, he's no doubt there for Hoshide-san. French Invader, 13-month resub. Your name, French Invader, your name isn't Thomas by any chance, right? Yeah. How many times do you think the Space Ninjas orchestrated the process of recovery? Enough to know it cold, Tiny Tank? No? Alright, damn, okay. You can see Aki over there. That's his boots right there. He's riding 4th seat on the right. I don't know if him or Thomas are the next to come out here. There's the footrests for one of the seats there. I don't know, RTR. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's Joseph Akaba right there. Let's see here. Hang on, Joseph Akaba. Is he a doctor? Let's see. He's a hydrogeologist. Okay. I'm not sure. Oof. Damn, Hellfish. Yeah. Gonna need a good scrub in there. Yeah, that's right. It is numb? Yeah, pretty sure. Oh, who's coming out now?
And here comes
Hoshide-san
to egress the capsule. This is Aki Hoshide.
All right. Boom.
Some fist bumps and smiles from Aki.
No, don't hit your head on the hatch.
Again, after 199 days in space, return to Earth.
My guy. Welcome home,
All
man.
crew members flashing the peace sign for Crew-2. I love it.
And that leaves one more member inside of Dragon. That is Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency.
Yeah, that's right. Aki was riding left seat. So that's Thomas' boots that you can see over there. Yeah, I got it backwards. So this is inside a Go Searcher. Or no, it's Navigator. I don't think it's Searcher yet. And Anybody that's coming out, Jay, in a white suit was in space a couple hours ago. Well, they were at the space station 8 hours ago. How long does it take for them to get to used to Earth gravity again? It really depends on how long you were up there, Flykin. It doesn't take very long to get your motor skills back. It's like riding a bike. There's the Chad known as Thomas.
And here comes Thomas.
He's like, I'm good, man. You guys don't need to lift me up. All right, fine. All smiles, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, they've been up there for a while, Mason. So yeah, they probably slid them out of an abundance of caution.
That's the ESA doc on board, checking in with Thomas Pesquet.
Yo,
there you go.
Yo, damn.
Everybody flashing the
I agree,
Crew-2. I love it.
Yes.
Boom.
Fist bumps, high fives.
For posterity. So that is all 4 members of the Crew-2 team safely on a boat. I was going to say on land for a second, but they're on a boat, and they will head to all their respective places they need to go. But what a great recovery. We talked about how things were going to speed up and get more exciting, and that recovery was one of the fastest I've ever seen.
It was spectacular. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better mission. We accomplished everything on time. Undocking right at 11:05 a.m. earlier today. We did a fly around of the International Space Station, went super smoothly, got some fantastic views, even on our coverage all along the way. All of the burns performed as expected. We did have an out-of-plane burn as well that was introduced just to make sure we were on the right course, but it set us up right for that deorbit burn on time. And lo and behold, as soon as we got out of that blackout period, even a little bit before, from the WB-57, those views of the streak that was the plasma building up on the outside of the spacecraft, we saw that. We saw all great shoots, drogue shoots, main shoots, all deploy with the infrared cameras and land on a glassy Gulf of Mexico. The waves were perfect.
They're using shuttle
incredible
suits,
wind speeds, and the recovery operations went super smooth. All in all, a fantastic mission. So we'll stand by. We're going to continue our coverage here for just a little bit. All of the crew members have egressed and are on the recovery boats, but we're going to stand by. We're hoping to hear from some representatives from each of the respective space agencies, NASA, ESA, and JAXA, and we'll just stand by and make a connection with them soon.
Yeah, so it was great to see all 4 members, again, despite 199 days in space and coming back to Earth. They came out of the capsule with smiles, thumbs up, fist bumps, and so they are definitely in good spirits, and that is always great to see.
So a little bit about what's to come. So again, we'll continue our coverage and hope to hear some remarks from some of the representatives of each of the space agencies. But right now, each of the 4 crew members are on the Go Navigator recovery vessel. They're going into some of the medical facilities that are on board, and they'll have doctors on board that are able to check them out and do an initial medical assessment, making sure that they're good to go. They're not going to remain on Go Navigator for the entire trip back. They actually have helicopters that are staged, ready to take them off. There's a helipad on the recovery vessel itself, so that helicopter will take them back over to shore, where they have planes that are staged at shore, ready to take them back to respective locations. For Shane, Megan, and Aki, they'll head back to Houston, and they'll do some additional medical assessments, some additional tests. They'll get to see their family. They'll get to go home. In just a couple of short days, they'll be working out. They'll be in the gym, getting reconditioned back for 1G, for life on Earth. Thomas Pesquet will head over to Europe to do the same thing over at the facilities over at the European Space Agency, and that will be wrap for the Crew-2 mission.
Yeah, it's like the size of a movie screen.
A little ways to go,
and it has
after egressing
the screen at Mission Control over here has it has let's see, like a map view, it has some camera views, and then it has the telemetry on it too.
And has been done on time and very smoothly.
Wonderful. So we do have some representatives from agencies online right now calling in to make some comments on behalf of the agency. First, we do have Kathy Leaders, who is the Associate Administrator for Space Operations here at NASA. Kathy, if you can hear me, your initial thoughts now that Crew-2 has safely returned to Earth after 199 days, and what it means to NASA as a space agency.
Well, I'm always amazed I can hold my breath for those last 10 minutes of reentry. You know, I mean, that is high drama right there. And like you mentioned several times, seeing those chutes come out is just an amazing thing. It is so nice to see that our SpaceX Crew-2 astronauts have safely splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Florida, aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, and we've now completed the agency's second long-duration commercial crew mission to the International Space Station.
Got another one coming in 2 days.
It's been such a busy but exciting time aboard the station, and which is really our home in microgravity. You know, I'm so proud of the NASA and the SpaceX team for another successful return. They continue to show that amazing amount of dedication to each phase of the mission and just safely and methodically moving forward and conducting the mission. It's just amazing. You know, we originally were planning to launch our Crew-3 mission for a short overlap on station with Crew-2, but, you know, we ended up bringing Crew-2 home first. The team really carefully balanced each decision, and as we looked at which was the safer opportunity, we decided to bring the crew home first, given the weather conditions. And as you can see tonight, they were great. Like people said, it was like a lake out there, a very calm lake. So this was the best decision we could have made, and it was just great to see the crew exiting that spacecraft this evening. You know, as you folks have talked about, the mission set a record for the longest space flight by a U.S. crewed spacecraft. The crew members were actually in their 200th flight day, even though they did complete 199 full days in orbit, which surpassed the 168 days set by SpaceX's Crew-1 mission earlier this year. Not that any of those crew members count. The Crew-2 mission, you know, launched April 23rd on a Falcon 9 rocket from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and then docked to the Harmony module's forward port of the space station on April 24th, nearly 24 hours after liftoff. You know, the Crew-2 mission has traveled over 84 million miles during the mission while their stay on orbit, and completed over 3,000 orbits around the Earth. And during their time on orbit, they have contributed to a host of science and maintenance activities, scientific investigations, technology demonstrations, and multiple public engagement efforts
and they grew peppers
on board the ISS vehicle.
Serious.
They studied how gaseous flames behave in microgravity, and one of my favorites, as an ex-New Mexico person, grew hatch green chilies in the station's plant habitat facility and ate space tacos.
Spicy on orbit
they
peppers,
installed
man.
free-flying robotic assistants and even donned virtual reality goggles to test new methods of exercising in space, among many other scientific activities.
Gotta get some chorizos up
And
there.
the astronauts took hundreds of pictures of Earth as part of the Crew Earth observation investigation, which was one of the longest-running investigations aboard the space station, which contributes to tracking of natural disasters and changes to our home planet. And most importantly, they did that fly-around on the way home to have us check out the state of the ISS one more time. They conducted 4 spacewalks to install, deploy, and otherwise prepare for installation of our new ISS rollout solar arrays. And they also saw the arrival of 7 spacecraft to the space station and 7 spacecraft departing during their 6-month stay. Station is the hub up there, our international hub. So this splashdown of Crew-2 comes just before the launch of NASA's SpaceX Crew-3 mission. The return looked spotless. I know folks will be wondering about that one lagging main parachute, and the team will be going off and looking at how the loading was on the chutes and understanding that behavior. It is behavior we've seen multiple times in other tests, and usually happens when the lines kind of bunch up together until the aero forces kind of open up and spread the chutes.
They've seen that before.
The thing that makes me feel a little bit more confident is that the loading and the deceleration of the spacecraft all looked nominal for us, which is good news. But
cool. That's good to know.
We're making this an exciting week for us. And, one of the key things we'll be doing at our launch readiness review for the Crew-2 mission coming up, we'll be working through that. That launch readiness review is tomorrow starting at 7 p.m.
Mark, before and after reading the
my OCOM colleagues would be kicking me under the desk right now if I didn't tell everybody. We'll be doing a post-launch readiness review press conference tomorrow evening at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So once again, thank you for watching. I can't tell you how excited I am to see all 4 of the crew members back on Earth, and I'm looking forward to launching another set of 4 this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy Leaders, Associated.
Impy, how NASA looks at that problem is they look to see the behavior. It's not that one chute didn't unfurl all the way right away. Whatever, it's fine. They got 3 more. That's not the way you look at things. Because that same logic can be applied in the past to how you got astronauts hurt or lost, right? Sasakai. We got 2 O-rings. We don't need a 3rd one, right? That's a really bad way of looking at it, dude. NASA will look at it and look at that behavior and correlate it to other tests to try and form a data set to see why that happened. When they figure out why that happened, then they'll make the judgment on whether it was okay or not. Like, is this something we've seen before? Is it not something we've seen before? Every bit of data that you get from a space flight, every single piece of behavior that you get from a capsule is a learning opportunity.
Tremendous courage and hopes for all of us through this successful mission.
I'm with you on that one, Jason.
Aki Hoshide served as the commander and led the Expedition 65 and 66 missions over 5 months. During his on-orbit stay succeeding astronaut Soichi Noguchi, Aki has completed his EVA with ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and contributed to the upgrade of the ISS, including the installation of MLM. Aki and the entire team faced
They worked on the installation of the multi-purpose logistics module, the NAUCA module, and
great communication among the crew members and with ground team.
There was great communication among the crew members with ground teams.
With the importance of teamwork and international cooperation.
This international crew demonstrates the importance of international teamwork and international cooperation when it comes to space.
Various activities to promote space exploration, basic research, as well as commercialization of low Earth orbit.
As well as the commercialization of low Earth orbit.
We see a successful mission like this, we are getting one step closer to achieve our common goals towards space exploration using the Gateway and on the lunar surface.
When we have missions like this, we get one step closer to Gateway and one step closer to going back to the moon.
Utilization by the ISS. Next fall, JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata will be on board the Crew-2, followed by Satoshi Furukawa's long-stay mission in the coming years.
That's who was at the
I hope that the Aki's experience will be succeeded to contribute to our endeavors towards space exploration and human space flight. Once again, congratulations to all of you, the safe return, and wishing the successful launch of Crew-3.
Congratulations on your successful return. Wishing you good luck on the Crew-3 launch.
Thank you so much.
Arigato.
Thank you so much. Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President and Director General for the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate at JAXA.
Yeah, I keep saying
so
searcher, but I know it's
will do it for us. That is the comments that we have from the respective agencies. Thank you so much for calling in and providing those comments. Well, now that Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas are safely back on planet Earth and getting checked out by NASA, NASA medical teams and, of course, teams from the respective international agencies, we are going to wrap up our live coverage of their historic return. This all kicked off on April 23rd, 2021 from historic Launch Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. After a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas made a 24-hour flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station. Since arriving at the space station, they spent nearly 6 months as members of Expedition 65 and 66 executing science experiments, spacewalks, and repairs while aboard the orbiting laboratory.
And then their journey home began earlier today on the 8th when they closed the hatch to Dragon and undocked hours later at 11:05 a.m. Pacific time. After 4 successful departure burns and a phasing burn to line up their orbit, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas rested for a few hours before waking up to prepare for re-entry this evening. They didn't rest. They went straight to
they had a meal.
They had a meal, basically, and donned their spacesuits. We then jettisoned the Dragon's trunk, and performed our final on-orbit maneuver, the deorbit burn, at 6:39 p.m. Pacific time to send Dragon on the path home. The spacecraft re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and slowed its descent with successful deployments of 2 drogue parachutes and 4 mains, with the final splashdown occurring off the coast of Pensacola, Florida at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time. Now, following successful splashdown, we saw SpaceX recovery experts move in and prepare Dragon Endeavour for its lift onto the recovery vessel. And just a little less than an hour following splashdown, we saw Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas make their way out of the Dragon and into the recovery ship's medical facilities, safe and sound.
So they're on the recovery vessel right now. Next, they'll catch a helicopter flight back to shore while they're transferred to aircraft that will take them home. Shane, Megan, and Aki will take a NASA plane for a short flight back to Houston, and Thomas will fly back to Europe. And they'll be reunited with their families and then bring this historic flight to an end. It has been an honor and a privilege to share their journey with you all as we continue this new era in human spaceflight, but we have more coming up soon.
That is right. SpaceX and NASA are already looking forward to the next mission when Crew-2 launches, currently targeted just a few days from now on November 10th.
Yeah,
we'll have an indirect handover with 3 people on board the station for a short period of time as we continue this regular cadence of flying astronauts on American rockets from the Kennedy Space Center. Again, it has been an incredible honor, Gary, and joy to share this mission with the public, and all the teams from SpaceX and NASA continue to work hard to keep America leading the world in human spaceflight. Continue to follow SpaceX and NASA online and on social media for updates for the very latest on crew and cargo flights to and from the International Space Station.
And we'll continue to share the progress of Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas as they travel back home on social media. So we'll say thanks once more for tuning in and cheering on Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas as they return home. And we'll see you again very soon when we'll once again be sending astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil on NASA's SpaceX Crew-2 mission. Until then, so long.
All right, Gary, Andy, thank you guys. Appreciate it. You know, because they can hear me. Let's see if they cut the music. NASA plays this epic music and they always cut it. They didn't cut it! Yes! Keep it going! Damn it! Don't keep it going! Yeah, I know, Laws, right? Ruined! You just gotta beat the devil out of that music. Anyway, so I hope you guys enjoyed the Crew-2 coming back down. That was fun. Guys, Wednesday, we got another one going up, baby. Another one. Crew-3 is gonna launch. I know. The very, very, very highly anticipated sequel to Crew-2. Crew-3. That's launching on Wednesday. Oh yeah, and you will get coverage pretty much round the clock, as much as I can, from basically the time where the astronauts wake up in the morning, all the way to docking to the station. I'll try to stream the whole thing, because you know what? It's freaking cool. Yeah, seeing people fly into space really revs my engine. That really activates my almonds. Sorry. No, it's fun, and I like sharing it with you guys, and I'm glad you guys enjoy it. So, yep. Really launches that rocket engine, man. Yeah, Aiden, I honestly don't know if that music's good to know, but is it public domain? Like, nope. I don't think it is. I love how excited you get. Because spaceflight is so cool. Is this not awesome? Like, come on. It's amazing. Really verbs my nouns. I'm stealing that one, Entropy. Did you cover the Starship test the other day? Which one? Yeah, I keep track. We do daily updates on what's going on with Starship here. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Korza. Last. Okay, really verbs my nouns. You ready for the smooth nose cone to first show up with the Ship 23 build? Yep. And then, yeah, 21, they made it 21's nose cone to the barrel segment, too. We'll cover that all for Space News tomorrow, guys. Yeah, NASA, man, it never gets old. Love seeing all the re-entry shots and videos on Twitter. Nice to see the public getting involved again. It's been a long road from July of 2011, hasn't it, Sawyer? It's been a long road. But, I'm happy we're trending in this direction. That really Berber pings my butt pets. Tell me about it. Yeah, man. It's been a long road. It's been a long road getting from there to here. Apparently that's a lyric to a song that I don't know. Okay. Besides doing the live stream, what is Gary's other task? He's a public affairs officer for NASA. So he goes on NASA TV. Gary sometimes is doing press conferences. He'll be the guy that's narrating the press conferences for NASA, controlling NASA social media accounts. That's what PAOs do. Thanks, Hope Hammers. Okay. Let's see. Is that what we see on the center screen? Part of what I missed? No, it didn't do a hop. They haven't done a hop since, well, a long time ago. It's been like 6-7 months. I've been watching every mission from launch to landing since STS-118 in 2007. Still get just as excited and just as nervous for every single launch and landing. I don't get as nervous for the Dragon missions, NASA, man, as I did for the shuttle. You know why? I watched Dragon's development from Dragon 1 all the way to Dragon 2. I've watched the development. I'm confident in the systems. Maybe not the toilet, but you know, I've seen that capsule's ups and downs. It's really a great piece of equipment. You know, really? Yeah, right. I mean, I don't get nervous with Dragon. No, not at all. It's a pretty damn safe system. Oh my, what's that, Mason? Oh, very nice. Very nice, Mason. Very nice. It's ups and downs. It's shades of browns. Ditto. I literally saw that first stage. I literally saw a first stage explode midair intentionally with a capsule on board. But there's something about that blackout and them waiting for the mains to pop that hurts my heart. Anytime I hear UHF comm check, I'll admit my heart skips a beat. Every freaking time. I'll admit it, but I'm not too incredibly nervous. I wasn't nervous this time around. I'll admit I was a little bit on the side during DM2, but Crew 1 and Crew 2, man, very good. Dragon and Falcon are pretty solid. No, they're not. They're liquids. No, I know what you're saying, man. Yeah, no, they're good. Draco, don't. Don't. It's in the past. Don't you do this to us. Yeah, we don't need that bad juju. Dragon's a beast of a freaking capsule, man. Guys, like, okay, all right, while we're on the subject, if you guys know about the shuttle missions and you watched the shuttle missions always had something like the toilet breaking or this not working or that not working. These Dragon missions are remarkably smooth comparatively. Like, it's a night and day change. The shuttle always had something going weird with it. Always a weird sensor, or GSC malfunctions, or the head not working, or the oven not working. Like, it always happens. Always, like, right up until the end of the program. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was like, if the oven doesn't work, it's not that big of a deal, right? Just like if the toilet ain't working on Dragon, it's not that big of a deal. But I'm telling you, man, these Dragon missions. Seriously, the toilet leaking a little bit it was literally the worst of their problems thus far. That's pretty damn impressive. SpaceX makes this look easy, and I assure you, it is not easy. It's not easy. And plus, you never really know all the 20,000 tiles are really okay, even with the OBSS. Yep. This is one solid heat shield. When did the toilet leak? They figured out the problem on Inspiration 4, Harp. The toilet leaked a little bit and leaked pee all over the Eclipse. Yeah, and that happened on Crew-2. But see, like, that's funny. Like, obviously you don't want the toilet to break, but if the toilet's going to break, you want it to be a consistent break between two separate Dragon capsules. That actually, in fault tree analysis, that's actually a good thing, because that isolates it. Because if one toilet broke on one capsule and the toilet didn't break on the other capsule, well, then that's a processing problem. That's something that happened after manufacture, right? Like, maybe somebody didn't put the toilet in right? They didn't install the toilet. They didn't put the wax seal in. Any plumbers around? You know what I'm talking about. But the fact that they broke on both capsules while they were on orbit doing the same thing and had the same net result, spilling pee all over behind the floorboards of Dragons, so to speak, that shows that it's a design problem. That basically eliminates half of your fault tree, which is good. That's how SpaceX was so quickly able to realize that problem and fix it. Crew-3, the Dragon capsule that's going to fly hopefully on Wednesday, already has an upgraded toilet. It has Dragon 2, Falcon 9 toilet block 2.1 full thrust. Full thrust. Wax seal is the forbidden donut. I'm old. The toilet ain't working is a very big deal. Well, the toilet on the ISS worked just fine. It was just that 8-hour window racer where they were coming back down, where you get some depends on, boy. Plaid edition. The plaid edition toilet. Dragon 2, toilet block 2, full thrust, plaid edition, baby. It's got a yoke. Don't ask why. Don't ask why. Game of the Year edition. Alright. We're done. That's it. We've peaked. We're good. We're good. We can end this stream now. Someone at SpaceX write that down. We've peaked. We're good. Here. You want to ask more toilet questions, ask it to Rocket Guy. He's an actual rocket scientist. I don't know how good he is at engineering toilets, though. Rocket Guy's streaming some KSP. He's working on his builds in KSP. Yeah, I had to use target practice for the onboard toilet. And also, there was the Peacicle incident, NASA man. Remember that? Oh, jeez. One time on the shuttle, they had the urine overboard dump. They jettisoned the urine and it froze. So they had pee icicles coming off the back of the shuttle. They needed to use the arm to scrape it off. Somebody had that job. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, cool. And on that note, we will end Go see what Rocket Guy is up to. He's working on some design in KSP. I think it's for an engine section or something. Go see what he's up to, dudes. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow at noontime. I might do some more Satisfactory in the morning. So Satisfactory, then Space News, and then Kerbal. And I don't know. Maybe we'll just play Kerbal for the night. But anyway, thank you guys very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the crew coverage. I kind of honestly hope you didn't enjoy all the toilet conversation, but it was funny. I mean, just kidding. Hey, have a good night, everybody, okay? If you like the stream, Crew-3 is launching on Wednesday night. So be here around, I don't know, I'll probably pick up the coverage around 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Standard Time on Wednesday, but I am streaming tomorrow, and I talk about space daily because I love it and might have a slight unhealthy obsession with it. Is that bad? I don't think that's. If it's not bad if it makes me money, I guess. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good night. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.